жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, берілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Games of the future.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here once again. We are starting our beloved Moba Mobile. My name is Gotf. I'm thrilled to join with the handsome man, Heidi. How are you? How's everything?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited for this Digital Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana, and of course the Mlbb that's been happening, and also that we got 4 more days of hardcore gaming and hardcore battles between teams for the next 4 days.
Yeah, and you may know Heidi from the PUBG that he was actually doing his panels over there. I was doing that from Dota, and now we're with the Moba Mobile. I'm just very excited. For me, it's a quite new discipline. I'm excited to see the players. It's also on mobile, which is completely new for me as a PC guy, because I was doing mobile PC, and now it's completely different.
Yep.
And I'm just excited to be with you here, guys. I'm gonna keep saying we're at the Gotf Arena in Astana, beautiful home country. Come in, be ready, cheer for the teams, guys. We're about to soon start our game. Foot Esports versus Team Spirit. I mean, 2 great teams, man.
Yes.
What are you thinking about those games?
I'm yet to see what these teams has to bring into the Sanctum Island. Let's see what they do, because both are like different. Everybody has different ways of playing, different strategies, different plans when it comes to jumping onto the map, and then how to get to the end of the game. And also compared to what you do, I mean, the Dota, it's a little bit more shorter game when it comes to Mlbb.
Yeah, 100%. Dota is a longer structured game, whereas Mlbb, I would say, quick, fast-paced. Everything is very swift and quick, so it's completely different in that term. But nonetheless, people are just playing here for almost $1 million, for $900,000 as the prize pool. And welcome back here once again. Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gotf, aka Steel Borko. Once again, I'm joined with Heidi, the guy from PUBG. It's just a thrill to experience here, and welcome you to Gotf Arena. You were doing at Beeline Arena. How's the arena differences for you, and how's the discipline for you?
Oh, I'm totally loving the whole vibe of this arena and the other arenas as well, because I went through other arenas to see what's been happening on in other places too. Because the whole concept of Digital Games of the Future, it's really cool to see how the esports and also the purely esports side of it, and also the digital are happening. And right now we are at Mlbb, brought to you by Freedom. I mean, let's give a big shout out to Freedom for making all this happen, and this specific discipline bringing to you at this arena. So we're gonna be really interesting to see what we have. We are through the round of 16 at the moment. I mean, we have 4 games to happen today, 4 matches, and of course it's gonna be on best of 3. We only have 1 best of 5, which is the finals, which is yet to come in the next 3-4 days. But yeah, 4 games today. Excited, yeah?
Yeah, 4 games today, and as you were saying, yes, indeed, guys, it's the same format as the traditional sports. So basically, there's no no, like if you're once eliminated, you're eliminated from the tournament. No mistakes are punishable, and there's no double elimination. So the teams have to be prepared for those kind of games, because you guys are playing for $1 million. I mean, here in beautiful Astana, like, come on. And it's wonderful. And before that, I would like to mention to you guys that we have a wonderful video to you that we will share with you right now.
Welcome to the Phygital Games of the Future 2026 in Astana. Today, we step off the stage and into the crowd to see what brings thousands of spectators to the heart of Kazakhstan. Hi, what's your name and where are you from?
Hello everyone, and come here, and everything is very good. Like I am enjoying this event because it is such time, and like the organization is very cool.
What team are you voting for?
I didn't even know these teams, but I think that Playtime is a good team for them. Yeah.
Do you want to play professionally one day?
Maybe yes. It is very interesting opportunity for me that I would like to try it out.
Hello, mate. Is this your first time at the Games of the Future?
Yeah, actually it is. I'm here for voting for my favorite team, Diga Esports.
How do you like the atmosphere here today?
Very atmospheric, and I love to being here. There's a lot of people that I met before, and I very love this vibe here.
What makes the Games of the Future special?
Playing digital games, it's important to me because since my childhood, this digital games was a part of me. I played it with my friends, brothers, and other family members, and I appreciate this time with spending them.
Is this your first time at the Games of the Future?
Yeah, I came today for the first time for cheering for Team Vitality.
How do you like the atmosphere here today?
Yeah, really good, really nice. The atmosphere is so good. The host is here is really good. Yeah.
Do you think esports can become as popular as traditional sports?
Yeah, I think that today is esports. It's become more popular because I think that traditional sport it's not so interesting for young people because I think I'm 30 years old, and when I was young, I don't have a cyber sport, but I really like cyber sport and more than classic play, the classic football or basketball games.
From lifelong childhood memories to a rapidly expanding global community, the fans of Astana 2026 are proving that the future of sport belongs to everyone. Do not forget to cheer for your favorite team.
That was a very cool video. We just saw the teams talking, we saw the fans talking, and everybody's really excited to watch here and be here. And also, one of the fans said about the esports and the traditional esports. I mean, I think the esports is already big, right?
No, 100%. I mean, the esports is constantly growing worldwide. Now it's esports as opening its doors now in Central Asia. I mean, it's just great to see esport growing also in Middle Eastern region, yes. In all the regions that were not opened yet 10 years ago. I mean, as he was saying, 20 years ago we had no esports events before, so as he's growing by himself and he just likes them. Yeah, and I appreciate all the fans out there. I mean, fans, keep going, keep joining, keep attending the arenas. We have wonderful all the arenas, Beeline Arena that we're doing, we're here at Jack Arena, also there's Kazakhstan Arena. There's so many different arena, different games, the different disciplines. Also, I'd like to also mention you guys about the Phygital games. The interesting point of Phygital games is combined with the esports and the sports. But before that, let's watch our bracket for today. Yep. And we see the group stage. So the group stage, they were playing for the group stage, and there were decided winners. And now the teams who have qualified to play at the round of 16. Now we see there was Food Esports and Team Spirit. And Haiti, what do you think about those kind of teams?
Because it's going to be stressful today for the teams, mainly because it's a single elimination. Like
100%.
You lose, you're going out. There is no second take. There is no second bracket.
Yeah,
there's no lower bracket. You are going out if you don't win today. So it's going to count every single minute. That's going to be counting. But yeah, let's talk about the broadcast.
Yeah, and also before the broadcast, I would like to mention to you guys that all the games of the future you guys can watch on our OTT program, that is Phygital Plus. So as you can see here on your screen, phygital-plus.com, all games there accessible for you. Meanwhile, we see the schedule for today. So at 2 p.m. we have our games, Food Esports versus Team Spirit at local Kazakhstan time, Astana time, and be ready to watch this wonderful game. And
of course.
Yeah, Haiti,
I mean, we have 4 incredible games to be happening today. We have the first one starting by Foot Esports versus Team Spirit. I mean, we are talking about Group A and Group B, and it's going to be interesting to see how this goes, because these two teams been fighting their way up to the round of 16, and finally they are here today for one final game to decide who's going to stay and who's going to go back home.
Yeah, it's just so sad to see those teams facing each other right so early. I mean, those two teams are so like similar level in being so good.
Of course.
What do you think?
Of course. I mean, to watch all these games, I mean, you do not want to watch all these games. So make sure you grab the tickets on Freedom Ticketon.com. You can have the QR code. You have it in front of your screens. Make sure you scan it and then get the tickets online, because you do not want to miss this action. Right now on the screen, we can see today's the game. Up next, we have Foot Esports versus the Team Spirit, and this is going to be very, very interesting to see who's going to stay and who's going to go back, because I'm pretty sure the 5 players on each team, they are really stressed by now.
No, for sure. I mean, also, I've seen the Team Spirit are recent champions of the international tournament. I've seen that they have a little bit problems on the international tournaments. So we'll actually see how they do it, because they are best in their region, in their CIS region, and they've been doing it so well, and they've been fighting so well. I mean, now it's a great experience and opportunity for them to prove that they are here for the reason in this beautiful country, Kazakhstan. And we see this beloved handsome man are going to play quite soon. And look at this video that you guys are seeing. This is our Astana futuristic city. I mean, just purely amazing.
Of course, it's indeed the future. I mean, it looks very futuristic. It feels very futuristic. So we are going to have to explore the city more while we are here. I mean, watching all these games. So I think it's time for the game, right?
Yeah, we're going to give the words to our beloved casters. Please take it away. And we're about to start our game number 1 between Food Esports and the Team Spirit. And actually, no, wait, they are holding right now. And meanwhile, yeah, you have any final words before we start our game of Food Esports?
I am really excited. Let's move into the casters. Over to the casters. It's game time now.
It should be quite soon. Not that just yet. And players are already getting ready, and we're gonna give it to the
harmony between worlds rests on a fragile balance. Legends of the Great Step tell of the sun-headed man who helped maintaining the connection between the worlds for centuries. But sometimes, the very nature of existence disrupts the natural order of things. When the ancient power left the sun-headed man, the balance shifted.
Massive energy surge detected.
The energy within the sun-headed man's artifact has awakened.
So, the chosen ones are already there?
Newbies without a guide. Then it's time to meet them. Someone's got to get them up to speed.
Look what my robot can do.
Not now. I'm playing.
In search of those destined to restore the lost harmony, the energy split into 3 parts.
I'm one the guardians of balance between the worlds. When the ancient power awakened in Kazakhstan, it chose you. You're the ones who can restore power and bring the worlds back into harmony. Guess even ancient powers can surprise you. Looks like the squad's finally complete. But until the sun-headed man is fully charged, the two worlds will keep drifting apart. So no pressure, but we're counting on you.
And so began the story of the new heroes. Ahead of them lay the greatest challenge of all, the games of the future in Astana.
And here we are, round of 16, the first match here at technically the playoffs of the Games of the Future MLBB. Your casters Wolf and Naisu bringing you the action for Foot Esports going up against Team Spirit. Naisu, you've witnessed one of the two teams get a recent championship.
Yep.
Just in a land not too far from here. What have we got in store for us for our first series of the day?
Oh man, this is gonna open up the playoffs with, I feel like, hopefully a 3-game series, right? Because again, these are best of 3s. You know, you hope you get to see the most, I would say, from all the teams competing, obviously. But yes, Team Spirit, the recent MSC champions that just finished over, you know, getting a championship that they've worked hard for how many years? Wolf, again, you know, Sao and Sunset Lover, I think it took them, what, 6 or 7 years to achieve that goal. And then, of course, you have two of the youngest players here, as you see Zaro Igris on camera right now, alongside Hiko, two of the youngest players to compete in competitive MLBB. I mean, and then you got Kid Bomba, right? He was talking about how he was going to be the one, alongside this team, to bring EECA on the map for MLBB, and They just accomplished that last week, a few days ago even. And now they're here competing in the Digital Games of the Future. Imagine if they go back-to-back championships, man. They just won $1 million and now they're playing for another.
You're right. That's back-to-back $1 million. But then again, I have been consuming a lot of Kid Bomba content just recently. And for those who don't know or aren't familiar, we are talking about the EXP laner of Team Spirit, Kid Bomba, from Germany. I have watched a lot of content of him like molding earlier in his career, and also because it's he's fighting for more slots from Europe and ECA in the international stage. He wants to compete consistently internationally, and ever since his breakout performance in the Philippines back in M5.
Yep.
That was almost 3 years ago. He was always part of the international scene, finishing top 4 usually. Sometimes they don't get into the playoffs. Sometimes they finish 3rd, but they never got into the grand finals. Not until recently. And it was the sweetest victory for Team Spirit because it was, and essentially, they were ushering a new era of Mlbb. Them with Yangon Galacticos, the way that they were able to understand the metagame and perform so well in the grand finals. It was a 7-game series of snowball fights, is what I would call it. And then if you look back at Team Spirit, although they weren't able to get into their first match, which meant that they would be in the round of 16 no matter what, they won against it was Entity 7, and they're back in their winning ways, in their snowbally ways. Do you think the Team Spirit will be playing confidently today with that kind of playstyle in mind?
I think so, Wolf. I think they kind of have to, right? I know there wasn't a lot of time in between their recent championship, but then, being able to kind of, hopefully they got a couple days, I would say. Hopefully they got some days rest, but you got to put that in context, right? They run through the gauntlet there in a recent tournament of 10 days for MSC. I think it was 10 days. And then, I'm sure they had to do some stuff after that. Then they go and hop on a flight over here to the beautiful Astana in Kazakhstan. And now they're competing here. Somewhere along the way, hopefully they got the rest and hydration that they needed, as you see Hiko here. And hopefully they were able, because that's always something that we have to look forward to for the teams, when they're going from tournament to tournament and they're getting themselves situated. But yeah, I think if the question is how are they going to perform, in terms of into the game itself, they were so darn strong throughout MSC. Yeah. I mean, a lot of teams had difficulty trying to figure out how to play against them. And as you mentioned, Kid Bomba was one of them. It was just how impactful he was in the XP lane. You have to also take in consideration with the current meta, of course, and how that's developed over the course of the last month or so. Zar Egoist being one of the best jungler performers, recently in that MSC. And we'll see if he's able to go ahead and replicate that here. And of course, the dynamic change in the gold lane for Hiko, right? There's been, I think, one of the biggest benefits of just where gold lane is right now is, are they going to be going with traditional marksmen? Are they going to go into fighter heroes, And we had a lot of interviews and information on, just how some of the gold laners felt about that. And it's one of those decision factors, and why the coaches obviously behind them are so important. And there's a reason why we're talking so much about Team Spirit here, just because of what they've proven in terms of getting that win. It's a historic win, and you're carrying that historic win now into this Games of the Future 2026. Can they create more history, winning here off the bat into this? Because it's kind of an intense situation to be in, already in the playoffs, that top 16 or the round of 16 that you've got to go through here. And I would say for Foot Esports, this is a team that has a lot of experience. These are players that have played on different teams throughout the previous M Championships, M World Championships. They've had their own kind of performances on separate teams, and then they come together and make this team for Foot Esports. And I would say a lot of people would say this is obviously one of the most competitive teams outside of Aurora Gaming from Turkey. I think you know exactly how that all works out too with Foot Esports.
We saw Foot Esports perform in the group stages of the Games of the Future, but we can also dial back during the wild card, I feel like, of MSC. So it's been a month of almost non-stop MLBB for Foot Esports, especially after they run their local regional league, which also means that they do have a lot of experience to utilize up against Team Spirit. You're right in that regard. And the reason I say that is because when they played Bushido Wildcats, they looked very convincing. They were drafting okay. And then when they went up against BTR by Vitality, obviously it was a 2-0 in favor of BTR. But if you look at the game itself, there was a certain specific points in the game where you'd see that Foot Esports can actually win against a top team like BTR. However, this time it's going to be an even bigger challenge for Foot Esports. And I'm saying that because when you look at Team Spirit, they play so fast. And Foot Esports might not be used to this kind of playstyle. They might be surprised. Of course, everything starts with the draft, Naisu, and Team Spirit apparently are going to be on the blue side, the Foot Esports on the red side. Team Spirit likes to prioritize the Hiko hero. If the Marcel as well as the Hirara is banned here. So it's going to be the Marcel. Do you think that this is a Hirara for Team Spirit?
Yeah, I think you could just go with this. Go ahead and put that in the hands of Zara Egoist. Again, in the form of a best of 3, you might as well go ahead and play with what worked for you in your recent run through MSC. If it's not the Hirara, then I mean, what else would you go ahead and prioritize here for first pick blue side?
I think perhaps maybe the weirdest.
I mean, Atlas. They banned the Atlas. I was gonna say, yeah, they banned the Atlas.
Yeah. Yeah, just the Hirara. I feel like maybe a Paquito eventually, or a Paquito or a Melissa. Oh, there you go.
Good call.
Yeah. So it seems like they are prepared for the Hirara. And the thing is, Team Spirit actually likes to draft the Paquito very early because they can flex it. Every time that there is no Barretts on the opposite side, they put this Paquito on top of the list of their priorities because they can put it in the gold, they could put it in the jungle, they can even put it in the EXP if they wanted to. But that means that there's a lot of flexibility to go with it. Now, Foot Esports, they might be required to pick up both the Eudora as well as the Hirara. But it's Hirara and the Belleric.
Wolf, if this isn't a Eudora that's just picked over for Sunset Lover, I don't know what's gonna happen, just because I was expecting Belric Eudora as well to be the trade, at least over on for Foot Esports, just because I can't remember exactly the win rate that Sunset Lover had on the Eudora, but I know he played it probably like 6 out of the 8 games towards their last couple matches that they had there for MSC, and there was it worked so well for them. Here we go, the Fanny's actually gonna come through. So Zaro Egoist, another one of those just mechanically gifted junglers, and he's young. We wanted to see him play in the international back. I think it was M7. I think it was M7 where he wasn't old enough. He was only 15. Well, now he's 16, and he's a star jungler. And he's gonna go ahead and showcase the Fanny, one of the most technical heroes that you can pick up already. Paired it up with an Esmeralda to help with that front line. That's gonna go in the hands of Kid Bomba.
Yeah. Very honest for here, coming out from Team Spirit, revealing their three lanes, 2 side lanes, and their jungler already, or Foot Esports. They now have a shot at taking the Eudora for themselves. Of course, the Eudora with the Hirara is just a good combo. Instead, they will pick up the Melissa. And this is a natural hero in the gold lane right now in combination with the Hirara. I feel like this is a good jungle plus gold lane combo because you complement each other so well. Hirara buys a lot of time in the early stages. They both pop off in the 3rd turtle, and when it comes to late game, there is a lot of strength that you can you can get from the Melissa, especially in late game Lord fights. Because of the models, you actually deal so much damage into the front lines that you can transfer into the backliners as well.
Yeah, I like the surgence of Melissa, man. It was kind of one of those marksman pick that just came out of left field. It felt like this was not what I thought where the meta was going to go, where now Melissa is like one of these hot picks for gold lane. But it makes so much sense just because of where we are in terms of jungle meta. You know, there's so many assassins now kind of causing havoc. And if you're not picking a fighter to put in that gold lane, then Melissa and maybe the Claude and Brody are probably some of the better choices that you can go for, you know, because you're a little more self-sustaining, you're a little more, you have more capabilities of taking care of yourself in that lane. Her ultimate does just that, like you mentioned, and, you know, that's kind of good enough. This is interesting, too, that the Dairoth is going to be banned out here. If we recall, in some of those last matches of MSC, the Dairoth came through, you know, and even in the hands of Yangon Galacticos, and it was like, oh, that's kind of scary, you know, to see just how much burst and early advantage a Dairoth can get, and that's why it's going to be banned out, because Team Spirit, they remember how it was.
Yeah, a direct answer to their Esmeralda as well makes total sense to be banned here. There is also a lot of synergy between an assassin hero and the Dairoth, because you have that minus armor actually that can apply to your opponents, which generally means that assassin junglers that are tilted towards the physical side are incentivized to pick that up. However, for Team Spirit, I think they're going to be looking for another tanky hero to take away from Foot Esports from the EXP lane. Maybe an Alice, because what you generally do if you deploy the Melissa, you're going to be looking for two tanky dudes to protect this Melissa.
Two tanky dudes.
Yep. Well, Alice is not a dude, but it's very... very tanky.
You get what we're saying.
But I think you get what we're saying. And Ruby, apparently. Interesting, because you wouldn't think about the Ruby as a very tanky hero. It has low, not as much HP, but it is very tanky because of the resistances and the sustain. So they just ban it out. The Eudora natural pickup. Team Spirit immediately picks up the Farsa, which is an answer to the Melissa. They'll be looking for their roamer now, which probably is a Badang, perhaps.
Yeah.
And there was the Tigreal that we saw yesterday, which can also be good in this composition for Team Spirit, because you just have so much stuns. But we'll see. I want to really congratulate Sawa for eventually getting into the finish line, eventually winning his championship, playing since M1. Oh my goodness! Now they're gonna be playing the Cho.
Gonna be playing the Cho, man. This is gonna be a showcase, I feel like, for Team Spirit to see. You know, this isn't too different than what they showed us just last week to get the championship. Obviously, Coach Coldstar feeling pretty happy about it too. They're hyped up. They're ready for this, and we'll see. Pickoff potential is huge with the composition that Team Spirit has, and this is interesting. The Kufra comes out, so. I mean, hey, it's Foot Esports with the tanky dudes. They got Belric and Kufra.
That's right. Melissa plus two tanky dudes. Let's call it. Let's call that. Let's make that a thing. You know, because that's exactly
Melissa
what
and
we are
tanky
saying.
dudes.
Yeah, because you're gonna be looking for two tanky dudes to protect you, and then all of a sudden in the mid game, even when you're behind by 2,000 gold or 3,000 gold, you'll be surprised how much mileage you can get out of that trio. You can punish any kind of dive. You can slowly win the team fights by your box formation, and as long as you're just helping each other out, almost within the vicinity of each other, to be able to help each other out, it's actually very easy to win late game team fights. So I'm gonna be excited about this Melissa pick if Foot Esports can do it. However, let's talk about Team Spirit's lineup real quick. With the Cho and the Farsa, a classic combo that means that you have a lot of ways to eliminate your opponents. You have the Fanny that can supplement the damage, and of course a very active Paquito coming out from Hiko, which we know has been so masterful with the gold lane Paquito. So that's exciting. The only problem that they have to face is the Kufra. As long as they don't fall into that Kufra trap, I think this solid composition from Team Spirit is going to be great in the early game.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to take a little breather while they get things situated here. It looks like it might be on Team Spirit side, but yeah, that's some of the main points there is just, you know, playing around that. I think, you know, even down to counter-wise, like Kufra, obviously, I would say most people would pick him up, you know, against the Fanny. You're kind of, but what I guess what I'm wondering is, is Foot Esports willing to go ahead and put enough pressure on Zar Egoist? I think you kind of have to. Like, if you're going to go ahead and take anything that we learned from their games over in MSC, you want to be that team to go ahead and make it so it's a really difficult time for Zar Egoist in the jungle. That actually happened to be the case for a lot of the teams. You know, how much pressure can you put on the jungle start for leading into, you know, Lith Wander and then that first turtle, right? That first objective. Mm-hmm. Can you delay them to solidify your early game a little bit better? We saw this in a lot of different ways where teams would either... Man, most of the time, though, it'd come down to, like, the middle lane, right? The mid lane, like, there'd be so much bursting going on that at least, the very least, a battle spell is expended, you know? And sometimes that would result into eventual first blood going to one of the junglers, right? Once they follow through of, let's say, a Flicker was burnt or Purify was burnt. And so that's something that can be said here. Like, are they going to put enough pressure on Team Spirit, or will we see that from Team Spirit against Foot Esports? Because I think, you know, it's a little more difficult to do. And then, of course, you want to go ahead and play into that gold lane advantage if you can get one.
Yeah. I guess when you look at this gold lane meta game that we have, specifically on when we were just focusing on the meta game for the gold lane hero selection of the teams, it's more like, how do you complement your jungler? Because there are so many different approaches to it. For example, the Paquito, one of the best heroes to flex right now. As long as there's no Barretts in the opposite end of the draft, you're gonna be okay. If the Barretts is with you, then all the better, right? Because XP, Barretts, and Gold Lane Paquito, that's a very strong side lane duo. All you need in assassin is an assassin to pick it up. And the reason why the Paquito is really good in the gold lane is that it wins most of the marksman matchups. So if it's facing up against most traditional marksmen, like a Claude, for example, or even a carry, it's like the Paquito will always have ways to win that lane. And Melissa is a more difficult matchup, I feel like, but at the same time, you still can just fast clear the wave, cut it actually if you need to, and still be stable in that lane. Then you can participate in the first turtle or the second turtle, right? There's so many things that you can do, and that will allow you to amplify even the farming of your jungler, because the jungler now can freely run around the map, around the jungle camps, can go to the lane and whatnot, right? Then you have another option, which is now between Melissa and the Brody. These two marksman heroes are almost like are played almost like fighters, because they also will not lose their lanes. That's the thing. And they can participate in teamfights much faster than a Claude or a Moskov. And speaking of the Claude and the Moskov, they're like the outliers. They're the traditional marksmen that you probably will have to pair with utility junglers like Guinevere. So I think that's generally how the teams are looking at the gold lane meta game right now. So I wouldn't be expecting a lot of Claude and Moskov because Melissa and the Brody is just too strong, and that's what's the Paquito, too strong of an option to pass up on.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, again, that's why the Paquito has popped up quite a bit, you know, just as one of those kind of like mainstays into the gold lane now. We should be jumping back into the game in a bit here. I did see that they probably had to go ahead and maybe remake or make something happen there. As you can see, the players kind of getting situated. It should all be the same draft, though. I'm pretty sure it's all the same draft and everything. And that's why, you know, we're kind of dipping into a little bit more of what could potentially happen here. Again, so much can change off the first couple of minutes, you know, honestly, when you get into this game. And eventually, again, we've seen it before where the gold lane might not even matter too much if somehow Zar Egoist just pops off, man. If he just pops off on the Fanny and is unleashed, we've seen it before, like 10-minute games. I think what was the fastest game time we had in MSC? I think it was like, I want to say under 9 minutes. I could be... Yeah. I feel like it was like 8:50 something off the top of my head, but...
I think it eventually became exactly 9, but yeah, I think it's around 8:50, and it probably came from Aurora Gaming, right?
Yeah, I think it was. Was that the Liquid game?
I think that was the Liquid game, actually.
I feel like everybody's just kind of, you know, like that was like a That was like people woke up the next day being like, "Did that actually happen?" It was like a dream almost, you know. And it's one of those cases where that's just where we are in the meta right now. It's kind of a weird place where it's this. Games can happen really, really fast, you know, and before you know it, looks like they're back in the redraft here, so they're probably just going for the same picks, I would assume. Okay. Yeah, so we'll have the same picks here, and so everything that we kind of theory crafted for our first matchup is pretty much still there. It's just, again, the execution factor, and I think if anything, you know, Foot Esports is the ones that have to kind of rise to the occasion here, Wolf. Just because of what we've seen from Team Spirit and how good they look as a team.
Yeah, they have to brace themselves for specific stages of the game. When the first 2 minutes, because of the idea of the Fanny, of having the Fanny, I think for Foot Esports, they're going to be more incentivized into keeping this Kufra, I guess, topped up all the time, right? Sometimes when you're a roamer, you're tempted to kind of sacrifice yourself, sacrifice some of your farm, because you're a roamer anyways. It feels like, okay, if there's someone who can be eliminated from our team or die from our team, it's going to be better if it's going to be the Kufra or the roamer. However, I think in this scenario, because of how much the Kufra can do against the Fanny, against the Paquito, and then of course the Cho, it kind of means that you kind of have to preserve your farming as well, your health, generally speaking, as the Kufra. Maybe the more sacrificial role here is the Belleric from the EXP that they chose to go for. The Kufra needs to always be a threat up against Team Spirit. That's what I feel like. So I think that's how they should brace themselves in the early game. Eventually, this Eudora will be their solution to the Fanny. Although the Fanny is a hero that can also take out the Eudora easily. When you time it perfectly with the flicker, with the stun coming out from the Eudora, maybe you have a chance. So these are the heroes that I feel like should be the point of focus for Foot Esports.
Yeah, there's a whole lot, I feel like, you know, focus-wise, and that's why we're always talking about early game. That's really where things are established. It's just this weird case now where even if you have the early game on lockdown, we've seen it too, where like 6,000-7,000 gold leads can be, you know, turned over. That potentially can happen too. So, again, as we wait to jump into this game one, we'll find out exactly where that's going to go. I think the other thing to ask is just why is, other than the fact that Melissa's pushing away these assassins, Wolf, why is Melissa like so, is she so good? You know, why is she, is her late game potential, late game scaling that good that she's just kind of this fallback now?
Okay, yeah. So a quick answer to that is yes. And the reason why that is because there's an option to attack multiple targets. It's unlike the carry where you have a single target hero. Of course, heroes like the Claude also can do AoE damage, but also that only happens during an ultimate. But for Melissa, you have at least 2 or 3 targets that you always can hit because of your models. And that models is actually also the reason why Melissa is always the priority, because of that skill, you actually turn into an early game hero. Not all marksmen are really good in the laning stage and the first, second, and third turtle, but because of the models, again, you can contribute to the fights. You can be a threat. You have good laning coverage because you can just pop your models, fast clear the lane, and hit the opposing gold laner in the process. When unchecked, Melissa is really strong in the early game, and that's the reason why teams are starting to pick up on this hero.
Yeah, I feel like the models is enough to like zone out, you know, like even under turret, like sometimes you see that already happen. What does she need? 2 items to really hit that power spike, or is she more like, because, you know, like the Claude is probably the most common marksman that picks up is, you know, that Trinity.
Yeah, also a Trinity, but second item, when positioned properly, that kind of falls around before the first Lord fight. You have 2 items and maybe half a third item, and if you are protected well with, again, 2 tanky dudes in front of you, you can actually output a lot of damage even with just 2 items. But yeah, generally you want to get your Trinity as the Melissa, and that is almost the same time as any traditional marksman.
Well, we'll wait a little bit longer to jump in.
Yeah.
Again, you know, I think I don't know, man. Team Spirit's run through MSC has been insane. Again, they were able to go ahead and make history. You know, if you guys missed that, you go back and watch it. Maybe they replicate another historic run here through Games of the Future. And this is kind of what Wolf mentioned. You know, this is kind of like this new era of MLBB where you have these other regions rising up. And who's to say that? Maybe, I don't know, maybe for the Digital Games of the Future for 2026, we have even a different region come through. I mean, I see their hands moving, so we might be jumping in the game here shortly.
Hopefully. They're also shot calling now. Okay. So we're seeing their actions right now, which kind of tells us that probably they're gonna be into the game, but it could also be a test game because we want to make sure that everything is tested correct. Okay, we are in the game.
We're in the game.
So that's 30 seconds in. Now we're looking at this Paquito going up against the Melissa up top, and I think the idea for both of these gold laners is to just faster their waves. Paquito is going to be more incentivized to get level 2, and once he gets level 2, now that lane is actually easier for Hiko.
Yeah, some of these, obviously these first rotations looking a little bit different just because of, the nature of having a Kufra. Obviously, you can't get too far forward up front against the Eudora just because you don't want to go ahead and get poked down already. But looks like both junglers go ahead and start to grab their buffs. You have Kazue go ahead and rotating to that orange. So this is one of those cases where now you're not going to have these first bloods off the bat. It might be one of those things where it's just, fighting into that first turtle in about 30 seconds.
Yeah. And that being said, I'm curious about this Belleric and how they are going to be able to use it, because the idea for the Belleric is to be that tank. But usually from the EXP, you can also consider outputting some damage, which means that you can farm faster, maybe get the blade armor quicker than your team, assign the radiant armor to your Kufra. It seems like it's going to be the battle for the turtle now.
Good use of the iframes, but they get the lockdown already. Zaro jumping in. He's going to be stopped in his tracks, though. He's got to get out. Good defense there from Foot Esports. Kazue barely surviving, utilizing 2 of those iframe interactions as well. But this opens up the turtle now for Team Spirit.
Part of the reason why I really like watching Team Spirit during their MSC run was because of how coordinated they were. And you saw how the stun layering coming up from Team Esports were pristine. Again, when you jump with the stomp from Sawo, you immediately have the falling Starman, and then the Curse of the Crow is already ready, as now the turtle fight is going to commence. Actually, Kazue gets the turtle away from Team Spirit.
Wow, turtle secured. Kid Bomba, though, getting the first blood. So they go for a trade. A little bit of extra gold over here to Zara Egoist. Does some damage to Blotsfed, but not enough yet to go ahead and shred through that tankiness. There's a kick, though. Big Way of the Dragon on Kazue. Pressure on the purple. They want to go ahead and take this away here after they traded out the objective. They're going to go for it. It's a bloodbath anyway in the jungle. Blotsfed down. Sawo trying to get away, and he does with the Jeet Kundo, but Kid Bomba will be the trade.
A 1-for-1 trade-off. And that generally means that Zara Egoist will just take care of his own jungle. They are just stopping Foot Esports' momentum. Right now, they're going to be focusing on taking out some jungle camps away from Foot Esports. And right now, there is going to be some pokes in the middle once again. That's Blotsfed there. I think they just want to force the bouncing ball so that they will have allowed Zara Egoist to just dive into the backlines.
Well, Sawa's going to have a little bit of a difficult time trying to get away from this. Kazue using the retribution to slow him down a little bit, and we'll be able to pick up the kill. Kazue making it happen, and now pressure on Hiko. Hiko's going to go ahead and heal back up. He's got the regen. He'll back off a little bit, but he'll stay there near the turret. Kazue will just go for these camps, taking some of the green camps away from Team Spirit, but hold on. I think he got there in time. I'm not sure if Zarugos actually got there in time to get his camp. He is level 7, so he's slightly ahead, but whoa, they're going to make a play anyway on Hiko. Hiko gone very quickly again. That stun that comes through with Eudora is just so strong.
Yeah, and they even denied the cart from Hiko. Sunset Lover taken out. Foot Esports, foot on the gas actually. Right now, as they are outspeeding Team Spirit's rotation, they have collected 2 kills up top, a double kill for their jungler, now at 4-0, and they will be poised to take this second turtle of the game. Now they do jump in. They threaten for more kills. Sao just barely escapes that. And the response from Sour Eagles is just to go for that jungle camp at top as they take out Sawa, who already escaped death, but he bestows back into the turtle. Kazaway collects his 5th kill of the game.
Wolf, some would say their foot's on the gas.
Yes,
because Foot Esports right now,
Yeah.
I mean, what was Sawa trying to do? I think he was just trying to give some information, but not expecting just how quickly he could probably get bursted down there. Again, you gotta respect this Eudora. It's kind of busted, man.
Yeah.
You know, we saw. I mean, Sunset Lover used it for how many games? They should know that once you get that lightning ball on you, once you get stunned, you get comboed, you got the conductor on you, you're in a bad position, especially if you're by yourself there. So until he gets some magic resistance, I think that's going to be one of the big cases here for Sawo on this Cho, because just he gets the dominance ice, but you know that helped a little bit, obviously, with the healing that comes through with the 2 tanky dudes. And I think they actually don't have a revitalize on the Belric just because it's in the XP lane for Exi.
Yeah. And I think what Zawa was trying to achieve during the turtle fight was for information, because obviously Zawa Ego is just focusing on taking away the jungle camps from Foot Esports. It's more like a farming tool for their jungler.
What a call.
Go for reach. Oh, what a call. Zarigawesi was so far away, but in comes the Wrath of the Dryad. Nice.
Yep, there it is. They're going to fight in the jungle anyway. Sao looking for the kick if he could find one. Not the best target, though, as XE drives him off and chases Hiko. Bit of a trade. Now in the mid lane, Zara's able to get away. That's one of the main things, though. He picks up a blade. Now the Malefic Roar. He's got 2 powerful items now in the hands of this Fanny for Zara Egoist. So if they are able to go ahead and do something like that again, find someone to pick off, there's going to be a big burst of damage here. Kid Bomba doing his thing, keeping RX and the rest of the team on the disengage. They want to start opening up the map here.
Kid Bomba. Now, there's going to be a swap between the gold laner as well as the EXP laner. And that means that the turtle will now be taken by Team Spirit easily. Taking it up top. This is a much better lane configuration for Team Spirit because Kid Bomba can easily get out of sticky situations because of the Purify, also tankier than the Paquito at this point. So it's just natural for them to utilize this Esmeralda in front of the Melissa for now. Good Bomba actually. Collecting some farm in the initial. Sunset Lover does a quick initiation there and a quick elimination as well. Foot Esports, their pickups are so good.
This is so coordinated from Foot Esports, man. I mean, when they can find a potential pick, they go for it. They make it happen. They know how to utilize the kits that they have in these heroes. So, is he going to go for Psyche here? He wants to go for the kick. There it is. Wade the Dragon right in the hands of Kid Bomba. Do they have enough damage, though, to capitalize on this? Sun already came through. Should be able to take out Psyche at least, and they'll do just that. A good setup, a good pickup for Team Spirit there.
They feed it to Kid Bomba, who now has got his Oracle, so it's going to be a good tempo for Team Spirit as they jump forward to go away from RX.
Oh, that just feels so bad, but here comes Kid Bomba charging up. Go Away's already gone. You can't push him back any further, and Hiko comes in with a 1-2 punch. Able to take out the turret, looking for the follow-up on Blot's Vet here. They pick up 2, Team Spirit. Objective and kill secure.
They even utilize the feather there, strike for more damage and more vision, and they have taken out the turret. They will collect this orange buff now. They have to run away now because the Hirara is here.
Yep, Hirara's there. I see. You're punching a tree, man. He's going to be able to get away, but Hiko doesn't have the champ stance, the stacks he was looking for, but he does enough damage too. You can already see these itemizations really playing its part now for Team Spirit. Foot Esports, they've done a lot of good coordinated attacks, but they just need to go ahead and readjust. Wow. Being brought real low Psyche here just off of a couple feathered airstrikes.
That's the poke now. It's a lot of I guess Foot Esports relieve their foot off the gas because now Kazue, okay, want to go for a kill on Sawo. I think they will get it. That's 7 kills now, and they want more. Look at the jump. Purify far too late. A double again for Kazuma, and he gets the purple buff too. All of a sudden, Foot not just the gas pedal, it's the nitro pedal. I don't know if there is a pedal for nitro, but the games I've played before had one.
Hey, there's a button for it right now. Looking to take this Lord, looking to take the life of Kid Bomba. They do just that. Right now, they are stacked up. Kazuya especially, 8-0-1. Lord secured now. This has been the plan the whole time. They'll play the map. Team Spirit will take down a base turret. They're going to try to get away. Hiko gets Retribution. I don't think you're going to be able to escape Kazuya. The rest of the team will be there to clean him up. He gets the shields that he can, but he's gone so quickly. The Sky Piercer is online here for Kazuya at 9-0.
However, they do get the push onto the bottom lane. Foot Esports losing their inhibitor very early into this game. Now, they will have the Lord on their side, going to be pushing in the mid. Oh, Zawo in a tight corner right now. Might be forced to use the flicker, but the jump coming out from the Kufra. They take another one. That's 10 kills for Kazuya on this Hirara.
Man, this is the problem that we saw throughout MSC, throughout this meta, is this Hirara with multiple full stacks. You know, games when you get this full stack Sky Piercer, you're just a menace. Kid Bomba's gonna jump in, Feathered Airstrike drop down. You gotta push going up the top. They gotta deal with this Lord as Kid Bomba is gone. Hiko trying to buy some time, dodging into this fight, but this turret is going down. They still have a Lord here. Does Foot Esports want to end the game? They're gonna try to make it happen. They go in. Star Ego is able to clear out that Lord. They got to clear out these minion waves too. They want to stay in this game one. It's only 11 minutes in, but you got Kazuya just unrelentless on this fully stacked Hirara. And I think these tanky dudes aren't just protecting the Melissa, man. They're protecting the Hirara.
Yeah, it seems like they have double duties this time. And that's the thing for when you are drafting the Hirara as well as the Melissa. When we talked about how the strength of these heroes in combination with each other as they jump Kazuya. No tanky news from them. There's a big shutdown. They get so much gold out of that bounty. And Team Spirit has equalized right now when it comes to the gold.
Oh, not just that, but you get stacks. You get some stacks out of the way in the hands of Kazuya. So that's big shutdown gold, reducing some of the stacks that he had on the fully stacked Sky Piercer. Now they're looking to take this tier 1 turret. Purple buff was stolen as well. So now trying to make a move. Sao in trouble. Kid Bomba jumping to help out. Feathered Airstrikes a little bit too far here for reach. Still, they don't have a minion wave to push in. It's been cleared out. Kid Bomba now trying to disengage after Sao was brought down. This has been a very difficult game for Sao to get those kicks that he's looking for. He's had a couple, but you see how hard it is to actually find your targets, especially when there's a big bouncy ball right in front of you.
Yeah. Gofra is a problem for the Cho, as it always has been. And then if you add in the Belleric, which has almost a reset button with the taunt, that means that it's really difficult to find your angles. And it's not like the Melissa is an easy target for a Cho because of the go away, because of the natural kit of that hero is the Melissa. It's really hard to catch if you're the Cho. So overall, this is not an easy game for a Cho, I would say, for Sabo. But we'll see. Lord Dan's gonna come in now, Naisu.
Oh, Foot Esports starting it up. Sao's got an immortality this time. He's gonna pop the conceal. He's gonna look for the right target. Gets the iframes out of Kazuya. He's trying to kick him if he can. They're trying to look for an opening. Kazuya still able to get the Lord. They're going to call it off, try to disengage, but this could be bad for Team Spirit. Immortality already going to be popped. Zara is able to find one, though, on Psyche. Still trying to get away as Sawo falls. Kazuya, though, next. But they can't follow through. So another Lord secured for Foot Esports. And right now, the 1-for-1 trade, 4 members strong into Foot Esports. They want to get into this base and take down the Crystal. They're going to unleash a couple shots here on Kid Bomba. Hiko, fully stacked, looking for Kazuya, but the damage, the burst is just too much, and now Kazuya, he'll be going down, but the rest of the team wants to lock on the Crystal. They can just lock on the base and end it here, but Team Spirit is doing everything they can. They deal with the Lord. The go-away going to be popped. Wind of Nature as well. Hiko falls, Zara's back. They're looking to take out RX, but they just can't get to him. And now Zar looking for blocks. Won't be able to take him out. There's the Raptor Dry coming in from XC. They want to win this team fight. Sawo falls. They might be able to lock on the Crystal now, but the cannon minion is stuck there. They bought enough time to clear it out. Now Zar needs to stay alive. They've used almost everything, but with Sunset Lever back, Team Spirit's able to defend and they finally killed RX.
Wow, my goodness. I wonder what Zaur Egoist's APM was during that moment. There's no way to track it, but my oh my, did he click a lot of buttons during that moment. And he survived. He defended because of his heroics. Once again, the Team Spirit are alive. All it took was Sunset Lover to respawn, and now they have the threat for the Melissa. And to be fair, RX was playing so well. Everybody from both of these teams, Team Spirit, actually forced the teleport coming out from XC because of what Hiko was able to achieve in the bottom lane. Even though they didn't know that Hiko eventually recalled out of there, it kind of baited them in a spot where somebody has to go back to base. And that meant that Foot Esports did not have the mana advantage when they were pushing. They do have the Lord when they were pushing the mid lane, but they didn't have the man advantage. And Team Spirit kind of capitalized on that with a lot of outplays they did through Zaur Egoist, through Kid Bomba, hanging on. Now at 15 minutes, we are going to see the two teams just even it up when it comes to scores. For Foot Esports, they've pushed the top lane too, which means that the opposite lane of the upcoming Lord is going to be in their side.
Talk about one of the best defenses we've seen, at least in this current meta, man. I mean, the way they were able to go ahead and maintain that, given how much Foot Esports fought around that Lord, was quite impressive. Again, there's a reason why Team Spirit are the recent MSC champions, and they're looking to be the champion here for Games of the Future 2026. Oh, they're looking for a cutoff. They're looking for Psyche. They're going to get trapped into the jungle here. Wrath the Driver already dropped down. Sunset Lover can't escape, though. Good pickup by Psyche. Now Psyche trying to survive. He's going to get bladed down. Sao not able to find the opening he was looking for. Hiko did get the kill. Kid Bomba, though. Immortality going to be popped. They're going to clean up this kill. They have nothing that they can do. Lord's going to be worked on, though, but that top wave is pushing into the base, taking down another base turret. Hiko trying to bob and weave through there. Couple punches, couple combos. Right. Lord, Court of Health. Zaur Egoist, is he going to be able to try to steal this? I think he's zoned out so much, but he's still going to look for an opening. He goes the pressure. They're going to reset the Lord. Big kick, though, comes through. A huge kick on RX. What a team fight again from Team Spirit. And now it's just the two tanky dudes on the disengage. They're going to be chased down here in the jungle. Hiko with the double. Another big pickup. It's all terrible for Foot Esports. Finally, Psyche is up, though, but they're going to have to defend now.
Now, XC is alive with the immortality now low. Flicker forward to actually dodge Team Spirit. I don't know if that was intended, but it worked nonetheless. Gotta be careful if you're Psyche. Although 12 seconds now, RX will be alive. Team Spirit did not go for the Lord. XC does not have the ultimate right now. Does have the taunt though. Actually catches the minions. And now, about enough time for the wave clear of Foot Esports. Heroics. And very nice movement coming out from XC. Gathering the aggro. Now Sunset Lover in trouble. He's going to survive for now. Lord being worked on by Team Spirit. It's still at 50% HP, which kind of means that Foot Esports might actually take this Lord for themselves.
Oh, they're threading the needle here, Wolf, right now for this Lord. Holding it at half health. They sent Sunset Lover back. He was so low. And now we might see the same thing happen again like we just saw for this previous Lord dance. It's going to reset. Sunset Lover is back. He's going to keep them at bay. It is going to evolve, though, so much stronger Lord now to deal with. These shots are going to hurt even the tankier members. But whoa, Zaur Egoist! He gets shut down and trapped by the lightning ball. But Lord goes over to Foot Esports. Zaur with a desperate kick. Immortality popped. Not going to happen, though. Hiko on the hunt for Psyche. Psyche survives with the flicker, and Foot Esports should have just won them the game off that fight. Man, oh man, it looked like Team Spirit wasn't sure if they wanted to end the game in that base. And they decided to go ahead and pull to the Lord, but that would have cost them as they go. Foot Esports jumps in. They want to take the kills, but they'll take game one in this best of three.
What an unbelievable game, Naisu. That's just game number one, but it was a great exchange from Team Spirit and Foot Esports. This is absolutely not the Foot Esports we saw yesterday. They have improved so much. The moment that they face Team Spirit, it feels like they have awakened. They have showed us how it's done. And Psyche on that last clash, outplaying many members of Team Spirit was the reason why they were able to kill Zaur Egoist at first with that play, and then outplay Hiko so that they can punish Hiko. But the thing that I want to really say here is that Team Foot Esports, Foot Esports, their box was just pristine. About that soon. For now, we're gonna be heading into the stage for post-game 1 analysis.
And we're back here once again. I mean, what a game, dude! What a game! Just incredible experience. Thank you very much to the casters for casting the game. My name is Elias Kokenov, aka Steelborg. I'm joined here with Haiti. I mean, what a game! So fast-paced. It was crazy. Almost, it felt like Team Spirit almost made it comeback.
Yeah.
And you couldn't tell back and forth who is going to be a victor for this game. I mean, Foot Esports, I mean, the way how they came back early game was actually intense.
Yeah.
I would like to especially specify Kazu, right? His name? He was playing actually phenomenal. And but before that, I would like to mention one more thing, guys. I would like to remind you that Digital Games, sponsored by Football Discipline, sponsored by Samru Kazna, and would like to appreciate them for making it possible. And Digital Soccer, aka football, is actually sponsored by Samru Kazna, and thank you very much. And it was from actually yesterday until August 9th, actually. Yeah, you know that? Yeah. So they are actually playing as well as we're casting our mobile.
Yes. What a game. I mean, I can't, just like Steelbox said, it was so intense. Because initially we actually thought Team Spirit has an advantage going forward, I mean, during the draft phase. But then I think early on, starting from around 4th minute, the Foot just took. They had the foot on the pedal, like they were going all in, especially as you said, the Kazu. He was like all in. I believe he got in total, I mean, we are yet to see it on the screen, but I believe he got a total of around 16 kills.
I'm pretty sure it was like 13, but maybe more. I don't remember, because I definitely see that 13 kills, but we're seeing the highlights here. Meanwhile, I mean, honestly, I'm from Dota background. It just, for me, this game, Moba, it's just so fast-paced game. It's like me seeing everything going through so quickly, back and forth. I mean, shout out to Team Spirit. I mean, they played phenomenally. The early game was phenomenal. The draft was very, they were very happy. Yes. But it was a little bit, I would say risky.
Yeah.
Risky, right?
Yeah. And early stage, as you can see, I think at 2 points, at one point, Foot really came close to the Team Spirit's base, where around 13th minute. I mean, I really thought Foot took it, but then they had to back out, and then around 16th minute, I mean, the Team Spirit actually smashed Foot, where they took out 4 players, and by the time I think we only had XC from Foot at that point. But I mean, that was only 1 player left from that team. But somehow they took it to the end, and that was a chaos right there after 16th minute. I really thought that would have ended there, but it did not. But they pushed it all the way, and then just Foot took it. I mean, we really didn't see that coming. And Hiko even got some early on around, let's say 8th minute. He took out some turrets, which was really commendable. Really good performance by Foot.
It was good performance, Team Spirit overall. I mean, also the crowd were amazing and cheerful. I mean, it's only first game here at the day 1 of Moba Mobile, and we always see the half of, like, the most people are already watching and cheering for the teams. I mean, what a game. Also, I'd like to mention XC, as you were saying. The guy hasn't died for the whole game.
Yeah, exactly.
He decided to, I think, kill himself on the lake, when they were hitting the throne.
That was one point where it was just XC. There was nobody else. Everybody, they took out everyone, and it was just XC trying to keep the team on the map.
I mean, what a game, man! the Foot Esports coming back through, and I mean, we see the Team Spirit, the previous champion over their last tournament, and now they're coming here. Maybe they're a little bit tired, maybe whatnot. I mean, they just came. I heard they came yesterday. Yesterday night. So I'm not, or morning. So
that's really fresh.
Maybe there's a time zone differences. Maybe they're like a little bit tired and whatnot because they've been traveling all over the place. I mean, what a game, man! What a game!
I think that was, like you can see on the screen on the highlights, that was Kazu's 17th kill, and that was with only 3 deaths. I mean, if you look at that, at around 18th minute, we have 17 kills for Kazu. It became 18th, and that was the final kill. So, and also he had 1 assist, which means in the total number of kills for Foot, he actually he was a part of like 18 kills.
I mean, that
out
guy,
of the total 25.
That guy makes a kill per minute. I don't know. This guy is that good. Kazuk, I mean, playing and showing off on against Team Spirit. I mean, you're facing off as champions and you're pulling 18 kills on him. I mean, come on, man. Like, what a chat. What an absolute chat. But now, Team Spirit, they did their strategy with their draft making on full damage, right? And now let's see how they're gonna change. Are they gonna change a little bit? Maybe they're gonna pick a little bit tanky heroes and a little bit shield heroes, so that way they could balance the draft out. Because I mean, Team Spirit, you guys are 1 step away to get eliminated, and I'm sure you guys don't want to get eliminated that early, especially you guys pulling off a victory on your previous tournament. You tell me, what do you think about everything, like your feelings, emotions?
It was actually very intense, because I mean, it's interesting to see. But anyway, whoever is watching the games, I mean, do not miss the games, because you can get the tickets on Ticketon. And also huge shout out to Freedom for being the general sponsor for Mlbb right here for the Games of the Future Astana 2026. Again, the Foot, it was, as we said, like Kazu did like amazing, I would say. I wouldn't be surprised if he became the MVP after this game. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the guy makes a 1 kill per minute. Just an amazing performance.
Yeah.
For me, as a weaver myself, it's just seeing this fast-paced, quick game. I mean, that's so much things are going on in the small fraction of 30 to 40 seconds, and everybody is living and taking on the thrones. And we see here toe-to-toe comparison between RX and Hiko. I mean, Hiko actually played also very fair, and he did well.
Yeah, I think initially, as I said, I mean, he went for 2 towers, I think, around the 8th to 19th minute mark, which was really nice. I mean, we're looking at the KDA, I mean, 16 was 0.8. I mean, it's really good. And about the gold, if we see like 9k, and then Hiko is right up there with 10k.
Look at the damage differences. I mean, that's 24,000 to 14,000. Like,
that's almost double.
It is doubled. It is doubled. And taken, as you can see, the RX took more damage too as well in that apparently. But I mean, RX took the more damage. Yes, he didn't do more damage, but he ended up though.
Yeah, that's true. And also, do you think Team Spirit went a little confident at the start? Because after the draft phase, I think they had the more advantage, or at least from the POV of the audience, like when we see the heroes that they picked, I mean, they had a slight advantage. So do you think that advantage really affected when they again went into the map?
No, 100%. I mean, we saw the guys were actually standing up and cheering and being happy to say that they were out drafting and pulling it through for damage. I respect that confidence level, but I mean, you guys now one step away to get eliminated, and you guys are dollars.
Oh,
I mean, let's run it out. $1 million, right?
Yeah.
And you guys gonna stick to that plan initially, or are you guys gonna change your plans?
Yeah.
Like your guys think, and we'll see how the Team Spirit is gonna go. Meanwhile, we'd like to also tell you guys the official website of the Future Games is astana2026.gothefuture.games. All the information are there, and as you can see here in your screen, beautiful futuristic Astana, and this is right in the middle was actually Jekpejek Arena, and now we're flying through our beautiful town, city of Astana. I mean, you just came to Astana. Tell us your experience.
Oh yes, I love the city already. I mean, I haven't got enough time to explore it, but whenever we drive through the city, we actually know like there are some really cool stuff around the city, which we really need time to explore more. But I can't wait. I'm really excited to see what the city has to offer. Like, it has got everything, I should say, and also I can't forget the weather. I mean, come on, it's some good weather right here. I've been walking a lot, and we got the MVP on the screen. I mean, Kazoo. I mean, we saw that coming, right?
I mean, he well earned that. There is no question, no doubts about it. He pulls 18 kills on the previous champions, on the first game, on the playoffs. I mean, what an absolute Chad.
Exactly. 79% kill percentage. Like, he took 79% of the kills that the whole team had. That's like heavyweight lifting on his own shoulders for the team. That's huge.
Yeah, that's huge, because remember there was the early game started with Team Spirit actually leading. They got the two kills first, and they were taking the draft whatsoever. So like, they were actually applying the pressure, but Kazook was the guy who actually made 5 kills, and he was a leader, let's put it that way, of his team. He put the team to the lead, and then that's where the Food Esports, the other Food Esports, followed him through and actually supported him very well. And I mean, a great job from our Turkish players there. I mean, what a very beautiful performance.
I mean, initially I really thought, because since after the draft phase, I was like, okay, possibly the Team Spirit is gonna take this one. But when they started, it's gonna be interesting to see how it goes. But let's give a big shout out to sponsor Yandex Go. Make your life easier. You got everything on the Yandex Go app. Do not miss that. Download the Yandex Go app. You got the QR code right up there on the screen. Scan the QR code, get the app, and make your life a lot easier. This is gonna be really as easy as watching this game, and exciting as well. So we are yet to see, because we are 1 game down. There are 2 more games, 2 more rounds to go with the same teams, Foot versus Team Spirit. So now, since the Foot has 1 point advantage, the next 2 games are going to be really crucial if really Team Spirit want to win, because they have to win the next 2 games.
Yeah, come to think about it, Haiti, you say 2 rounds. Are you sure that Team Spirit are not going to lose 2-0?
We don't know.
We don't know, but we'll definitely will know as soon as we get to see our beautiful video that we're gonna share to you right now.
Did you know that Games of the Future has symbols representing it? That's right. There are 4 characters, which are called Guardians, whose purpose is to represent the spirit of competition. iBoat, a robot made out of titanium and neon parts who believes in inner strength and power of friendship. iBot has a special ability too. The robot is able to cut off enemies' power supply and breathe life into inanimate objects. Arlon, a cyber wolf with a rich silver fur and holographic glow, a great mentor and a formidable warrior in the field. He is able to accelerate time and predict the movements of his foes. He is responsible for the territories of Battle Royale and Phygital Shooting. Eileen, she is truly fearless and wild. Her sporty outfit and gaming equipment are truly wonderful, along with her useful backpack that is there to help out in any situation. She keeps the areas of Dota and Mlbb to herself. Finally, last but not least, Alum. This eagle is a fighter with golden feathers who likes to wrestle, play football, and basketball. Everywhere he flies, he leaves a trail of petroglyphs. His special ability allows him to analyze the situations at unimaginable speeds. He is a keeper of many areas, and we love him for it.
We are here at the round of 16 for MLBB. We have 4 more days to go, including today. And today we have a lot more games coming up as well. I mean, we are 1 round down with Foot versus Team Spirit. So as we said, like, next 2 games are going to be really, really important for Team Spirit if they really want to get out there and get eliminated.
I mean, let's focus on the second game because you're already giving Team Spirit a victory in the second game. I mean, we don't know yet. I mean, hopefully we'll see 3 games.
Yeah.
But let's see if the Team Spirit, the strategy, they're gonna change it or not, because they were looking confidently.
Yes.
But that confidence now is damaged.
Yeah.
Now it's important to see how are they gonna pull it through. I mean, once again, we are in the single elimination bracket. There is no, once you're out from the tournament.
Yeah.
And if the teams would like to do well, they need to show and stand up right now. This is the perfect time to wake up and be ready.
Right. I think they're gonna have to be really careful on the next drafting phase that they don't make. I mean, we cannot call that any mistakes, right? Because their drafting was good for Team Spirit. I mean, initially, but again, as Steve Arco said, I mean, they'll have to replan again if needed, because after the first game, now it's more like they have to be a bit more careful for the second game if they really want to push that onto a third game or not, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's take a look how the guys are gonna do. I mean, and especially Foot Esports. I mean, they didn't look scared against the champions of the previous tournament, and they're actually doing it fine. And I mean, Kazuk doesn't care who he's playing against. You're champion, you're no champion. He doesn't care. I like the confidence, and players are getting ready, and casters are getting ready, guys. And I would like to give our words to casters. Please, guys, take it away. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our hosts, and we are indeed ready for game number 2. We talked about how there should be a different kind of approach now for Team Spirit. Do you feel the same way? Do you think the Team Spirit should change their MO right now? Because I felt like they did have a good idea of this composition they have. It's just that they were too honest in the first 3 picks. Whereas for Foot Esports, it's just the shape of the meta. Melissa plus 2 tanky dudes, easy to win.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, definitely, I would say you have to change the game plan. Fanny's always a bit of a risk, right? I mean, every time, I think most MLBB fans, when they see a Fanny pickup, like, you still get a little excited, but you know that this could go pretty wrong too. You know, and the way Team Spirit played it is, again, when you fall behind like the way that they did at a certain point in that game, they just started pushing across the map. You know, take down some of the base turrets, push down what you can, but you could still see where their team fighting was pretty good. But the problem was that, again, Sawo, as you see him on screen here, and we jump into this draft, he really struggled on Cho. So maybe if it was a different pick, although he did get to combo some of the kicks, you know, into Kid Bomba and everything else, there were some moments there, but you just saw how difficult it was for him to actually get through the tankiness, that front line that Foot Esports had. And then eventually, once your Melissa was all scaled up for RX, and Kazue, the MVP of game 1, was like 9-0-1, fully stacked Sky Piercer on Hirara. So, you know, what do you do against that, as she's just kind of shredding through whoever she wants to? And that's why, you know, the change here, Wolf, is Team Spirit will take the Hirara in the first pick blue side.
Yeah. You get away from Foot Esports. You take the Melissa right now. If you're Foot Esports, well, they decide to go for the Valentina to go with the Bederick. Natural answer. No, Team Spirit. I think that they're incentivized now to pick up the Melissa themselves. I don't see why not. Maybe the Pakido could be an alternative. Eudora also a natural pickup here for Team Spirit. So they do go for the Pakido as well as this Eudora. And now Foot Esports. You're going to be thinking, should we get the Harley now? Should we get the Melissa? No, they will go for this Esmeralda instead, because it is a good answer to the Paquito in general. You have a lot of shields on the Paquito, and the Esmeralda could be a way for you to take advantage of the situation. So understandable why Foot Esports did this, but I think the real problem that they will be facing is the possibility of the of the Melissa being banned out.
And this is the Melissa, if it gets banned out or anything like that. But the first 3 picks that are already here too for Team Spirit is looking a lot like what worked for them back in MSC. And again, I like how our panelists mentioned, think about Foot Esports. They don't care who they're going against. They don't care who they're facing against these champions from MSC just last week. They're willing to go ahead and give it their all. And now they're in this position where one more game will send Team Spirit out of this tournament. I mean, to be the team to do that would be a great statement for Foot Esports,
sure.
And so even if you look at them, the only thing that I guess Valentina's in a weird place for me, man. Wolf, I feel like, you usually pick it up, especially when the Atlas was picked up on blue side, but you see that Team Spirit banded out. They got themselves a Belric. Valentina is one of those things where it's just more of a, let's just pick it up just in case, right? Because right now, if you look at it, the only thing you're probably going to take over there is that Thundering Wrath, that ultimate of the Eudora, And there's kind of these unique ways that you can utilize Valentina's kit plus the Eudora when she changes into her, that can complement really well with having a Belric. And then, of course, you've got the Esmeralda. But I think you really got to cover your bases with your last 2 picks for Foot Esports to make this work better than the first 3 picks that Team Spirit has. The rest of the draft about to finish here on this last ban. Like you mentioned, the Melissa was banned out. They went and focused down on the roamers because, again, we got to see what Salo is going to end up playing here to be kind of that front line and have a better game than he did on the Cho.
Okay, so I share the same sentiments with the Valentina, but at the same time, I think it's the teams are just so pressured into picking up the Valentina with the Beleric because they would always think that the copied or an eye for an eye. IMU Wrath of the Dryad is always a threat, which I feel like is an overreaction. At the same time, we can't blame them. They will pick up the Nolan this time to match up against this Hirara instead of the Harley. Well, the Brody as well as the Melissa, they are both banned out. This means the Team Spirit can just focus on this Paquito in the jungle or the gold lane role, and then pick up an EXP that can match up against this Esmeralda. Apparently, it's going to be the Arlet and maybe a glue to go with it, so that, or even an Akai actually. So, or a Badang. Badang is what they paired this up with because there's a lot of options for stuns for refreshing your vengeance stacks. Else, it's a good glue game in case if they don't want to leverage the Arlet with the Badang. Instead, they go for Hylos. Actually, that's surprising.
I was thinking it'd be the Hylos. Again, it's just you kind of need something. You mentioned the glue, yeah? So it's either the Hylos, I guess, Roam glue, or because if you look at the bans, there's not that many choices for the Roam right now, and you might as well pick something with a Revitalize to kind of help you sustain a little bit longer here. But they also get an R-Lot. When was the last time we saw Kid Bomba play the R-Lot? I'm trying to think. If I don't recall him playing it at all in MSC.
Yeah, they probably have not played it. Okay, so Yuzhong last pick we see from Foot Esports. This is a tricky scenario now for Foot Esports. At the same time, I think they have a more comfortable draft with the Esmeralda. I feel like it is okay versus the Arlet. It's not threatened at all by the Arlet in the laning stage, I feel like. But of course, in other portions, that is going to be a problem. Hylos is a generally good hero against Esmeralda. Has always been an answer to the Esmeralda because you can just keep on holding that hero down, and there's really not much that Esmeralda can do, especially if there's dominant size or any sort of anti-heal that's available for their opponents. However, I feel like this hero composition that Team Spirit has chosen is quite tricky in a way that they have to play perfectly. And on the other side, it's more like, okay, let's go for pickoffs. As long as the Nolan is constantly dealing the damage, I feel like it will be good for Foot Esports. Oh wait, I remember now. They went in for the Esmeralda as was the usual, so it means that the Esmeralda will go up against the Paquito, which even is a much better gold lane matchup for Foot Esports again.
Well, here we go. Jumping into game 2. Right now, it's match point for Foot Esports, potentially sending home at Team Spirit if they win this next one. I would say it was closer than we expected, or it was closer than it looked, at least in game 1, Wolf. You know, and there's definitely things that Team Spirit needs to adjust here. That being their composition this time around. They brought something a little bit different, but also for Sunset Lover, this pick, this Eudora, has worked so well for them in the past week and a half or 2 weeks. Now, can they capitalize on that performance here in game 2 to extend the series to game 3? I mean, I think a lot of people would be really surprised with the results here. Foot Esports comes out with a sweep against Team Spirit.
Yeah. Well, Bloodfett. It's a Hylas versus Belleric. Two very tanky heroes, but with 3 heroes coming out from Foot Esports, they jump in, they take him out. Castaway already starting with a great kill in the middle. That will actually accelerate the farming coming out from the Nolan, and that is a welcome sight for Foot Esports.
Great start already. You know, first blood going to the hands of Castaway here. We saw an insane performance on the Hirara in his hands in the previous one, going, I don't know, 13-0, whichever it was, but fully stacked with the Sky Piercer. And now this time, a great start to the Nolan. We already know Nolan, if he scales up early on, he is so deadly. That burst damage potential is so much to deal with. If a Nolan across from you gets stacked up here. Right now, it's Czar trying to pull this turtle. First objective of the game to get it started.
Yeah. He's setting up Castaway with almost level 5. Zaur Egoist is gonna go and take that lizard. And Castaway feels like, okay, let's stop for a bit. And they're going to be waiting for their Esmeralda. So it's going to be a 5v4 in case for Foot Esports. The Paquito coming out from Team Spirit also wants to get in here. Sao is just level 3 for now. Naisu, they try to team fight against Turtle.
Oh, a big setup. There's the final slash we were looking for. And now Kid Boma chasing down Psyche. He's got his own final slash, but not able to do anything. Turtle secure. They're going to look for another kill. A double in the hands of Hiko. Great team fight and objective.
Amazing final slash coming out from Team Spirit. And Zaur Egoist, did he take the orange? He took it, right?
Yeah, he took it.
No.
And that's why he recalled.
Team Spirit are so back, about 2,000 gold now. They are ahead with, and RX getting melted down. The Paquito might not be enough against the Esmeralda, but with that Eudora running rampant, they will take more. Sao is going to scout out the 3 members of Foot Esports and protect their own Rock Ursa. No invasion coming out from Foot Esports, denied by Team Spirit.
Man, that's what I was saying. Just give Sunset Lover the Eudora, man. You know, picks up a glowing one, gets his first item locked in. He's sitting on 2 kills. Hiko as well. This is also the best start that you could hope for if you're any team. Your gold laner and your mid lane basically have 2 kills each. You know, Zaur Egoist hasn't needed to do much. They're going to chase down. Whoa, RX is gone again. They just went for the move in between tier 1 and tier 2 turrets.
Okay. So probably aid Foot Esports into pushing up top of the final slash that was copied by Psyche. And that is a great pick off. Kid Bomba erased up top. There will be a push now for Foot Esports. However, Hiko actually takes out a full outer turret energy shields down the bottom lane for himself, gets a push on as well. And this means that Team Spirit will not be trailing when it comes to the gold. In fact, they're still leading by 2,000. Good trading coming up from Team Spirit. This is such a good engage coming up from Foot Esports, but the trade from Team Spirit were better.
Yeah, this is one of those cases again where this kind of lead, you know, this early on, it means quite a bit. You know, 3,000 gold under the 5-minute mark. You're setting yourself up to be able to go ahead and fight into the second turtle. Most likely be able to secure it. They're going to poke down already. Blotz, he's just burning down. Already falls. Glorious Pathway already dropped down too. A final slash comes through to push out Kazue. And now Bomba could be in trouble. Still goes in with a re-engage. He's actually going to be able to survive as XC falls. A great fight there for Team Spirit. And that'll get them the second turtle here.
Yeah. Another snowball in Team Spirit. Whenever they group up, they know exactly who to target. They take out XC immediately. And now they're going to be wrapping around it, probably the Esmeralda or maybe around their own orange camp. Interestingly, Bloodsvet is scouting out this area. They're actually calling the members of Foot Esports in here. RX will be able to get out of the sticky situation. And while that was happening, Team Spirit already takes out the turret up top. And Foot Esports are too clumped up together that they're losing objectives around the map.
They want to go for Sao here. A copied Glorious Pathway dropped down. It's splitting down to the mid lane. Not sure if there's going to be a follow through. Zar looking for a potential setup there. And now they're going for Blot. Pops the grab of the Dryad. Final slash already comes through too. Sao and Hiko go down. This is not a fight that Team Spirit wants. Kid Bomba is going to be next. The Shaw Essences come through, but RX will get some revenge to pick up a kill. That's 3 deaths for Team Spirit in the mid lane. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, there's some burst. I was not expecting RX. I guess he was feeling too good about the kill.
Yeah, feeling too good about the kill. That would have been a clean take for Foot Esports. They might have taken more gold afterwards, but that is RX, the gold laner of Foot Esports, the Esmeralda. Sacrifice, being taken out, by Team Spirit. So this means that Team Spirit's lead will still be intact. It's still 3,000 gold. And Foot Esports, because they are so clumped up together for the past few minutes, despite them getting a 3-for-1 trade-off, they still are losing when it comes to their economy. So they really have to correct this at a certain point. They really have to put farm on the gold laner. Kazue alone will not be able to carry this game for his team.
Here's their setup. Team Spirit trying to go for Blottsvet. He's tanky enough to survive it though. The fight for this third turtle. Foot Esports wants it. They want to equalize the gold here if they can. Open up the map a little bit more for them. They're just down 1 turret in terms of Team Spirit here. But it looks like Team Spirit's actually going to fight them off this turtle. Be able to secure it. They are pushing off RX a little bit further. Zar Egos will secure. So that's 3 for 3 turtles for Team Spirit. Foot Esports, even though they're showing promise here, Wolf, they're going to have to do better than that when this Lord does come up in about a minute and a half.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I'm going to be focusing now onto this middle part. And Glorious Pathway is going to be a spell of choice now for Psyche. Sao pops his own Glorious Pathway for some reason. And even Sunset Lover just pokes out Bloodsvet. And that's a big resource that Team Spirit does not have. But it seems like it doesn't matter. They will still press the attack. They will take that that outer turret and then the purple buff. And Team Spirit are really forcing out some mistakes from Foot Esports now.
This is what you would kind of expect here. They're playing to the advantage. You know, they built themselves up. Nice, comfortable lead still. 5,000 up. That gives them a little bit of advantage when it comes to the team fights, but it's still, like we saw for that mid lane fight earlier on, Wolf, it's just, Team Spirit still has to be careful in how they approach the fights. It could come down to just, getting that great final slash. And you got to think about it too, the final slash. And if the conductors are placed correctly and everything else from Sunset Lover, you can also get a multi-stun off that. Either that or that extra damage, depending on what Sunset Lover decides to do on the Eudora here. But Foot Esports so far has shown us that they can adjust pretty well. And if they get some more of these defensive items built in, that'll really help. See, Bloodsvet taking some of that damage already. They're going to crash down on Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba going down. They jump back into the fight here, but it's the trade. XP for XP. XP goes down. Bloodsvet burns the flicker to survive with 1 HP. And that's crucial timing because now Lord's coming up in 10. Yep. TS wants to take down a tier 1.
Hiko even forcing some reactions up top. The turret is very low. They've taken out the middle. They have taken out the top. Now they're working on the Lord. The Team Spirit in just the chain of good events for them. They are able to take a lot of objectives and then neutral objectives to boot. With the Lord now being on their side, they have so much real estate to work with in this map, and they're leading by so much. How can Foot Esports find an opening here? They do get some trades, but it's never going to be enough, as Team Spirit are just way better at taking parts of the map for themselves.
Yeah, they've showcased that. Now Team Spirit off this Lord. And with the lead that they have here, they can start knocking on these base turrets, or at least approaching to get down some of the shields here that Foot Esports has. I think if you look at what Foot Esports can do here and turning this around, one of the most difficult things, again, is having this Esmeralda. You don't have that traditional marksman that you're looking for. So they really have to have these calculated fights. Holy Defense Shield going to pop down to the bottom side as Lord makes its way, charges on into that turret. Black Dragon form dropped down too. I'm not sure if they really want to start a fight here. Whoa! Zaki already brought down to a sliver of health very quickly from Sunset Lover. Has to go heal back up. That might just be it. Just one base turret going down as they're going to work on this Lord here.
Oh, Eudora is just such a menace in this meta game that we have. It's so difficult to deal with. You're going to be pushing in the middle right now. A Team Spirit. Okay, so they just want to clear the way for now with that final slash. Fishing for someone. They will force the pop, the Holy Shields in the middle. They do have the push in the bottom already. And now they're trying to push up top, but no, Team Spirit decides to just back out. There's no reason to really dive into Foot Esports, especially because they don't have their marksman as well. So it's like a double fighter setup. But maybe because of this final slash, Blotsvet, exchange of
he goes in.
Wait, they go in!
Oh, he goes in with a flicker. Wrath of the Dryad, they're able to pick up 2 kills. I was not expecting Blotsvet to take that, but he went anyway. And now the rest of the Foot Esports gonna run it down here. Zara Egoist looking for Psyche, can't find him, gets terrified. Causeway to pick up the kill. What a turnaround decision from Foot Esports. And now we're gonna go for Sao. Sao trying to walk away here as slowly as possible, but Causeway will take him out. And that is a big team fight once again for Foot Esports.
Amazing plays coming out from Blotsvet. You would think that he was already back in Foot Esports with the amount of decision making for you to decide to take the fight instead of running away. That really surprised Team Spirit and astonished them. They get 2 immediate kills afterwards, and then Psyche schools Zaur Egoist, uses the Terrify to force Zaur Egoist to face and hug the wall and take out the Hirara, the pesky Hirara for Foot Esports getting outplayed, and all of a sudden they're back in the game. They don't have the lead whatsoever, but you're feeling that Foot Esports are now getting the momentum back on their side. Unfortunately for them though, the long lane is in the favor of Team Spirit because of their lack of inhibitor turrets. So they have to be quick when it comes to deciding on this Lord fight.
Oh, they're going to cause the fight anyway. Lord of the half health, Black Dragon form already used up by Xe. He's going to go in looking for Zara Egoist, gets the knock up, and Zara Egoist is gone, but the shutdown, both junglers fall. Someone grabbing the Lord here, RX trying to get away. Hiko has the punches lined up as he takes out RX. He's going to be looking for more. Psyche. Hiko is a threat alongside Sawo, and Hiko comes in clutch with a double. Can he get the triple? Xe locked down by the rest of the team. They're going to chase him down. Kid Bomba looking to keep him locked in. Now Hiko goes in, but Kid Bomba gets the kill, and they'll start up the Lord here. Team Spirit fought that one far.
Great idea coming out from Foot Esports, going on to Zaur Egoist. They were successful into taking down the opposing jungler, but because they dove with almost all of their members onto the backlines of Team Spirit, they weren't able to protect their Nolan. And unfortunately for Foot Esports, they don't have other options of dealing the damage. Obviously, they have RX as well as Psyche that can actually output some damage, but it's not like for Team Spirit where you have the Paquito who is always going to be the source of DPS for Team Spirit, as well as Zaur Egoist, and then Sunset Lover. In fairness, Psyche actually was able to take out Sunset Lover on his own, but unfortunately, Team Spirit still has so much damage coming out from Hiko.
Yeah, this is just so much to deal with right now. You can already see push into the base here. Team Spirit looking to take us to game 3. They know they've got the Lord working with them. They're going to take down 2 base turrets. Base going to be fully exposed to Foot Esports. There's a final slash right on cue. Psyche's gone. Black Dragon form used. Sunset Lover already using the Thundering Wrath. XE trying to jump in to keep him at bay. Knocks him into the air. Crashes down, but look at the burst come through. And now Foot still surviving. They're looking for Hiko. If they can take down Hiko, that'll be big. But he's got the shields working with here. And XE now lined up, dropping down the glorious pathway. They're still looking to clean up his RX and Causeway are here. They want to clean out the minions if they can, but it's a slow death for RX. And now Team Spirit, they can just lock on the base. It's only 1 cannon minion. Causeway trying to clean it up, but it won't happen. And Team Spirit will survive to game 3.
Hiko on the Paquito. You can see the nuke damage coming out from this Paquito, taking out members of Foot Esports left and right. The champions of MSC are not going down just yet. They force a game number 3 in this situation. And although Foot Esports looked like they were finding a lot of good fights, I feel like not having a marksman or any other gold laner was a problem for them. The Esmeralda third pick coming out from Foot Esports was already very good, but it wasn't enough. As it stands, there was severe lack of damage from Foot Esports in the end. More of game number 2's analysis after this as we now head and throw it to the break.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And we're back here once again at beautiful Jack Pijak Arena. 1-1, as you were predicting, Haiti.
Oh my God, that's a tie finally. I mean, we are going to have a third game now, for sure.
We are definitely going to have a game number 3 now. Thank you very much for casters. My name is Ilyas Kokyanov, aka Steel Borko, joined by Haiti here. Yeah, I mean, as you were predicted, the game 3 is going to be in, Team Spirit
yes.
came back through, and They just
course.
did it so well. I mean, what do you think?
Of course, let's give a big shout out to Freedom for making all this happen. Mlbb right here in Jepijek Arena, because we are having a great time. We thought the game, we didn't know where the second game is going to go, because that's going to decide if we're going to have a third game or not. And finally, I think Team Spirit, they literally fought back. And then they got the win for the second one, which means we are going to have a third game. And that's going to be really crucial, because that decides who stays and who's going to go out. But I think that was a really good win, the last game.
That was definitely, and we'd like to show it in the highlights here right now. And for me, stood out the most is the actually Hiko. Hiko,
Oh, yes.
right? Hiko. I mean, he woke up and he was actually doing it. So he did good.
Yeah.
But like on the game 2, he was just absolutely like
he smashed it.
Yeah, he outmastered the Food Esports.
Yeah.
And I mean, Team Spirit, they woke up.
Yeah.
They gave a shot. The fans here were more cheering for more Team Spirit in the favor. It felt like that. And I mean, Team Spirit, the champions, I mean, of course, from the previous tournament, now they're here at the beautiful Games of the Future here in Astana 2026. They did phenomenal, and we're seeing the team fight right now in the minute 5, and they're like, look at this team fight, and the team formation overall. It's just so nice and clean and smooth from the side of Spirit, on the side of Team Spirit.
That's
and
good.
On the mid lane, there is so many chaos happening.
Yeah,
people are running back and forth, and the blow slitter is running down, and just phenomenal trades. Actually, Food Esports here actually winning the team fight.
Yeah, I think initially when, because the first blood was taken by Kazoo, so I think he's going to repeat the same thing that what he did in the first game. Like, he's going to go for it back to back. But then after the first blood, that was around 1.5 minutes, and then slowly I think Team Spirit started taking back in control. But yeah, around 11 minutes, I think it was already a pure chaos right there in the middle, and also towards the EXP lane. But I think after 14th minute, I think it was more on Team Spirit. It was more favored on Team Spirit, because he got the Lord's lane, and then after that, I think they all marched right to the base for of TS. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Hiko got his timings right, as soon as he got his items right, levels right, he just got everything to finish the game right here and right there, and there was nothing that Food Esports could done. I mean, but however, shout out to Food Esports. Take a look at the top here, the near fight on Lord here, and they're just outmaneuvering here Team Spirit.
Yeah.
And
I think the fight was really tight. If you look at right now, it was like 12-12. It was like 12 kills each, and also if you turn back to around, let's say 12.5 minutes, that was around 8 or 9 kills each. So it was like one team getting 1 kill, and then the other team following them with another one as well. So that was a really tight fight right there. And also towards around 15th minute, this is where it all happened. And then I think the last kill was, I believe, Hiko got the last lane, and then the last kill, and then that was the end. Like, Team Spirit took it to win.
No, that's 100% for sure. I mean, Heiko was playing it very well, and as I mentioned, he woke up. But I also like to shout out to Kazoo, right?
Yeah.
The first game he pulled off on 18 kills, and this time he just had died only once, and he had 9 kills.
Yeah.
This time the strategy didn't work for Food's favor, but it worked for Spirit.
Yes.
And they are not out from the tournament just yet.
Yeah.
We'll be experiencing to see a great game of number 3. Of course. That would be exciting, because, I mean, once again, would be awesome. As you can see, the Heiko, how much gold he got, 15k. I mean,
that's a really good, because even the first blood was drawn by Kazoo, and then the last blood was drawn out of Kazoo, I would say. The final kill was Kazoo, and then the first kill who scored was Kazoo, which is really interesting. I mean, the point, as we see the kills, we got 18 versus 14. I mean, that's a 4-kill lead for Team Spirit. Clear victory right there. And then let's look at Kazoo again. I mean, Kazoo again outperformed the other players on the team, right? I mean, he's got 9 kills. I mean, only 2 deaths and 3 assists. That's like, let's say 12, taking part in 12 of the kills, like 9 proper kills and 3 assists. Really good performance, I would say. And of course, I mean, Hiko, I mean, he took the team to the victory, I would say.
Yeah, he actually did very well. And also I'd like to mention Sawa for making most assists, always there on point, always supporting a team and being like a good shield, I would say, to help them out. And also I would like to mention to you guys to watch all the games of the future. You guys can watch at our OTT platform, Phygital Plus. Phygital-plus.com. All the games are accessible there. You can watch Dota too. I mean Moba, PC.
MLB,
There's ball. There's a Phygital shooter. There's so many things. Basketball, anything.
Yeah,
you can watch anything there. Please take it away. When we're moving forward with our game.
Yes, and just one more game to go. That's going to be really interesting because this is where the whole excitement happens, right? I mean, if the last game was won by foot again, I mean, that doesn't give this excitement. Now it's more like both of them got 1 point each, and we are yet to find out. The next one is going to be really, really crucial, quite literally, because they need to step up. Both of the teams need to step up, and this is what's going to decide if they're going to be moving forward to the next day or no, they're going to have to go back. There is no other choice.
Yeah, and especially it's once again single elimination. You don't want to get eliminated in the first day of this, in the first series of the game. I mean, but somebody from this team, from these teams will. And we see the toe-to-toe comparison between Exi and King Moba. Well, that's quite interesting, and we see the hero damage there. It's absolutely big, gigantic. I would say it's 41k damage from Kid Bomba and 60
for foot. Yeah, I mean that's a big difference too. And also, I think the kill percentage between these two players came really close because Exi took 79% of the kills for when it comes to foot, and then Kid Bomba 72. That's like pretty close. I mean, they did really great, to be honest. And we are yet to find out who's going to be the MVP for this day. That's really going to be interesting because last game we actually knew. Once the game finished, we knew that's going to be Kazoo. But this time, I mean, I'm really confused. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to miss any of these games. Just make sure you watch all the games and you get the tickets on ticketon.com for all the games that's happening here in Games of the Future. Astana, you've got the QR code right up on the screen. Make sure you scan that, download, and make sure you get the tickets and watch all these incredible games because me and Steel Barco, we are having an amazing time right here.
Yeah, especially make sure to come here, guys, at Jack Arena right now because you don't want to miss out because people are coming in and you may have no available spaces here because people are coming in, everybody's watching there and cheering for their teams, and make sure to come to Jack Arena and experience that with us together. Yeah, moving forward about the MVP though, for me it's Hiko or Haiko. Yeah,
possible
from Team Spirit. I mean, the way how he just managed to shield it up and mana for the team and do extreme good work. I mean, Kid Boba was also does a lot of damage. It's exciting to see who is going to be at the
MVP for this game. Yeah, I mean, there's only one game left. If somebody has to prove their place in the team, and this is the chance because if they don't get across the next game, I mean, that's going to be tough. I mean, they're going to have to come back up for another year if they really want to get there.
Because you don't want to lose on the first game of the day and the first series. I mean, but you guys are, I mean, you're Food Esports and you're Team Spirit. Two great teams, I mean.
Yeah.
And now you're watching toe-to-toe, but somebody has to go and somebody has to advance forward.
Yes.
And once we were explaining, single elimination is rough.
That's true. That's very true. I mean, we got one more game for the first one, and we have the MVP right here. Hiko as Steel Barco predictor. That's Hiko. I mean, it was pretty clear, I believe. And there we go. We got 8 kills and only 1 death. That's a good survival rate right there. And also 4 assists, which makes him 12, maybe be a part of 12 kills for the whole team. I mean, that was good.
For sure. I mean, if you look at the GPM, gold per minute, it's almost rounded up 1,000 gold per minute. It's just a lot. And as you can see, we're currently swimming here in the beautiful Astana. And make sure to come to our beautiful city, beautiful country, and experience this beautiful and joyful experience with us. And yeah, we're just excited to be here.
This is going to be an interesting day because we have a lot more coming. We have one more game to go, one more round to go for Foot Esports and Team Spirit to decide on who's going to stay here in the tournament. And soon after that, we got 3 more matches, 3 more games to go. DFYD versus Vamos, Geeke versus Aurora, and Rune Eaters versus Pro Esports. So it's going to be a long day, but it's going to be an exciting day. Do you have any what do you think about the third game? What do you feel about the third game?
Oh, that's going to be depending on the draft. The draft are the matter. So the teams are right now has to sit down and properly decide on what's their next move, what's the strategy is going to be, and who's going to take the responsibility over, because now it's going to be important 50 to 20 minutes of their life, because it would be deciding for moment for both of the teams, and
that's true.
And one of them has to say goodbye to us.
Yes.
And one of them has gonna go advance forward, and we'll be happy to see their success at our beautiful Games of the Future 2026 here.
Of course, I mean we are watching Mlbb. We still got 3 more days to go after this one. So this is the final 4 days of Mlbb that we are going to be having here. So do not miss any game, because it's going to get more and more interesting and exciting as the days go towards the finals. And on the next, 4th, we have on 9th the grand finals for Mlbb, which we still don't know who's going to take it, because we got the last year's runner-up, Aurora Gaming, playing today as well. I mean, they have a good chance of getting there towards the finals, but again, we are yet to find out. We cannot predict anything, because it proved I think the first game actually proved that we cannot really predict anything, right? We really thought the Spirits are going to take it after the first one, but
yeah, I mean, you can't predict anything. It's just they played for their early game aggressiveness, and they were doing it just fine. I mean, but Kazu, he had different thing in his mind, and he was the phenomenal game 2. Now game 3, is Kazuka gonna pull this off once again and carry his team up to the ground on the top, or the Team Spirit is going to show why they're champions?
True.
They will take the third game.
I think most of the eyes are going to be on Kazu and Hiko, just to watch like what they're going to bring into the match up next. But yeah, we are also excited to see what they are going to get to the table. I mean, all of the players actually did really great, to be honest. Like,
I would like to also take a look on Moba.
Oh
I would like to see how he does, and we'll take a look at how is it. And players are getting ready, and the casters are getting ready. Thank you very much, guys. And we're gonna watch the game number 3. Please take it away, guys.
And now it's game number 3. Game number 2 went in favor of Team Spirit in a one-sided manner. It seems like they have waken up already. They are now awake, is what I'm trying to say. And that's also what the panel feels like. So thank you so much for our analysts out there. Now, Foot Esports going up against Team Spirit, game number 3. It's blue side for the Turkish team. And this time, they will ban the Paquito, because Hiko was just way too good at it.
Okay. All right, let's get to this again. It's down to 1 game. We know the tournament lives are on the line here, Wolf, for both teams, Foot Esports and Team Spirit. And one of the main things is how do you adjust, right? Both teams have really kind of developed a different game plan, I feel like, from game to game. And going into this one, it'll be already starting things off. You know, we have one more band to come through. First pick blue side for Foot Esports. You know, what do they want to go with? I like the Harara band being taken out here.
Yeah, Harara, of course. You already saw that the Paquito as well as the Barats is banned. Now, this could mean that the Marcel will be open, and Foot Esports really like to play that hero. And I feel like, in general, teams like to secure that whenever it's available. So I think that the Marcel-ish is on top of the list here for Foot Esports. Apart from that, maybe you're looking at the Eudora that you want to take away from Team Spirit. And I think Team Spirit are going to be very happy to trade the Marcel for the Eudora, in fact.
Okay. Do they actually take the Marcel then? Like, is that first pick side? Is that what we're thinking?
That's what I feel like.
Whoa. I guess that's not what they're thinking, man. Valentina, first pick blue side. When was the last time that we saw Valentina being first picked.
A long time ago. But there was one time here in Games of the Future, but not when the Marcel as well as the Eudora is open. Maybe just the Marcel. And Team Spirit are going to be thinking, okay, maybe because of that golden hour, that could be a problem for them. If they do pick it up, they will just give it to the Valentina. Maybe that part of the draft might be a consideration for them. However, they will not care. They put in the Atlas instead of the Marcel. They will go for this Eudora. Scary to give the Fatal Links to your opponents or access to it, but at the same time, Team Spirit feels like it's not just the Fatal Links that you get out of the Atlas anyways. It's a strong mid lane controller. It has great synergy actually with the Eudora, so such a strong composition. Let's see, Foot Esports, they can go Marcel with the Nolan probably.
Yeah, this was almost in a way choreographed, right? They just knew that, I guess maybe that was the plan with Coach Tezet there and the rest of Foot Esports, kind of pick up the Valentina because we left the Atlas is open. It's most likely going to go over to Team Spirit, so at least now they have their own Fatal Links, right? So they've got that, but these are very two strong picks for Team Spirit. We'll see what the third one. Oh, they're going with the Fan. They're running it back. They're going to run it back with the Fanny, man. They're going again. Fanny's there. You've got a little bit more protection, I would say, just because of the fact that you have the Atlas plus the Eudora. You know, you've got the tools that you need to go ahead and lock people down. I mean, can you just think about it too? A Fatal Links into Fanny swinging on forward and the amount of AoE damage or stuns that a Eudora can bring. Like, that's a dream wombo combo, you know, like
sure,
already.
For sure. I know I'm going to be banning out this Kufra, which was a problem for them in the previous game number 1 specifically. And because of that, they will now one shot at maybe securing the game for this Fanny, which kind of means that Hiko will now have to think about a different fighter for the gold lane. Well, there is an option to go for Harith. I feel like it's still a good hero in this scenario, and also a good hero to answer the Uranus, which you will need a lot of true damage as well as magic damage to go through. Big burst is what you need against this Uranus, so maybe a Harith could be an option. But Foot Esports are going to be focusing on Kid Bomba instead. Okay, Team Spirit are going to be their next band, probably Badang actually, because the Badang is good versus both the Atlas as well as the Fanny.
Cover ground one more time, I guess. Might as well. Because Zara Egoist, man, he resulted in game 1 where he just essentially pushed across the map, and that's not what you want to be doing. You know, you want to be able to go ahead and swing on through those fights. And like you mentioned, that Kufra, one of the main points of why he wasn't able to do that in game 1. The bouncy ball is just too much, you know, and yeah, at least this time too, Sawas doesn't have the Cho. Like, you know, he's got his Atlas. So even if he is kind of stopped in his tracks, you still get to slow people down, right? And Fatal Links will always be a threat to the entire team here. So they take their time with it. They'll be the ones to actually ban out this Cho, the last pick. Again, roam options for Blotsvet. Because of the nature of the bans, I'm just wondering if he's just going to go and fall towards... well, it doesn't have the Balric. No, so Hilda actually comes through, which would have been a good counter against having the Fanny for Foot Esports. So they actually take it from the hands of Foot Esports.
That's right. That's going to be the explain answer to the Uranus. There was a time where it was the Hilda that actually is played against tanky heroes in the explain, including the Uranus. It's evident in the recent MPL that we see in Season 17, and I like this decision. Now, Foot Esports, will they go for the Moscow themselves? Yes, they will. And the Badang to go with it, as we expected. An immediate cloud here coming out from Team Spirit. With all due fairness, I think this is a pretty even draft. Foot Esports have equipped themselves with a lot of ways to deal with the Fanny, which makes it really scary. And now it's going to be a battle of execution from both teams. This is game number 3, a decider for who will be taken out first in the playoffs of Games of the Future Mlbb.
Oh, this is going to be a big one, man. Standard lineup for Team Spirit, I would say, when you look at it. Again, the Hilda isn't brought up too much, but now you, in a way, you've covered your grounds to protect Zara Egoist in the jungle. And for Foot Esports, their lineup and what they're bringing, it's got to be an execution thing. They have to execute here near perfect against this kind of lineup setup that we're seeing. We see it before, man, the Harley, right? The Harley can scale up very quickly. The amount of burst damage that comes with that deadly magic and everything else. You know, it was the junglers from Turkey that first introduced Harley back into, I feel like, the competitive meta back in M7. You know, and it was a trade between Tienzi and Kazue. I feel like between both of them picking it up and making it all work throughout the international then. Well, now, here in the Digital Games of the Future 2026, let's see if this Harley pick is going to outshine Zar Egoist's Fanny and make it happen.
You don't have to worry about the Fanny that much if you have the Moskov as well as Badak in theory, right? Still, I feel like on the able hands, a Fanny is always going to be threatening. With all the things, Foot Esports have a lot of answers, and so it seems we were just talking about the topics. Our Egoist already starts with the pickoff, and then they will steal this Rock Ursa away from Foot Esports.
Holy moly. Wait, he already went and got a first blood. I'm getting thrown around here because we've got Team Spirit on the right side. They're on red, but we got their frames here on the left.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he got the one kill. It was Blotz that went down.
Foot Esports returning invasion in kind. Kazue takes out the Rock Ursa. That would have been for Team Spirit, but that kill for the Fanny is so important that Team Spirit will now have a little bit of an advantage into this next turtle fight. Sawo is not level 3, however.
Yeah.
So he's now level 3. Bloodfett isn't. I'm going to be blocking off this Atlas. And you have to be very careful, Bloodfett. You just can't throw away your skills and let the Fanny know that you've thrown your skill too, even your ultimate. And the reason why that is because that is the launchpad for Zaur Egoist to fly.
Whoa. Look at the amount of early damage that Kid Bomba already has too. You know, this is going to work great. Little stun. They're going for the turtle. Kazuo able to secure it. Kid Bomba trying to get away from this. He's actually going to go down. So trading out his life. Team Spirit not able to capitalize anything. They do want to go ahead and secure this buff though by Zar Egoist. So they will wait patiently here. Sawo, once he has those level 4s, once he has a Fatal Links, that'll definitely help. And again, you know, this Kid Bomba on the Hilda, you already saw. I'm wondering what build he goes for, just because, I don't know, do we see Hilda in the... When was the last time we saw Hilda in the XP lane? I mean, sometimes, more often than not, I'd say it's Roam, but, you know, because you already got the Atlas there. Again, do you go more of a hybrid build? Because you're really not going... You're not planning to beat necessarily the Uranus here. It's just, what kind of build do you go here?
Yeah, that's actually deceptive because you can actually build against the Uranus. But now look at this. They go for the initiation. They take out Sunset Lover first. Now Bloodfett going to be next on the docket though for the exchange. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off for the roamer. It's a roamer for mid laner. But to answer your question, there was a time during MPL Season 17 that the Hilda is actually used against the Uranus because at a certain points in the game, yes, you do have burst damage. You just have to wait for Xyz's stacks to be out and then you jump in, you get the Fury Hammer, make it a Heptasis if in case, but you can also go after Fury Hammer, purely tank because again, this is 2 tanky dudes plus this time the Claude as the one that they have to protect.
Oof, even with this attempt, though, 3 members of Team Spirit not able to take down XC. So, guess Kid Boma just needs to build up a little bit more. As you mentioned, he has the Fury Hammer. He's probably working on that blade, but the blade's already there for Zar Egoist, too. That's why we see, you know, if he actually gets in range, he does do quite a bit of burst damage. Now, this turtle's going to be up here shortly. A lot of attention up to this top side. A big lockdown coming through. What a combo! Able to take out Hiko and Sawo. Talk about perfect timing from Blotzfett.
Wow, then that's really, really good now for Foot Esports. And the reason why that is because it is in combination with what we're seeing right now. It's going to be that turtle that they will be able to secure. Foot Esports And they will even take this turret, give it to RX. This is really good for Team Spirit. Or for T-Sports, I mean.
Little split fight here. RX still going to be able to survive. Even after the Fatal Links being burned already. Now they're going to pay their attention to Sawo. Blotfet once again locking down multiple members. Sunset Lover is gone. Kid Bomba's got to flicker out. And this is looking really dicey here already. The almost 5.5 minute mark here for Foot Esports. They're up a lead. 2,000, almost 3,000 gold against Team Spirit.
Yeah. It's really good there for Team Spirit, honestly. Foot Esports, for Foot Esports up with the 3,000 gold lead. And they have the Moscow to boot. 2-0-1 on the Moscow, in fact. And the reason why this is really good for Foot Esports is that they have a marksman and they have a scaling hero in the guys of the Hardy. They have Uranus as also scales, but in terms of tankiness, which is generally going to be good for Foot Esports because they can approach the late game with immense amount of firepower against Team Spirit. And then leading by 3,000 is always going to help that case. They take out the Sunset Lover.
Wow, Fatal Links finding 3, but Sunset Lover is gone. They lose a lot of their damage. Zara Egoist, he can't do anything but watch here. SOD thrown up in the top side with Hiko is pushing that lane. He will be able to get the turret. But man, another devastating loss in the mid lane there as Foot Esports continues to put the pedal to the metal here, man. And they're looking to take down a tier 1 mid. Wolf, it's looking a lot like it did before, where Zara Egoist might be in that situation on this Fanny where he's got to just push across the map. He's got to go ahead and find some openings elsewhere. He does pick up a Malefic Roar. He's already got the Blade of Hepsies. But the biggest problem right now is Blotfet, man. He has been so on point with the Badang. And now this turtle up here, last one of the game. TS going to go ahead and start it up, waiting for Zara Egoist to make his way here. It's already half health, under half health. Psyche looking for an opening once again. Blotfet looking for an opening too. Causeway able to secure the turtle. 3 for 3, and Team Spirit's just pushed off.
Yeah. And this could mean a push for Foot Esports 7 minutes into this game. Team Spirit identifies that. They put some pieces up top, including this Atlas. They really want to fight here. I think that's the better decision. Why is Sao so fast, by the way? I think he popped the conceal to go with it just to get into that fight. But Foot Esports are going to be happy forcing out some of the resources of Team Spirit.
Yeah, this is going to be hard. They're going to try to hold on to what they can, but this tier 2 is already being chipped away here. Sunset Lover just throwing out some damage, checking XC, but he's going to be fine. He'll just go ahead and heal back up. Still has the Consecrate too, and now top turret going to be worked on. It just seems like Team Spirit doesn't have much of a choice at all on what to do here right now. Sawo still has the Fatal Links and a Flicker, but the problem is, if you force a fight, you might just get collapsed on. There is a push here down bot by Zara Egoist, doing exactly what we expect him to do in this situation with the Fanny.
Yeah, there's no other option now, I would say, for Team Spirit. They really have to focus on just split pushing. Maybe wait for the timing where this Claude will now be a threat. It will take a lot of time, especially because of how this game has developed for Foot Esports. The Harley is having so much of a good time. XC is now almost unkillable with the Oracle to go with the Kiras, and the Trinity now picked up by RX means that even the Hilda will not have enough of tank ability to put himself in front of this Moskov.
Yeah, this is one of those situations, man, where it's just, you know, you're so far behind in a sense of even your composition just isn't ready to fight. Part of that, it has to lean on the shoulders here of Hiko once he gets that Trinity locked in for the Claude. But even so, you know, how long can he actually stay in the zone with that Blazing Duet? You know, this is just one of those things where you might have to even give this one up unless they can somehow steal this Lord away. Because as things have gone, they have not gone the way of Team Spirit. This Lord's going to be blitzed on already, sitting at under half health. They're going to go for something. Sawo pushing off Foot Esports from the objective, trying to, goes in with the Fatal Links, but there's a Fatal Links on the other side too. There's the Flicker, there's the return, and Sunset Lover is gone. Zara Egoist, no opening for him.
And that's the thing. When we said that it's always going to be a problem to give the fatal links to the Valentina. You can see already what heights Psyche could achieve with this Valentina pickup. We were all surprised for this first pick Valentina coming out from the side of Foot Esports, and now they're proving to us why it is a worthy first pick for them. They're playing Psyche. Such a good role here for Foot Esports, allowing for them to win the team fights no matter what happens, and Team Spirit are left scrambling. It's the Lord push, Naisu. It's gonna be scary. How much defense can Foot Esports do? Oh, Zarigo survives.
Oh, he tries so... Oh, no, Cosway's there. He doesn't get away with the cables. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Zara Egoist. And now, Foot Esports at the base of Team Spirit. Lord will eventually go down, but the shield's going to pop mid and top unless they hold this last wave, this last cannon minion to push through. So they hold on to the top and bottom holy defense shields for now. But you're talking about just not a fighting chance right now for Team Spirit unless some miracle happens. They fall further behind, 7,000 gold behind. They're going to be looking for an opening to stop them in their tracks. They hold on though, but a wave's still pushing, and Zara Egoist is back. Is this Divine Glaive pickup by Sunset Lover enough to change the tides here, to tip the scale in damage?
Yeah, we will have to know. We will have to find out. Not going to be an easy task here for Team Spirit. Gazaway again, looking for Zara Egoist. Fortunately for him, Gazaway does not have the ultimate. I'm going to be forcing the purple buff this time. I think that every time that they take away the purple buff from the Fanny, that's always a win for Foot Esports.
It went to Blot's Fed. He's got more punches and more walls now.
But yeah, anyone but the Fanny is their mantra right now.
Yeah, you take that away while you can. This is the whole discussion that we had when we were taking some time to get into game one. We talked about how much pressure you can put on a Fanny when it's on the opposing side. And Foot Esports has done that now, for 2 games basically in the series. And it's really made it difficult for Zara Egoist to actually look for any window of opportunity, because even if he splits on the other side of the map, Causeway has done such an amazing job at keeping him in check. And a Deadly Magic is almost threatening enough to force Zara Egoist back. And, this Brute Force breastplate, basically enough defense. I mean, he's hiding that Brute Force breastplate under his robes, man. And that makes him comfortable enough to go 1v1 with a Fanny. So this is just so difficult for Team Spirit to look for this opening angle or this winning angle. Unless it's going to be by team fight, by a mistake from Foot Esports. And so they have to wait for their moment, and maybe that moment's going to be around this Lord.
It's tricky. It does set up. Sawa is there, but Moskov as well as the Valentina. Oh no, Sawa is too far away.
Oh, and he gets SOD'd. And he gets Deadly Magic. Sawa was looking for something. Instead, he finds his death. That just was not coordinated at all for Team Spirit. And that's going to be a Lord going to the hands of Foot Esports. They wanted to set up around the Lord, and unfortunately it ends up in a death of Sawo. Now it's still short timers here as we're only opening up to the 14th minute of the game. He should be up for the space defense. But man, that got difficult because he burnt the flicker as well in that fight. So now they wait for this Lord to come and approach. Right now, Foot Esports still knocking on these base turrets, though. Some bursts coming down from Sunset Lover. XC's still going to be able to survive. Has not died at all. And they can just wait to walk this Lord to the base.
All things considered, Team Spirit are defending, but they need more. They need more time. They need Hiko to be fully packed. They need a lot of tank items for this Kid Bomba, Hilda. And they definitely need the purple buff for this Fanny. It's exactly what they need right now. And Sunset Lover will be threatening with the stuns. Fortunately for Team Spirit, they're able to defend both their turrets. Conceal play coming up from Sawo.
Some good damage already from Hiko. This is what we were talking about. They might have to lean on Hiko here to be that threat for Team Spirit and to actually be the one to give the space for an opening. We've seen it before where Clans can go ahead and utilize that speed and that ability to BMI back and, obviously the Blazing Duet kind of spread out Foot Esports, but at the same time, it's like, do you do that or do you follow through with Sawo setting up with the Fatal Links? Because we've seen how much of a difficult time it's been for Sawo to get that. You know, you're working against the two Purifies over here. Oh, SOD. Sawo's taking some damage. He should be able to get away from this, though, but he doesn't want to burn the Flicker here, I would think, but the Deadly Magic is already going to be used. He does use the Fatal Links, but he keeps on to the Flicker. So good thing for Sawo to survive that.
Yeah. So able to run away for now. Team Spirit gonna be alive for the next Lord, and it will be around the 16-minute, 17-minute mark. Already you see full items for Hiko. Gonna be waiting for the next item for Kid Bomba to pop up. And again, the Fanny needs the purple buff in that upcoming team fight. There could be there is an argument that could be made for them to get in to the opposing purple buff. At the same time, it's well guarded by Foot. You can see 4 members just ushering the Harley into that purple buff, making sure that there is no one out there. They take it for themselves. 11 seconds into the turtle. It's our Egoist. He needs this. He needs to take this purple buff. This 8 seconds from now. Foot Esports. They have an option to contest this. Kid Bomba. This is gonna be an intense one. Zaur Egoist. Egoist, you need to take this real quick.
He's gotta secure this. They want to at least get the Retribution out, yep.
Yeah.
Retribution was used. He secured this. So they know this. Foot Esports knows he doesn't have a Retribution. So this means Team Spirit wants to win a team fight here. If they can, Zar wait for his own opening moment. They're going to go ahead and lock down Bloxvet. He burns the Flicker, but Saki holds on to his own Fatal Links. Now Sawo, Bloxvet jumps in. Kazu will be able to secure the Lord. There's the Fatal Link. Zari was looking for the opening, but the wall is in the way. And RX is able to go ahead and move and groove through it with a SOD. And now down a member. Down Sawo. Team Spirit facing this Lord push from Foot Esports.
They even burned the Flicker onto Sunset Lover. With all due fairness, Team Spirit, I'm actually surprised that only one dropped. After a good initiation coming up from Foot Esports, Zawo countered with his own Fatal Links, but there was another initiation coming up from Bloxvet with the ultimate in the wall. Team Spirit could have lost more, but now they will have a chance to defend their base. They don't have the Flicker on Sunset Lover. They don't have the Purify on Tahiko. They have still to be careful right now as RX is already doing so much damage utilizing the kit of this boss. Sour Egoist! What happened?
He got, I don't know, he got caught on his side of the jungle and got cut off here. He's 35 seconds death timer. They still have this pumped up wave up on the top side. They're going to do everything they can to maintain it. Their crystal's being worked on by one wave. They got a wave in the mid as well to clear out. They still hold on to the top turret, but now with RX unleashing on the turret, Kid Bomba's going to be next, and he falls too. And now Foot Esports knocking on the crystal of Team Spirit. This wave's going to be clearing out. Sunset Lover keeps them at bay with a stun. They still got to clear out one wave. They got to manage this. Zar will be up in 5. There's the Fatal Links from Psyche. The Blazing Duet used, but they're just falling to their deaths. And Hiko pushed off as well. And Foot Esports will do it. They don't care if they were MSC champions. They're looking to clean this out. They'll take out Zar as well. Hiko doesn't have the ultimate. There's an SOD. RX wants to go through it. And Foot Esports will send Team Spirit out of Games of the Future 2026.
$1 million denied. Foot Esports, they did not play this well yesterday. They did not play this well in 2 days ago, but now up against Team Spirit, Kazue, who has faced this squad many times from that western part of the map. And they have taken out the Dragons, the recent champions. The upset is real. Foot Esports from MTC have taken out Team Spirit.
What an amazing game, man. That's Psyche's buff right there. what a series. 3-game series that we just got to witness there. Foot Esports makes it happen against Team Spirit. Well played. GG, well played. And that's unfortunate for Team Spirit, but man, Foot Esports showed us the series today.
And now we throw it over to the stage for an interview.
Oh, you'll do that, right? What do you mean? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have 3 rounds down in the first game, Foot Esports versus Team Spirit. And finally, we have a winner from the first match.
Yeah,
Foot Esports finally took it. That was single-handedly taken.
Yeah, it's well executed single-handedly, as you were saying earlier. I mean, the strategy worked very well. Champions are out.
Yeah.
Champions are out. They just came recently and it couldn't make it through. They didn't pull. They weren't scared and they actually made it just very well. And we'll just do. I mean, I'm so happy for Foot Esports.
Yeah.
Like, congratulations for them and well done for them from their side.
Of course, a big congratulations for Foot Esports. They took the winner. And let's give a big round of applause for our general partner, Freedom, for bringing this MLBB here in Games of the Future 2026 Astana. But that was one incredible win. The lead was huge. I mean, I believe around 3 minutes, 30 seconds, we had around two kills for each teams. And then that 2 kills did not move at all when it came to the Team Spirits. I mean, it went till around, let's say, 15 minutes or 60 minutes. They stuck with the 2 kills, but the team Foot Esports, they were just racing into the victory, I would say. But that was incredible to see how the Foot Esports took the win. But we are just curious to see who's going to be the MVP. Kazoo did well this time as well.
I mean, everybody did well. The staff I saw from Foot Eaters were just watching and cheering, and they were very emotional to see this event. And whenever there was a team fight whatsoever, they were screaming very loud here at Jack Arena. And moving forward, we were seeing the clean game, as you mentioned, the clean game from the game number 3.
Yes,
was the most well executed from the Foot Eaters, and it was actually amazing. And here we can see at minute 6, and they were fighting at they were coming here at the minute 6 and minute 10. One second.
It was really good play on how it went, but I mean, at the end of the day, Foot Esports took the win completely. I mean, that was a huge lead for let's say, as for a third game. I mean, I was expecting more competition between two teams and it go to be very tight competition, but as you can see, I mean, if we were at 18th minute even with a big lead, 10 kill bite. So that's a huge lead that we have for Foot Esports when it came to the whole third game, I would say. I mean, huge win. That was a clear win way from the start. So we are still in the excitement of how the game actually went down. I mean, we can see the highlights right in front of us. I mean, that was a long game as well, right? It went past 18 minutes, more than 18 minutes.
Yeah, definitely, it's a great game, great job from Foot Esports and actually from the Team Spirit. They pulled out the game number 2, and a little bit unfortunate for them, but I mean, now look at the emotion from our Foot Esports, and they are proceeding forward. And you know what, guys, we actually have a wonderful gift for you guys, but that's a little bit later. Let's check on the scoreboard. So you see how the teams are.
Yes, it's really hugely, like 17 kills and 4 kills for Team Spirit. That's like 13 kill lead. That's like a huge lead. I mean, we are talking about the third game, a decider in terms of which team is going to stay and which team is going to go out. And we have a 13 kill lead. That's huge. That's commendable. And when you talk about the kills, I mean, RX did 8 kills, and of course Kazoo didn't fall back much with 5 kills with 0 death, both of them, by the way. Kazoo 0 deaths and RX as well 0 deaths. That's really good survival rate. When you come to Team Spirit also, they didn't actually disappoint. So that was incredible performance by both the teams. But we have a surprise, right?
Yeah, we have a gift, guys. We have a winner interview, and we have actually Psyche here from Food Eaters. He is here from Team Food Eaters, and yeah, Psyche, hello and welcome to the panels desk.
Thank you.
How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm pretty happy because we won MST champions, and I'm so happy that we show how Turkish region is. We are really strong.
Yeah, definitely. You guys definitely are. I mean, that was rough situation on the game too,
yes.
but how you guys played the game 3 was phenomenal.
Of course, and Psyche, the final game, the third game, that was a huge lead. Were you really going in with the full confidence, or were you taking minute by minute to see how it goes?
No, pretty. We were really confident. The second match loss didn't affect us,
right.
And I think we are really strong, and that's the confidence.
Of course, I think you really proved that in the first game, and then even though the second game you actually didn't get there, but you actually caught it back on the third game, which is really commendable. But how you're excited for the upcoming rounds because now you're there?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited because tomorrow our matches, I think SRG, right?
Yeah, so.
They're a pretty strong team too, but I think we can win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you guys won the champions right now. Again, congratulations. You get to show them. Do you want to show your gift, your present on the camera for the
yeah,
I'm curious.
This pet is when I sleep, I cuddle this like this.
Okay.
I cannot sleep without it.
And the name, does it have a name?
Yeah, its name is Pamuk in Turkish. It means cotton in English.
Okay, interesting.
So that's very cute.
That's really nice.
That's very cute. I mean, very happy for you guys. You guys made it through the tough opponent. You have any words to Team Spirit for the players and for the Turkish fans?
To Team Spirit, it was a good game and nice try. You were pretty strong too because, you are the champions. And for our fans, keep supporting us, please. We won't make you sad.
Definitely, no. That was Psyche from Foot Esports. Big congratulations. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, Psyche, for your time.
Big ups to the...
Good luck tomorrow for your games, and do guys well. And yeah, take care of your gift, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have a wonderful day, and thank you very much. It was Psyche from Foot Esports. Congratulations of winning, and good luck on next game, for sure.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. That was incredible to talk with a winning team. I mean, it's always good to get to see what the winning teams feels, what the winning teams their thought process is like. And we have on the screen that we have the comparison, Foot versus TS. What do you think about the performances of both teams?
I mean, the performance were just. The performance was just great. It just didn't work out, unfortunately, for Team Spirit. Maybe it's a little bit lack of. Maybe they got tired from the previous tournament. As I got information, they came either yesterday night or yesterday in the morning. Right. But they came yesterday, and maybe adaptation is not still there, and a little bit strategy, and also how Food Esports were extra motivated to play against the champions.
Of course. We are having incredible games happening right here at the Game of Future, and you do not want to miss watching any of the games. Make sure you get the tickets on ticketon.com. You have the QR code right up on the screen. Make sure you scan it and get the tickets because we only have a couple more days to go until we end the Games of the Future, and we got 3 more days, including today, to go till the end of Mlbb. That's happening right here. We are having an amazing time. We have 1 match down, 3 rounds done, and we still got 3 more matches to go. That means we got 9, hopefully 9 more rounds to go if we do not have a tie.
Yeah, we'll definitely take a look how the other teams are gonna do. Unfortunately, we're gonna say goodbye to Team Spirit, but nonetheless, let's focus on Food Esports MVP match of the game, RX 804. Great performance, almost 900 gold per minute. Yep. He's been participating on 71% of the kills. That's a lot of kills. The more than 50%. It's just he's always there, always pumping, and always doing it very well.
So true. 8 kills with 0 deaths and 4 assists. That's more like 12 kills, let's say. He's been a part of 12 kills, out of which 8 he took by himself. and then 0 deaths. We are talking about a game which was almost 19 minutes long, and with 0 death. And also he was a big part of the end game, to be honest. Towards the end, there was, I believe he got a couple of double kills and triple kills even. So that was huge. I mean, really good play at the end.
I mean, to be frank with you all, it's just he hasn't died, and yet his teammate hasn't died too. It was what? It was 12-3 at the one point,
Yeah.
and I mean, was clean sweep from Food Eaters. And also like to mention about our official website, astana2026.gofuture.games. That's our official website, and yeah, just visit and check it out. And
yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what's going to unfold for the rest of the day, because we got 3 more matches to go and multiple more rounds to go. And we got up next coming up, DFYG versus Team Vamos. We are still yet to find out what they're going to pick, what they're going to ban, how the teams are going to go.
Yeah, I feel at this point, at this tournament like this, at the Game of the Future, I feel the strategy is the most important, and the mentality of the players. If they're scared on how is the land or not. Like Food Eaters here, they just proved absolutely that the land was not a problem. And let's actually take a look at the a video on and we'll back to get to advertising actually, and we'll back to you soon. And we're back here again in beautiful Astana. We just witnessed a game between Food Esports and the Team Spirit, 2-1. Food Esports just showed why they are competing in this great tournament.
Yep.
Because they actually eliminated the current champions of Team Spirit. What an first, how we call it, an upset day, upset game, because everybody was expecting, most of the people were expecting the Team Spirit to win, but was very surprising. And Psyche, we just saw a very charming guy of with his pet kind of
yes,
and just like being so nice. And here we have our future games you were mentioning before.
Yes. We got the 3 more games today coming up. We have up next coming up is DFYG versus Team Vamos, which are the teams are getting ready as we speak. So you're gonna see them any second coming up live and fighting against each other. We are talking about 2 different teams. Team FYG from Group A and Team Vamos from Group B. If you know we have the whole schedule for today here, by the way, on the screen. And we have 3 more games to go. 3 rounds to go with DFYG versus Vamos, and then we got Geek versus Aurora, where Aurora was last year's runners-up. I mean, that's a really good team we're gonna be watching today. And we also got Rune Eaters versus Pro Esports as well as the final match for the day. What do you think? What's coming up for next? What about the next 3 rounds? Is it going to be a fight?
We'll definitely see a great fight. We'll definitely see a bloodbath between those professional teams and how they just play. And let's see great Mobile Legends. And that was... I mean, I have no words to express how the strategy was so clean for the Food Eaters.
Yeah.
If the teams are going to play just like that, with a clean sweep, it would be 100% easy. But if you take a look at game number 2 and game number 1, it was you couldn't tell until the end who's going to be a victor on those kind of games. I mean, it was phenomenal game from both teams, and I would be thrilled and excited to see those kind of gameplays from other teams.
That's true. I think, as you said, the third game was kind of, we know where the game was going when it went after the 5th minute, because Foot Esports was racking up kills, and whereas Team Spirit was still laying low. So, but again, I mean, it's new teams again, so we don't get to actually predict, as we said, like we didn't see this coming in the last match. But we got it. I mean, we have team DFYG who are not for unpredictable picks and bans. Like it's usually unconventional when it comes to their drafting phase. Whereas we have the team Vamos who actually showed really good composure under pressure. So these are like 2 teams we actually cannot predict what's going to happen. So I think the only way to find out is just to wait and see what happens, right?
Definitely. I mean, we'll see how they're doing. And we're seeing how people are slowly getting in more and more here at beautiful Jack Project Arena. And I would like to actually show you a wonderful video about the players, and let's take a look.
MLBB Playoff. Hello everybody. We are here coming to you live at the Games of the Future in Astana, creating small reports about the Mobile Legends Bang Bang discipline. Today, let's take a small look into the teams, their strengths and their weaknesses, their achievements. This surely will clear some things up for people who watch this discipline for the first time. Now, Team Spirit is a legend with history. Founded in 2015, this European team constantly participates in MLBB World Cups and M World Championships, constantly focused on flexibility and discipline. The team prioritizes confidence on the field and in the late game stage. Dianfeng Yao Guai, often abbreviated as DFYG, is the next team who got to show off. This powerhouse has quickly risen on the international stage, participating in events such as MLBB World Cups. The team developed a style which crushes the opponents and keeps them on their toes the entire game. Explosive and highly interactive style is all about Team Vamos, the team which originated in the Southeast Asian region and had shown early skirmishes and taking control of the enemy jungle on the MLBB World Championship. They are unpredictable during the draft phase, which is one of their top strengths. Aurora Gaming Team was founded in the Balkan region in 2023, with the West Asian Region Mobile Division representing them at the Games of the Future. Even though they are relatively young on the cybersports field, they have already accumulated victories in MLBB Mid-Season Cups and M World Championships. FUT Esports is best described as a high-tempo, draft-oriented team that prefers to dictate the pace from the opening minutes. They are comfortable with unconventional hero selections and lane flexes, often trying to create an advantage through aggressive macro and objective control rather than waiting for the late game. When their early game plans succeed, they can overwhelm opponents quickly. When those plans are contained, however, their compositions can become difficult to execute, especially if they lack balanced physical and magical damage. GK Esports is a West Asian organization collecting countless top-level athletes and teams. It is a macro-focused, objective-first team that wins through disciplined drafting, coordinated team fights, and strong late-game execution. Their compositions are usually balanced and designed to remain effective throughout all stages of the game. Rune Eaters is an emerging team from Central Asian region whose identity centers on solid mechanics, composed macro, and efficient punishment of opponents' mistakes. Despite limited international experience, they have earned praise for their mature decision-making and competitive performances against stronger regions. This is the South Asian Mlbb team, Pro Esports. That is a disciplined team that prefers to win through structure. Their identity revolves around balanced drafting, efficient objective control, and coordinated team fighting, allowing them to remain competitive throughout every stage of the game. Instead of relying on high-risk invades or unconventional strategies, Pro focuses on creating advantages through clean rotations, controlled map play, and strong decision-making around major objectives. Wishing all teams good luck in their future games.
And we're back here once again. Thank you very much for our team for making this good introduction of each team, each players, and how they play and how they want, and just overall good introduction for many people to get to know with this wonderful game of Mobile Legends.
Of course,
I'm here joined with Hey Haiti, and my name is still Borko. It's pleasant to be here, and yeah, we're soon. Second game. They were soon to start our second match. I mean,
yes,
the second match between
DFYG.
How do you pronounce
it? Yeah,
it?
DFYG. I mean, the full form is slightly tricky, so I'm gonna stick with DFYG, and of course the team Vamos.
Vamos. Yeah, from southeastern region, and yeah, it would be interesting to see how they do with the drafts.
Yes,
and the way how they strategize. Do you think it'll be a 2-0?
I really cannot predict, because especially when it comes to DFYG, I mean, they're known for their unconventional picks and bans. I mean, when it comes to draft phase, and they are more like the wild card of Group A. And when it comes to Vamos, I mean, they are more towards the mid-game skirmishes, and also they are known for the fast rotations, the objective rotations, to be honest. So we're still yet to figure out, because I mean, it's MLBB just like any other game. We thought somebody's gonna win, but at the end of the day, something else entirely different is gonna happen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as we were talking about the previous game, Food Esports and Team Spirit. Nobody, some maybe people would thought that Team Spirit might lose, but
yeah.
I mean, current champions, and then on the next tournament they play, they get eliminated on the first day of a playoff. It's rough.
That's true. I mean, it is not easy. I mean, we watching the game, sitting back, and as you know, I mean, you are pro in Dota, so you know how tough all this format itself is. I mean, make a decision, quick decisions. I mean, you need to make fast decisions. You need to make sure even the teams are aligned with what you are thinking. I mean, it's all about the chemistry. It's all about the teamwork. And as you can see, all the stats that we are seeing, everybody's contributing to the main game, or the whole, the macro, somehow, however it's possible for them in this microseconds of taking decisions, right? It's not an easy job, right?
No, I mean 100%. Of course, when you're playing a strategical game, this Mobile Legends is also a strategical game, because you're banning 5 heroes and you're drafting yourself 5 heroes, and the way how you draft is also really matters.
Yeah.
Because you either first pick an OP hero, overpowered hero, or you're just counter pick, or you have a different strategy. Maybe you don't need to counter pick a hero that they pick on first pick, because maybe you have a different strategy already that you'd like to pick certain heroes together and make a combination with each other.
Yeah.
There's so many different possibilities. There are more than 120 heroes, and I've heard there is always constant updates, and every season you're guys getting a new heroes over and over.
True.
So there are many things, I'm pretty sure, to make something creative, something interesting. There's tons of different ideas to create a different combination of the heroes to make
true.
To make games easy.
That's true. I mean, the draft phase itself is going to be really interesting to see how that turns out. I mean, we cannot avoid the fact of having any pocket picks when it comes to DFYG. I mean, we never know. They're going to come with a surprise pick or even respect bans because these teams are there. I mean, they have been there. So most of the players, or even if it's fans, they know what the strength points of each player is in a macro level, and also in what area or with what hero do they really excel. So that's going to be a tricky situation where they have to pick someone, and also they have to ban and make sure they are safe when it comes to specific heroes and who the other team is really good with. So I wouldn't be surprised if the DFYG come up with pocket picks, something secret. I mean, there's something really surprising, and also I'm really looking forward to seeing some respect bans if that ever occurs. So, but the drafting phase is going to be really crucial for both the teams.
Of course, yeah, definitely. I'm also interested if they're going to be a meta hero for this tournament. I mean, because in previous Moba PC, there were some heroes who were being pickable more than the others. So I would assume the Moba Mobile as well, they are doing similarities in terms of the meta, and the meta structure differs on actually at the game of the future. Here
That's
we see
true.
our DFYG against Team Vamos, and they're going to start in about soon.
Yes.
And we'll take a look how the games are going to be, and it will be interesting to take a look how they can, who's going to be come up a victor.
That's true. That's right. I mean, we are talking about single eliminations. I mean, if you're staying, you have to perform today. There is no second chances. You have to do it today. If not today, there is nothing. I mean, you're gonna have to go back. I mean, you lose the whole excitement of that price point that you're looking at, the whole money price, and also the trophy. I mean, just imagine that. The excitement holding that trophy after all these days of constant battle to get there at the top of the whole leaderboard, or the group stages and playoffs and all this rounds of 16, and next go to quarters and semifinals and finals. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see what and who is going to get there towards the end, and then see where we are at. So, I mean, we are still moving ahead for the next one, DFYG versus Vamos, upcoming next. 3 rounds to go, and here we are looking at the single elimination.
It's interesting how you say 3 rounds. You're already predicting it's going to be 2 and 1?
Yeah, I mean, we that's true. I mean, as Steel said, I mean, we cannot really say that 3 rounds are going to happen or not. I mean, we only get to know after 2 rounds, right?
Yeah, it definitely depends on the situation. If it's going to be a clean 2-0, or it could be 2 and 1. We'll definitely got to know it as soon as we get to end of the game number 2, actually. So we'll definitely take a look on that. I mean, I'd like to also ask, Mike, who do you think? What's your prediction on who's going to win the tournament for this?
I honestly don't know. But I would love to see a 1-1. From the first game and the second game, so that we'll all be excited and we all be gripping our seats for the third one. I mean, it would be so clean win if that's going to be a 2-0 and there is no third game, but it gets more interesting when it gets to a 1-1 and then you need a third one to prove yourself. And even for the teams, I think it's going to be very stressful. At the same time, I mean, they are professionals, right? I mean, they know how to handle the pressure. So I would love to see 1-1, starting with 1-1 and then go to the third one.
Yeah, I mean, of course. What I was also noticing, it's my personal take. Don't you think that Mobile Legends, the players of Mobile Legends, are quite young?
Yeah.
So the players are young, but also might not be even experienced, but they're still considered to be young in relatively to other esport games, for example, such as CS and Dota.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and also I think there is one thing where, I mean, there's this advantage of being the young, where their brains work a lot quicker than quicker than us, let's say. So
yeah, of course,
it's a big advantage. I mean, I don't think I can ever make that quick decisions. I mean, what we saw on the screen was pure chaos. They've been doing crazy stuff in split seconds, and I'm not sure if I can keep up with that speed. So I think being young actually comes in as an advantage when it comes to it. But again, I mean, there is that fact of experience where I mean, more years of gaming, definitely, I mean, it helps for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Also, it's just quite interesting to take a look at the different regions also playing it into each other. I mean, CS and Europe, they're relatively close. I mean, I'm pretty sure they practice together. But I mean, now we'll see completely different 2 regions are facing off on each other, and it would be interesting to see how the meta and the heroes are different there, and just it would be exciting to take a look at the game itself.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we're flying here at our digital futuristic city in Astana, and we are here in beautiful Jack Arena here as well.
I think we're gonna get to this the visuals in reality pretty soon. I mean, because we are moving very fast to the future when it comes to technology and everything around it. So I don't think it's gonna take too long for us to actually live this life that we are seeing on the screen, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're slowly for surely getting close to it, and only time will show when it's going to be happening.
Exactly. I mean, the teams are getting ready. They are preparing for the game. And in a couple of minutes, we're going to have them up on the screen. And we are all going to be watching them having a battle with each other. I mean, 5v5. This is going to be interesting to see how it goes. We are talking about single elimination, best of 3. The only best of 5 we have is for the finals. And that's the only best of 5 we have.
Yeah, we'll definitely take a look how the game's going to work and how... I believe there's everything what you said is correct. Yeah, we'll definitely take a look. And you have any insight about the team DFYJ?
Yeah. I mean, we are yet to see how the whole thing works out, and also we're gonna see how long the game can go actually, because the final was actually, I mean, the last game we just had was a very long game. I mean, not very, I would say, but comparatively long game. We usually have around 15 minutes for each games, but last game we were talking about 18 plus minutes. So, and towards the end it was a pure chaos. And because when we saw the scores going, because the Team Spirit was actually stuck with 2 kills, and then it went on for the next, let's say, almost 10 minutes without any kills for Team Spirit, while the other team, Foot Esports, actually were getting and racking up kills.
They were constantly pressuring and applying the pressure. They just the Team Spirit got only 1 kill on top of the second kill, so they got the 3rd kill, but unfortunately they couldn't manage to make more kills, and it was just intense pressure from the team of Food Esports. So we'll see if the games will be just like the 3rd game. I personally don't think it's going to be happening because people are playing here for a big tournament. This is a big tournament, and considered to be tier S according to Wikipedia, and it'll be playing for $1 million for this tournament, guys. And come join us at the beautiful Jack Arena before every tickets get sold, and make sure you get your everything ready here, your tickets ready here, and just come and join us.
And the vibe is unmatched here in the arena. Like literally sitting here and watching the game, that's actually a whole different experience, because we got fans cheering, we got fans shouting for their teams, and we actually saw that towards the end when the final, I mean the 3rd game when they got it. So let's see. We are getting ready for the next one, for the next game, and we are almost there, right, for the next one.
And before that, we'd like to show you guys a video about Young, the team of DYFNG.
Yes.
And let's take a look and get to know them.
We're still here at the Games of the Future in Astana, where the world's elite athletes are redefining the boundaries of competitive gaming and technology. Today, we turn our spotlight to one of the most exciting forces in the global Mobile Legends scene, Dianfeng Yaoguai, better known as DFYG, backed by renowned Chinese content creator Zhang Daxian since early 2024. This rising powerhouse has quickly carved out a legacy on the international stage. Known for bringing a fearless, high-stakes energy to the global circuit, DFYG has traveled to Kazakhstan, ready to take on the world's best. Joining us today is a member of the DFYG team. Could you please introduce yourself to our viewers?
Hello everyone, I am Andres and I'm from DFYG.
Welcome! Now, looking across the global landscape, what makes DFYG different from other professional Mobile Legends teams? Is it your training structure or something else entirely?
I would say our playstyle is more aggressive than other regions, so that's what makes us different.
We asked Andres about the hidden cost of elite level consistency. What's the secret to playing as good as you guys? How do you train? And how much time do you actually spend on it?
Train like 8 hours a day. And then on top of that, like the players, they can play rank for themselves. And then we have 1 rest day per week. Firstly, you need to like win the game a lot. You need to play for like some years, and you need to play consistently every day. And then, in some cases, some people they just have more talent to do some stuff than others.
What will the games of the future mean to you? What will they bring you beyond just another victory?
I think it's a great event because it's another chance to show our skill, and then we are very glad that we can compete in this event against other teams.
From intense 8-hour training blocks to the electric atmosphere here in Astana, DFYG continues its masterclass in modern esports with raw talent, relentless discipline, and an unmistakable hunger for the fight. This is a team writing a brand new chapter in competitive gaming history. Good luck to Andres and the entire DFYG squad here at the Games of the Future.
We are here at the JPEG Arena for MLBB, and we are here on the day one of the round of 16. We got one game done, one match done with 3 rounds done, and then we had the winner last one, Foot Esports, and we are moving ahead to the second game for the day, and we got more coming up, right?
Yeah, of course, and it will be Jiang Feng Yao Guai,
yes,
DFYG. So it's hard to twist
yes.
it. Your tongue is twisting. I guess Team Vamos, yeah, it would be interesting to take a look. 2 different regions in comparison will be having toe-to-toe matchup. Nobody expects what's going to happen, and as you guys see people are behind me. People are getting ready for this game, and soon we'll be starting to see that game.
Yeah.
And once again, we're here at round of 16 at beautiful JPEG Arena at the Games of the Future. I mean, what can you expect more? Just a fabulous and incredible experience to be here, sent to you and present to you guys. And also, I'm here joined, remember, just joined by with Haiti, and my name is still Borko. It's just good to be here. So, what's your expectation? Can Vamos beat Jiang Feng Yao?
I think Vamos is going to be more confused when it comes to playing against DFYG because of the unpredictability of DFYG. But again, I mean, the number of teams for MLBB is reducing every single day as we go, even especially from today, being these are single elimination. Like as we go each day, we got less and less teams remaining. But we still have to find out what's going to go. I mean, predictions, I really cannot. I don't know what to predict when it comes to these kind of games, right? Because we saw that in the last 3 games. It was completely unexpected how the matches happened. Especially in the last game, we actually thought the 3rd round is going to be more of a toe-to-toe match as it went, but actually it really went in a very polarizing way. I mean, the game was mostly on the Foot Esports side, and then they nailed it for sure at the end. And we had the the player from Foot Esports here as well, sharing his thoughts and his ideas about the game, and they are really excited for the next rounds, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll definitely see, and they're about to. I'm forgetting the words. It's just an incredible experience to be here. It's just I was saying the Jiang Feng Yao the team is currently are doing it well, and they'll be playing on this stage. I'm curious if they get into the jet lag over, because the teams are from all over the place here, and are they fine with the time, and if they're not feeling if they're feeling well in terms of the food and stuff. And definitely hope they feel good to participate in the game.
Yes,
to be ready.
Yeah, and the teams are actually coming onto their places as we speak, and they're gonna sit there, get comfortable, and be ready for the most important 3 games that they have in this tournament, or 2. As we say, either 2 games or 3 games. We are yet to find out if we're going to have a 3rd game or not. But every single second matters for the next, because we are talking about games that's only around 15 minutes long, less than on an average. So that 15 minutes might feel like 2 hours for them on the desk, right? I mean, you have played Dota, you're a pro in Dota, you know how each second is valued.
100% is value, I agree. And especially, I think in Moba Legends, it's just Moba Mobile is just it's way different.
Right.
Because in 1 second there's so many moves that you have to do, and the map is small. You gotta press your buttons quickly and just be on top of each other, and make sure that everything goes smooth as possible. Because you have so many objectives to make. You have turtles, you have lords, and evolved lords. There's so many turtles all around the turrets and all other buff neutral creeps and stuff. It's just there's so many things that you need to keep track on.
I mean, it's still gonna be interesting, and also MLB, this game is actually really sought after. There is a huge fan base when it comes to MLBB. Like it's very huge in terms of the fan base and also even the player base. Like there are a lot of players who are playing it at the same time. There are a lot of players who are watching it as well, because many of them couldn't make it to the arena physically to be here and watch their favorite teams play, but they are doing their best to watch it on the broadcast live as much as they can.
No, definitely shout out to all participants of the Game of the Future who couldn't make it here at the Jack Arena. I mean, once again, currently Mobile Legends is constantly keep growing. There's so many viewers for so many players all around the world, and it's also with the mobile. You guys are using on mobile, and it's accessible and quicker and easier in terms of most of the things. And I mean, just phenomenal.
Right. I mean, I'm really curious to see how the pace of the game goes. If the teams are gonna take it to the max from the start, or if they are gonna wait and try to feel the other team and try to feel where the game goes and then decide on how to take the game forward. Because usually even for the last game, I mean, Team Spirits is known for late game strength, but I think last game they waited till the late game, I believe, but towards the late game, actually, Foot really overruled Team Spirit. But both actually put up a real good game.
Yeah, I mean, it all matters the strategy and the way how they execute. The food, for example, they got from all over the place. But let's focus on Yang Feng Yao and Team Vamas. I personally have I can't really expect much from the both teams, because I simply don't really know how they play and what are they capable of. Pretty sure both teams are well respected in their region and well prepared for this tournament, such as Games of the Future.
That's true. Let's take a few seconds to talk about the Phygital Games of the Future as well, because we really don't want to miss on the whole idea about the Phygital Games of the Future held here in Astana. I mean, incredible city that the whole concept is about being in the future, and also to the conjunction of the physical aspect and the digital aspect of many of these disciplines, out of which we have 8 disciplines in total. Some are purely esports, whereas some has digital and physical aspects. And it's interestingly, because I watched a few other games which has both the sides, and most of the players actually played digitally. It was interesting to see how it turns out, because they were playing digitally, and then that finished, and then they were putting out their t-shirts and then moving ahead and then playing physically. So that was very beautiful to see.
You got to experience something that not many people have experienced, and it's just interesting to see how you are actually playing like laser tag, and then you're playing CS2, for example. It's just different experience, I'm pretty sure, and the same with different experience will be with the digital football and then playing online football, same as the basketball.
True.
There's so many things that I could mention about these things.
And also the point system, that's really interesting, because when it comes to the hybrid strategy, we are talking about a team has to be good in digital side and the physical side as well, because if one team is really good in the digital side, it's not necessarily that team is gonna win, because if they are weak on the physical side, that's gonna be a really good, big challenge for them if they really want to take the trophy and the win home. So it has to be balanced on each side, which is actually a good thing that these things are coming up, these concepts are coming up, because we generally have this idea of gamers being just glued to their seats and playing video games. At the same time, now it's challenging the players to go out there and compete physically as well. I think that's a really cool concept.
And also another cool concept is that people get to play this game online easily. It's very accessible. You can use it via phone, and just some cool concept of game at the game of the future, this digital activities moments, because in our Moba PC there were not much physical activities.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think it's really good that you mentioned about the mobile side of gaming, because I believe the MLBB is the only mobile game in the digital, and that's also really beautiful because we want everything to be here, right? When it comes to digital, we have all kinds of games. Like we have proper sports games when it comes to the sports, basketball, football, those kind of things. Also, we got the shooters, when everything, classic, non-classic, everything, we have it on the same table. I mean, it's really good, and also it was a really good move to include MLBB as well. So I think it's almost time for the game, right? What do you think? Are you excited?
Finally, they're almost getting ready here at our Jack Arena. Any final words that you'd like to mention before we head out the words to the casters?
I really want to see 1-1. That's what I want to say. I want the third game. I want the third game? Yeah.
I want to see how the game is going to be played, the first game, and then from their moment we're going to take a look, because if there would be a game, a quick sweep as the Food Eaters did to Team Spirit on the game number 3, I mean, we'll definitely take a look, because otherwise there would be too quick and one-sided.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we need that excitement. We need that anticipation towards the end, right?
I agree with you.
So it's going to be, I mean, we have the lights flashing around us. We have the music banging behind us.
And I would like to give it to commentators with thank you back, and take it away, commentators.
Here we are. Set series of the day. Team Vamos going up against DFYG. Team Vamos had a great start for Games of the Future. Naisu, we saw them win one game up against BTR by Vitality and almost looked like they were in command. However, they lost that series after a reverse sweep, but then they bounced back afterwards. Here they are at the playoffs facing DFYG. What are your thoughts on this matchup? Who do you think is more, I would say, favored to win, or do you think that this is an even series?
That's a good question, man. You know, just because I guess, like, if I was going off of what I saw, not just here at the Games of the Future, but also, you know, the recent run for Team Vamos over in MST, because we spent a lot of time talking about Team Spirit, you know, getting the championship and everything else. And then, look, they lost against Foot Esports in the first series of the day. Now, for this one, Team Vamos was a team, I think, that really surprised a lot of people, even in their MSC run. You know, but it was also a team that I think thrives on the meta that we're usually seeing. And, you know, if I threw it the other side for DFYG, it's like, used to seeing them in international stages to not see them make it to MSC, but it was Guangzhou Gaming, was a surprise for myself. And so now it's like, okay, what does DFYG bring to the table differently than what we saw from Guangzhou Gaming? Because history almost made itself in a way in MSC with Guangzhou Gaming almost making it to outer groups like the first time for the region of China in MLBB. Well, now for DFYG, can they actually manage to move forward here against a team like Team Vamos, who had a ton of reps, a ton of experience just recently on the international stage? I think that's the biggest obstacle for DFYG to win this. But who knows? Because, we just, like I said, we just witnessed the champions get beat and sent home. So, who's to say that DFYG just hasn't, maybe they're more fresh, maybe they're more prepared for this at Games of the Future 2026 in comparison to what Team Vamos has showed us.
Yeah, well, it's always about the preparation for these international tournaments. And to be fair, Vamos has been back-to-back when it comes to their tournaments, so maybe it's not, they don't have as much time as DFYG had. There was a time where DFYG almost, we almost saw them actually win in their second series, I feel like, against the top teams. And there was also a time that last season, actually, we were casting, I don't know if we were the ones who were casting that game, but it was actually DFYG that scored an upset in the previous tournament of previous installation of Games of the Future.
Games of the Future, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So my man Long,
he's developed, man. He's evolved.
He's evolved now. He's gonna be playing the Melissa, actually. No longer the Moscow. But yeah.
No longer the Moscow.
I miss Long, man. I always see him as the representatives of the Chinese region, but fortunate for them to not be able to get the MC. But here we are, seeing them again in Games of the Future.
All right, so the Melissa's first pick for them. Over on the flip side, for Team Vamos, they're going to go ahead and grab themselves the Barretts. Obviously, the Valentina here. Just in case that Atlas does slip through. Again, it's not banned out like we saw in the previous series. Could potentially be picked up here. One thing that you also have to take note of is the Barretts was continuously banned in the previous series. Now, for this, again, this Barretts is a nuisance to deal with, man. Usually put in the XP lane, it's so tanky and it's so capable of setting things up with the Flicker Daytona's Welcome combo that you're just really able to go ahead and capitalize on that. Even whatever ends up going in the hands of Air 404, by the way, in the jungle, is something that you got to be weary of. And that's why, to alleviate some of that pressure, DFYG will go ahead and grab themselves a Suyo and a Marcel. We were talking about the Marcel in the previous series. We finally get to see it here in this series. And also the Suyo comes through early on. What do you think about that? Is that Suyo, you feeling good about the Suyo here?
Not really. Especially because it's a Valentina in combination with the Barretts. It's not like the Hirara that actually has like a lot of piercing damage, or I don't want to use that term piercing, but I think that's how I can describe it. So it's like a lot of penetration, whereas for Suyo it's like mostly upfront damage that you're looking at, which might not be the best for the side of DFYG. But let's find out. This is not gonna be a game losing draft, I would feel like, for the Suyo. I just feel like in general there could be more options out there, but they do ban out the Guinevere themselves. This is a hero that they could have picked up, actually.
Yeah, I think the Guinevere would have been, it's one of those things where it's like it works really good in certain compositions, and more so like specific teams that can play it or utilize it the best. But since that's banned out, we got a couple more bans to go through here. Honing in on the mid lane options, of course, that Selena has popped up continuously now. We've seen more and more people get used to throwing out arrows, obviously being able to follow through that. Marcel, I think how easy that would have been to actually follow through. Having a Marcel giving you that opportunity to land an arrow, or vice versa. Like you land an arrow and then that gives some room for the Marcel to breathe. But I think one of the biggest things about the Marcel is just how good we've seen the golden hour can be, whether that's for setting team fights up or delaying the objective takes, even, you know, around the turtle or eventually the lord there. And so that, I feel like one of the Team Vamos to deal with is getting around the Marcel, but also getting to the Melissa. Like, this is what we've seen a lot of, and why the Melissa has popped up so much, and what we talked about, why the Melissa has really risen in, you know, like stock pick value currently, because you just have a bit of a difficult time getting to that. And if you even look at, you know, what can you take here for the Valentina if you're Team Vamos, it's probably just the golden hour for now, unless, you know, you get something better out of value for the last two picks for DFYG, but they'll definitely take their time kind of considering that. You see the YSS was the last ban here, as we don't know what the jungle yet is for Arrow 404. They're going to go with the Belric, but they're leaning in towards that strategy, man. At least for now, it's a little bit different because they got a Clint, they got the Cowboy, but they still got two tanky dudes.
Yeah. So I think it is the same idea of things considered, because you want to protect your marksman and you have two heroes that are able to peel for you. And at the same time, this Clint is the alternative to the Melissa in a way that you just have, I guess, better range. Think about it. At the same time, you have a lot of laning presence up against the Melissa with this kind of hero. This is actually the hero that I think Team Falcons used up against the Melissa. Remember, there was a time where Bigatron by Vitality was winning so much with the Melissa, with Eman actually leading the fray. And he is one of the best, I would say, players that ever piloted the Melissa during MSC. But then eventually, Team Falcons has decided to pick up the Clint, and now it's working wonders. Okay, so the DFYG are, with the first three picks that we saw from them, you would feel like, yeah, they are playing as what the meta will dictate with this Marcel, with this Melissa and whatnot. But after their last two picks, with this Alice as well as this Farsa, it kind of feels like they are going the other route. This is a greedier approach. And, okay, now this is a swerve. Team Vamos with the Ling. Okay, I'm not sure if that is great versus the Melissa. It's okay against the Farsa. Definitely not comfortable playing around the Marcel. So I'm not entirely sure about this, Team Vamos.
They tried this in MSC, and I feel like there was maybe one game where it worked well for Arrow 404, but then a lot of teams figured out the Ling. They figured out how to deal with it. And usually the Melissa is like one of the answers. Yeah, you're right. You know, like you pick up the Melissa because you're worried about these assassins, you know, jumping forward you. And, you know, there's still, I guess, all comes down to execution. If Arrow 404 is willing to go ahead and take that chance to go ahead and move around the map the way that he wants to on this Ling, then maybe let's see. Maybe let's see what ends up happening here. Arrow 404 was one of the promising junglers throughout the most recent MSC. Let's see if he can make it happen in this one.
Heading into the game, it's not going to be an easy game for DFYG. Well, wait. We are Team Vamos, right? All right.
Yeah,
so
it's how it was last time.
Right.
Okay,
sorry. Very sorry, everyone. I got confused. But yeah, it is Team Vamos on the red side. Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to kind of distribute their resources with the Ling as their jungler. However, I believe that their belief is that this is a dual side lane that is the dual strong side lane that they have built up. It's Barret's up against the Alice and then Clint versus the Melissa. Both can win, but now in the middle, you can already see that they have taken out the Valentina from Clockwood, and Zed having a great start, as well as Yi1 here in the middle.
Okay, already off to a great start. They're going to put pressure on the purple. Let's see if they can actually secure it. Team Vamos trying to do what they can. Arrow 404 did not get it. Did not get his purple buff. Again, if you guys are just joining us, just take note. Team Vamos is on the red side here. I know you're looking up and you got the names kind of mixed up here. It's going to throw you off a little bit, but yeah, first blood right now, currently for DFYG.
Interesting. And also, with the fact that they don't have a strong jungler, they couldn't do what Team Vamos was able to achieve, which is to visit the mid lane and get some pick off for the team. The Alice actually, Fish got onto the middle, including the Marcel. They really want to take this turtle by poking the middle and actually fast leveling this Alice. I think that's an interesting approach for Team Vamos, for DFIG.
Arrow 404 really low here. He's going to take a chance. Fish God, though, able to secure the turtle, and Arrow 404 goes down. A good trade here. Siska could be in trouble. Getting chopped down by Zhao. Looks like he's going to be able to cap out the kill, and he gets it. Right now, DFYG is eating well. 4 kills and an objective, and it looks like they're going to take a buff again. Arrow 404 not going to get his orange. So, again, this is what we were talking about, Wolf. You pick up the Ling. It is such a risk of the golden hour. It's going to be used. Arrow 404, though, buffless for now.
Okay. Definitely not a good sign that we're seeing here for Team Vamos. After a 5-0 start for DFYG, they're leading by 3,000. They're not controlling the river anymore. It will come to a point where this Marcel will have a very quick Thunder Belt with 4 assists, which means that his stacks will also be fast when it comes to picking it up. And that means that with the speed of where DFIG can play around is already a threat. Now, when we talked about how the Suyo is not the best when it comes to the jungle choices, it will be totally different now because he had the 2-0 start. And if he gets that Sky Piercer, if he wants to go for that kind of build, that means that the problem we were talking about, like less penetration, less piercing coming out from the Suyo, that's no longer a problem for DFIG.
Yeah, it's not a problem. One of the things here that is a problem is Team Vamos falling behind with the kind of lineup that they brought to this game one, man. I mean, you know, what more do you need to do? If Arrow 404 is already falling behind in this manner, you can see, you know, across, he's a level behind, but it's mostly to utilize the Ling. He needs the buffs, almost similar to the Fanny, right? And you could argue that Suyo kind of needs it too, but not as much as a Ling or a Fanny, as we saw previously in the previous series when Zaro Egoist didn't have his buffs. And I applaud DFYG for putting the pressure where they need to. Sky Piercer now just picked up for Zhao Shui. They're going to be looking for more. Here's the Feathered Airstrike locking down. Siska, though, with the Daytonas. Welcome, flick up with the Golden Hour. We'll go ahead and freeze them right where they need to be. And Siska falls, looking for more. Arrow 404. The go away from me will keep him from capitalizing a kill. And DFYG comes out on top of that one.
6-0. 1-0-4 for U1. 3 kills for their jungler. And they have taken the turtle for the side of DFYG at this point. It's going to be a big problem. I mean, 2 turtles. The first one being stolen by the Alice Fish God, also taking out Arrow 404. Team Vamos are successful when they allow Arrow 404 to run around the map with aggressive assassin junglers, get kills left and right, and snowball from that regard. But in this scenario, Team Vamos are not having that. They will have to wait for their moment. But will DFYG let them? At this point, you can see how far forward Zed is, how much control they have on the river, and how aggressive they can be on the gold side. Team Vamos have to really come up with something here if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, Zed's been doing a great job so far. Again, a lot of the efficiency with the golden hour that he has, but even the snapshots really playing a part in a lot of these team fights already early on. See how aggressive he has been playing and playing up with that front side. Again, when you are capable of fighting around your feathered airstrike, whether that's using the golden hour before it or after it, following up off of that and knowing that Lung is going to be okay on the Melissa because he's got to go away from me. This is just one of the things that, you know, DFYG just has to rely on each other to pull through in this game one on these team fights. And one thing's for sure, Wolf, we've seen iterations of DFYG over the past years, you know, when they first entered into the scene, whether 2024, I think it was, and we knew that this region would continue to get better. And so far, against a team like Team Vamos, who once again went through the reps on the international stage just recently in Paris, DFYG is controlling the game, you know, from start to finish so far. And they should get this third turtle 3 for 3 locked in as they set up already. Feathered airstrikes drop down. I don't think there's anything that Team Vamos can really do. I mean, that was a quick turtle take for DFYG.
Yeah. Uncontested. There's really not much that Team Vamos could have done for that one to happen. And even then, we haven't even talked about the Melissa. It is available now for DFYG. Freely farming 0-0 into, gets a turret up top. I believe he has the second item already up and available. Then that means that the uptime for this Melissa will be much, much faster. This means that if you're DFYG, you're going to be very happy about the early stage. All you have to do right now is to make sure that you don't give away any extra kills for points, especially from the Suyo. Don't give the shutdown goal to Team Vamos.
Yeah, they don't want to give that up. They're already working on this tier 2 turret. Team Vamos can't really do much but watch. Feathered airstrike comes down. There's the Throne of Ruin set up, and Klakoon trying to get away, popping his own feathered airstrike in return, but he's going to go down as a double to Fish God. And that Daytona's welcome will not go anywhere from Siska. So DFYG again, keeping Team Vamos zeros across the board, not even a turret to their name. Looking to knock down some tier 2s.
Yeah. Very hectic game for Team Vamos, and the reason why I say that is because they will be scrambling for scraps now. It's going to be up to their Ling to be creative. Where would you go? Where is safe? And to be fair, if we're thinking about this Glint, unfortunately, that's Endless Battle as well as the Sky Piercer, so they really need to get a kill now for this Glint to be effective, but Nautko is just not finding any kind of opening because DFYG are so quick around the map.
Yeah, this is one of the problems. You know, you would expect that they could be quick enough moving around the map with, you know, having Arrow 404 on the Ling, doing his thing, but the problem is when he's away from the team, DFYG, especially with the power spike that they have, that almost 10,000 gold ahead, no one is safe. You know, no one's safe at that point. And now this Lord is already up. It's going to be quickly taken down. I mean, there's nothing that Team Vamos can do but find scraps, as you mentioned, around the jungle. So Lord secured. DFYG, I mean, just look how fast they move here. Wings by Yi1. They're going to be going with a feathered airstrike, locking him down with a golden hour too. He tries to get away. He will be able to go ahead and Finch poison out. But man, Team Vamos is just not looking good here.
Yeah. What else can you do? Not go with 0 and 2 as his record. Haskell's was the Berserkers for the only item. Look at this long. Look at how fast they're taking out the turrets. This is how ahead the FYG is. 9-0. And they are careful with it too. They're not just rushing into Team Vamos. They're taking this advantage to its highest level. And they're looking for the Ling because there is that Lord into the bottom lane that they can actually use to push with.
This is the unfortunate truth here of having a Ling or having a Fanny. You're just fighting 4v5 while your jungler is on the other side of the map trying to get whatever they can, whatever pressure across the map they can. The shield's already popped top and mid. This Lord pushing in down the bottom side, but yes, you're already seeing it. The damage from Malung online and the rest of the team. Muddles being dropped down under the turret. Zed trying to tank it up. Snapshot's already being used, and Klakoon holding on to the feathered airstrike. He's going to have to go back, heal up, and now one turret being worked on top side. Still going. They're going to put the pressure here. Throne of Ruin in the golden hour. They're able to go ahead and clean up some kills against Team Vamos as 2 fall. They're going to work on the crystal here, but it's just not enough to push in despite this massive 11,000 gold lead. Arrow 4-4. He's going to jump in, and he gets punished. He saw the low health bars, but it's not going to be enough. Again, a wave pushing in mid and top. They know 20 seconds for Arrow 404. A feathered airstrike comes down, and now DFYG looks to take a decisive game 1. Looking to clean up here. Team Vamos desperately trying to hold on here. They should be able to clean out these waves and stay in this game. And Fish God up the winner crown. Muddles there to help keep them from falling, and they'll disengage.
Important kill coming out from Natko because that means that there is one stack of Sky Piercer that he has right now. Longing for that one for a very long time, DFYG. With all due fairness, despite that death onto Zed, I think that was a clean take because if you just look at the time, it's just 11 minutes and 50 seconds. And the way that they siege like that, it looks really good for DFYG. Of course, it's unfortunate that they lost one of their players, but all things considered, such a clean take. And it's clean enough that in 15 seconds, 11 seconds in fact, Lord would be up for them to take once again. And there is no way Team Vamos can actually team fight around this area. I think that if they try to fight this Lord take, bodies will drop on their side.
Yeah, you just don't want to take it here. You can see once again, Arrow 404 picking up a BOD. He's been scrapping for gold. He's able to get another item. He will push that tier 1 up top. But what Team Vamos is hoping for is that they can defend again. Even despite being down at 10,000 gold, Team Vamos 1 kill to their name and 2 turrets that have been knocked down by the choices of Arrow 4 just to push the map. That's all they can really do. Oh, good rockets here on Zed. You're going to lock him down a little bit here. Oh, the rapid drive. Zed's going to be able to go ahead and bob and weave out of there. Still staying alive. He's going to go back, reset. But oh, the jungler battle.
Okay.
Arrow 404 will win the 1v1. And now they got to deal with this Lord. Team Vamos looking to turn things around one step at a time. A feathered airstrike for Cloncoon borrowed. We'll go ahead and wipe out the wave, and Team Vamos will do it, Wolf. They'll actually still defend.
Error 404. Something out of nothing. A much needed win for Team Vamos. They have found it through the clutches of this Ling. You would have thought that this is already one side of Team Vamos, but Siska getting punished. They jump in with the tournament on the backside.
Oh, it goes in. Golden hour going to be used. They're trying to stop them from getting back to the base. Arrow 404, Tentacle Blade's going to be dropping down, looking to keep a kill, but he can't. And Cloncoon gets away. Athletic flicker. Yi1 was trying to clean up, and they'll get a double against Natko. And without Natko, they should be able to end the game here. DFYG unleashing on Z. He can't tank it all. Arrow 404 trying to get some energy to work with, but the base is going to be locked in. The DFYG under the 15-minute mark will take game 1.
Was a time where Team Vamos would have taken it, but DFYG were just so clean with it from minute 1 up until the end. More of game number 1 after this break. For now, we're going to be heading into a quick break for after a post-game analysis.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back because we just finished one round of the second game today for Mlbb, and this is going to be getting very interesting because one game down for Vamos versus DFYG, a huge lead win for the team DFYG, right?
Yeah, they actually outclassed them. I mean, that's just pure words. They just outclassed them. That's why I was feeling Jianfing Yao guy definitely has an advantage over, because it felt like they're the team that are not just competing, but they came here for the trophy.
That's true, that's true. I mean, DFYG and also Team Vamos actually put up a really good fight, but I think DFYG actually took the most part of the game because they were at 12-0 by around 11 minute mark. But what do you think about the next one?
Yeah, I would like to, before anything, I would like to mention that the digital games were the digital basketball discipline presented by Samro Kazana, and it actually started from yesterday and until 9th of August. And thank you very much, Samro Kazana, for making this happen and making digital football happen. And moving forward, so your question was, what exactly you were saying?
The game, I mean, it was very polarizing because initially, even I think at the 3 minute mark, DFYG already had 5 kills.
Yeah,
I mean, under 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, I mean, they just played outstanding performance. Just like what I said, it was just clean overall. The draft, the play style, the strategy, what they wanted to do, was just clean already, and it felt like they knew what they're doing. And I saw their coaching staff. They're having like a lot of people on the coaching staff, and I'm pretty sure they were ready for everything, and they just played phenomenal.
Of course,
that was very, very clean.
Yeah, very clean game. I mean, there was, I believe they didn't even hit max level when it came to Team Vamos towards the end, or at least up until 12 minute mark. As you can see on the screen, we got the highlights running. We were at 8 minutes, and even at 10 minutes, we were at 9-0. The scoreboard, I think it went along all the way till around 11 minutes.
Look at the team fight right now. It's a pure disaster for Team Vamos. Yeah. I mean, we're getting a kill per minute from the Jiangfeng Yao guy team, who came here actually to not just to travel, but to win.
Yes.
So the very well executed team play from Jiangfeng Yao guy. Yeah, I give a respect to Team Vamos. It was a hard game. They were trying their best to play it from the behind, from the back, but unfortunately it didn't work.
Of course,
for their favor. But there is still a chance. There is a possibility that to take it over. Maybe they will ban a couple of the heroes that they might think that was a problem during the strategy, or they change their strategy completely. I personally think, I mean, Yaofi and Young Guy, I was expecting them to go forward, honestly, and if they continue their gameplay like that, I mean, that would be a 2-0 sweep, to be honest.
Yeah, and we have the stats on the screen right now. We have a 14-point difference when it comes to the scoreboard. We had 16 kills for DYFYG and also 2 kills for Team Vamos. That was a clear win right there. And if you look at the levels as well, I think the Team Vamos, only one person hit the max level 15, Error 404. When it comes to DFYG, they actually, almost all of them were really close to 15, but 2 level 15s, other 3 were level 14. That was really good work right there. And I mean, even the kills, if you can see, we have 5 kills and 6 kills by Yeon. I mean, he got a double kill as well in between for DFYG, and 5 kills when it came to Fish God. I mean, he actually did great as well. Both of them 0 deaths.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, also Zhao Shu got what? He got a lot of gold.
Yes.
He got, I believe, 13k gold.
Yeah.
Up there, and it was just really amazing. Like the way how they just played and the way how they just outdrafted. The 9 assists, 0 deaths, 0 kills stolen from the supports. It's just amazing. And we saw the mage, the mid, 6-0 and 8, just amazing. I mean,
I think it's always interesting to see how this goes. But let's give a big shout out to Yandex Go. You need to download the app Yandex Go and make your life a lot easier. You got the QR code up on the screen. Please make sure you save that, you scan that, and download Yandex Go because it's got everything you need in one app. Make sure download that and make your life a lot easier. Just like how this event is running. I mean, this is going great as for each match goes forward. Because as we said initially, I mean, the game is completely unpredictable. We cannot know where the game is going. We got the stats on the board. What do you think? What do you think, Streel Bro? We got the KDA. If you look, DFYD VMS. We got the level 14 versus level 12. I mean, great performances by either team, both of the teams, both of the players, all 5 players of each team. But if you look at the KDA and of course the gold as well, that's very close scores. I mean, you're talking about 8.8k and 7k as well. I mean, it's not as different as the previous games, right?
For me, it was quite a big difference, to be honest with you. Because if you paid attention to the hero damage, the hero damage was twice as different.
Right,
so
right.
On the other hand, on the player of the Yang Feng Yao guy has around 40k damage, and whereas the Team Vamos had 19 to almost 20k damage. So it's double of the hero damage. It's just absolutely big advantage. And I mean, Yoan is a mage player, 0 on 8. 87% of kill participation. Wow. He's always there, always on point, always there to support his team when needed, make the kills when needed and when necessary. I mean, constant pressure from the Yang Lao guy actually pulled through. I honestly think it's not going to be a third game, to be honest with you. If they continue to play like that, it will be too, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if the game goes like this, I think that's going to be a question if we are even going to have a third game, because we are talking about a huge difference, 14 kill difference in the last game. And I mean, we still got one more game to see if there is going to be another game after that. But Eon, a really great job. I mean, 6 kills, 0 death, and 8 assists. I mean, that's huge. I mean, you're talking about 14, being a part of 14 kills for the team. That in itself is huge because total kills is 16, out of which he took part in 14 kills and he took 6 away as well. So, huge ones. Let's give a big round of shout out for Freedom for being the general partner for bringing this MLBB here in Games of the Future 2026. We are having a great time here with all the matches. We still have 2 more rounds to go when it comes to DFYG and Team Vamos, and we got 2 more matches to go soon after we finish that. Geeka versus Aurora, and also Rune Eaters versus Pro Esports. And all of this, we are reminding you again, these are single elimination matches. You fail, you go home.
Yeah. Thank you very much for bringing it in, Hi T. And let's focus on the game between the Downfield guy and the Team Vamos. The Vamos, if they want to win this series and want to come back to the game, they have to come back right here, right now. Otherwise, there won't be any second chance again. And I mean, if you guys want to stay in this beautiful city of Astana and compete at the Game of the Future, and your run at the Game of the Future 2026, you guys have to change something. It could be the draft, it could be your strategy, it could be the way how your mental is. It just something needs to be changed, and something needs to be done right here and right now.
Yeah.
Well, we'll definitely take a look how it is. Meanwhile, we're flying and seeing our futuristic town of Astana, and just fortunate to be here.
Yep, and stunning visuals, stunning what we are watching right here on the screen. I mean, we cannot wait to see this in reality, which won't be too long for sure. And let's take a look at the official website.
Yeah, the official website of the future of the games is astana2026.gofuture.games, and yeah, it's our website. Take a look at this and make sure you follow the news updates and everything over there. Official website again, astana2026.gofuture.
Yep, it's gonna be interesting because we got more days, we got more games, we got more rounds coming up, and we are yet to see how this game is gonna turn out, because this day is gonna decide how many are going out, how many are staying, and we got 4 matches today. So definitely 4 teams are going out today. We got 8 teams playing today, out of which half of the teams will be going home after today.
Two teams already have played and finished their already game. The Team Spirit against the Food Eaters, and the Food Eaters are staying here at the Jack Patrick Arena and watching the beautiful game of Team Vamos versus the Jiang Feng Yao guy, and yeah, we'll definitely take a look how they do. Maybe they're analyzing what heroes those guys are playing and picking, and be prepared for the next games, especially.
Yeah, I think for the Team Vamos, it's going to be a choice between if they are really going to stick to the current plan that they have now, if they really don't want to change the strategy and go ahead with what they have already planned, trust it and go forward, or after the last game, I mean, they might want to reevaluate what they are going to do. But again, I mean, it's not an easy decision. It's a tough decision what to do with the game and up next, because the next game is going to decide if we're going to even have another chance after that. So the teams are getting ready behind us. They are getting to their desks. They are making themselves comfortable on their desks and getting ready to give us a proper show. So excited for the next one, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, definitely. If I'm curious if there are going to be new changes, new drafts on the drafting part.
Yeah.
I personally like the strategy of Jiangfeng Yao guy, and I'm curious if they're gonna stick with their initial plan that they have followed in the game 1, if they're gonna get game 2. And as we can hear, people are getting slowly ready. You have any final words before you'd like?
I mean, it's really exciting. Yeah, it's really good how it goes. But yeah, I think it's time for the game, right, Steel?
Yeah. Pass
all right, it's time for the game, guys. We're gonna pass it right to the casters. Gentlemen, take it away. It's game time. Let's do this.
Thank you so much for that, for the post-game analysis, of course, from the panel. They talked about how DFYG is dominant. I think that they watched DFYG play in the group stages and they felt like, okay, yeah, they really are good. They really are scary. It feels like they might be the team to take this all the way. And then we see them perform against Vamos, a team that is already experienced, and they demolished them, to say the least, in game number 1. Do you think that Team DFYG definitely has got an advantage over their opponents right now?
You know, Wolf, I think after game 1, you could say 100% yes. I don't know what it was. I mean, I guess I wasn't expecting Team Vamos to play the way they did. And maybe that seems to be the theme today, you know? Just watching some of these teams battle it out on an international stage in Paris just last week, you know, maybe things change. Just some of the focus that they have, because it just felt like Team Vamos wasn't really able to execute the game plan that they had. You know, and a part of that, again, is it's partially building compositions around, you know, these assassin junglers, and that's kind of it's the meta right now. So it's kind of necessary, like, in a way. You don't see teams pick up these utility junglers anymore, really, aside for the 1 or 2 teams that do take a chance on it. But if you're going to have Arrow 404 on a Ling, like we saw in the previous game, you know, there's only so much that he can do when he's behind, and they were doing the right things. Like, I wanted to go ahead and put that out there. Like, he was doing the right things. He had to go ahead and push down on the opposite side of the map, and his team as 4 had to basically consistently deal with DFYG just forcing them into a team fight, right? But I think it was just hoping that they would come online, and it just happened too late. Like, DFYG, let's put it this way as well. DFYG is a team that is known before for doing really good in the early game, right? And then letting it slip through their hands in the late game. Yeah. And if you've looked at their games that they've played so far here for the Games of the Future 2026, they've done a better job. They've continuously improved to when they have a lead, they're better at not letting it slip through their hands. And I think that game 1 was a clear example of that. Team Vamos definitely had some moments where it looked like, oh, they might be able to buy a little bit more time, 5+ minutes or so. But, you know, DFYG was able to end it. So as we get through this first phase of the picks already, you can see they go and decide to pick up the Barretts. The Eudora, strong picks, obviously. We'll see if they end up picking the jungler for Arrow 4-4. They do just that. They get themselves a Harley. I think these 3 picks, obviously, are going to really help Team Vamos' early game. The Harley is a little bit easier to deal with, or at least handle in comparison to the Ling. You know, that burst damage that can come through between a Harley and a Eudora is quite deadly, especially when you get the Genius Wand in play. You know, you're shredding through some of that magic resistance already with that Eudora. So your potential chances of getting kills is really good early, all the way to the late game. But you just got to fix so many things in the last one, you know?
Yeah. And you know what? I 100,000,000% agree with what you said about this lineup of Team Famos. I feel like, honestly, with the first 3 picks that they have, it's pretty solid. It's the meta. It's what the meta dictates. Whenever there's no Hirara, you pick up Harley, you pick up or Nolan. The Barats, whenever it's open, it's a no-brainer. Just pick it up. And now they get the Eudora on top of it all. Think about DFYG. They prioritize the Valentina over the Eudora, which is surprising to me. But at the same time, they really want to get this Atlas in hand. I think that they are prepping up for this Atlas pick. And then Long now picking up this Claude, an early pickup for DFYG. What this overall means is that DFYG might not have a jungler that will be perfect in this scenario. Already, the Nolan being banned out. What else could be there? Will they go back to this Suyo, for example? Again, that Team Vamos can ban that out too.
I wonder if they do ban, if they use their last ban for the Suyo. Because, then what does Zhao play? Do they potentially pick up something new to lean in against the Harley? I think that's what their decision making is going to have to come down to. But this last ban from DFYG, probably still going for these Roam options since they already went for the Belric. They've got the Alice. I don't know if they ban out a Hylos or what are those tankier choices. They go with a pick-off potential. They ban the Cho, so that won't be available. And this is what we're thinking, if this is just going to go ahead and be one of the last options left in the jungle, the Suyo, unless, because if it's not banned out, I just kind of expect the Suyo to be picked up here.
Out of no choice, I would say. It's hard to be in the spot now of the FYG, although I do understand why they picked up the heroes that they eventually picked up. I feel like there will come a point where it will be a problem for them to solve this jungle situation they have. At the same time, though, I'm thinking maybe they are considering the Guinevere, which is also a hero that has a good synergy with marksman gold laners, right? So the Suyo, as we expected, will be banned out. The response coming out from DFYG, they can go for their EXP laner, or like I said, the Guinevere, which I feel like can also be a good hero to eventually get you an XP laner that is damage based, maybe somewhere along the lines of a Harlot or maybe a Yuzhong eventually, or even the Phoveus, which is
good call, Wolf.
I don't know, yeah, it's the Guinevere indeed for DFYG.
Doing what you do best, man. These predictions on point, you know. It makes sense though. It does complement the Atlas very well. Not just that, but whatever they end up putting in the XP lane, they can go with too. And then even for the Valentina for U1, I mean, there's obviously you can go ahead and take that Thundering Wrath, that ultimate from the Eudora. Not sure what else is going to be worth taking. Daytona's welcome too. We've seen that before where it's like, you know, sometimes you're taking that and that's enough to help set up the team so that it doesn't always have to be a Fatal Lynx, you know, from the Atlas. So definitely something they can use. I was wondering if it would be a Gatacontra ban earlier on. It was the Cho instead, and this is the Gatacontra that comes through. They're going to play, most likely this is going to have that Revitalize, so helps them out there. Plus they get an Obsidia. The Obsidia still isn't picked up that often. You know, it's one of those gold laners that I feel like you really dip into the hero pool to bring this out. The Mozkov was open, but I was more so expecting that rather than the Obsidia. But what do you think of the Obsidia pick?
Yeah, I don't necessarily like it because there's a lot of dive coming out from DFYG. And typically when you draft the Obsidia, you always look to protected already with just the nature of the heroes, is to take it away from dive type of heroes, because that's really difficult to deal with. Another dive hero to close it out. It's going to be the Lapu-Lapu. I think this is a really good last pick coming out of DFYG. I think their drafting is just so good, my man.
Yeah.
Difficult scenario, I feel like, that this time Team Vamos is going to be facing.
Yeah, such a good draft here. Even in the previous game, we saw Fishgone on the Alice. Really good performance. As a whole, DFYG just really performed. And now you have so many options. You know, you have so many options to pick fights if you want to start fights if you want to. Whether that's between, like I said, having the Atlas, you know, those Fatal Links, or now you have a Lapu to potentially start fights. Especially when you pop that Bravest Fighter, and then, you know, you have Valentina. So I feel like any time that DFIG wants to fight, or at least just win a skirmish around these early objectives, turtle fights, they have all the tools they need. And one thing's for sure, Team Vamos is going to have to showcase some better execution as a team here if they want to survive and not get knocked out here at the Phygital Games of the Future 2026, Stan, because it's dicey here, man, and we're going to be jumping into the Land of Dawn. DFYG match point against Team Vamos.
Yeah. Wonder. DFYG, although we really like their composition, it's not like what the meta favors right now, because usually you want to go for assassin junglers with stable EXP laners, and then your gold laner should be fast. So we're not saying that this is an absolute win for DFYG. Whoa. In fact, there's already a great start, as for some reason Arrow 404 found an opening to get a pickoff onto the plot.
Oh, there's a response though, if I've ever seen one. But the jungler will go down as well on both sides. So a little scrappy here, Wolf. The opening minute of this game too. E1 gonna get taunted by the Unbreakable, but he does back off.
Yeah. I think that generally favors Team Vamos, essentially. Yeah, to Air 404, despite him dying, this is him gonna be able to cycle his purple buff once again. It is still available, so that he can still take it when the turtle fight happens, which is super important for Team Vamos. And makes me real curious here how Team Vamos will utilize this composition, because they already have the advantage. They have the Gotf catch out, and as well as the bats. Very strong when it comes to team fighting around the turtle. And now it's going to be up to DFYG if they are equipped with this Lapu-Lapu. And, well, they are, it seems like.
Oh, wow. Zhao. Oh, he's ticking, though. Deadly Magics is on him. He won't be able to survive. So a bit of a trade again. Arrow 404 able to pick one up. Again, a trade across the board. Zhao's taking a lot of deaths here early on, and this is going to result into a turtle, most likely. Going to the hands of Arrow 404 as he retries secures it. So good start here. Better start for Team Vamos.
Yeah. Liking the idea now. Liking what we are seeing, obviously, for side of Team Vamos as compared to the previous game. They're already looking to control this. DFYG are behind by just 800 gold right now. And to be fair, they are finding a lot of farm onto their gold laner. All they have to do now is to make sure that they do take care of Long for the first 8 minutes of the game. And then eventually Long will be able to farm by himself.
Okay, so one of the things here, one of the caveats for DFYG, if they, want to keep themselves from falling too far behind, and I say that now because it's about a, 1,000 goldish lead for Team Vamos. And this is a lineup that can scale up really well. So for DFYG, obviously you're playing into, the long game with Lung. On that Claude, he needs the Trinity to go ahead and build up. The Obsidia that we haven't seen too much of in the hands of Notco will eventually be a threat. He goes in with a Blaze. He wants that gold crap, man. Okay. But you can see, there's quite a difference in terms of even XP between the Claude and the Obsidia. So that's something that Lung's going to want to go ahead and alleviate, because he's got to be the guy to go ahead and farm up, to be that damage dealer towards this mid to late game.
Okay. Hang on. We're going to be looking towards the Pirates eventually here for Team Vamos, which is going to be difficult hero for DFYG to deal with. I'm looking at their hero composition right now, and probably the only thing that can help them in their case up against this against this Barretts is the combination of the Lapu-Lapu as well as this Guinevere. And I'm not entirely sure what I'm seeing right now. It's a little bit of a blur. Naxu, it feels like there's going to be another turtle fight now incoming.
Yeah.
Incoming.
Turtle spawning in. Second one of the game. You just saw Lone get checked, man. He had to burn the Purify. Got bursted down by the Thundering Wrath here. But right now, it's Team Vamos with control around this turtle. It's going to go for a bit of a reset. Zed's waiting patiently here. I'm not sure if he actually wants to go in and utilize his Fatal Links. He doesn't have it just yet, so he's just kind of threatening them. Trying to push him off, but Arrow 4-4 is already going to steer the turtle. There's a jump in with the spatial migration, tossing in the air. Z is in trouble. Fish God able to survive though, sliver of health. The rest of the team on the disengage, and Yi1 holding on to the Avatar of the Guardian. So no dice on the objective, but they do get a kill for DFYG, but they're still falling behind here, Wolf.
Take a list. They stabilize. They want to go for a fight now. And onto the back, they want to go for it, but it was a stun that stops them with that. It seems like DFYG might have lost this fight. They're trying their best to find a kill, but they are getting punished by Team Vamos.
Oh, they just line up too, and that's going to be multiple kills for Team Vamos. That's a triple for Siska. Talk about a happy dinosaur, man, for this Barretts right now. That is a quick triple.
Oh. And things are looking good now for Team Vamos as compared to the previous game. They're only leading by 4,000. Actually, you wouldn't notice it, but they were actually getting so much out of the map because of this. Even the Barretts is slowly farming up top. And like I said, there is a problem that the FYG has to solve later on, which is this lack of damage that they have against the Barretts eventually. And of course, this Obsidia, which we said is not the strongest hero when it comes to protecting herself, but with this kind of lead that the Team Vamos have built, it's going to be easy for them.
If YG wants to fight again, they win it with the Conceal and the Fatal Link. They're able to take out Notco. We'll see if they get Z. Z can't run away. Double kill for Fish God. What a decision from DFYG to make a move off the Fatal Links and Conceal. They want to put more pressure here. They're going to go in with an Avatar of the Guardian. The big eat here, the chop from Siska. But now Siska bobbing and weaving between four players, tanking up to do it all. Fish God is there. Siska, the dinosaur, versus the Lapu. Lapu's going to jump in with the bravest fighter, and he'll shut down Siska. There's a move and a play from DFYG. They get themselves back into this game.
An important move overall for DFYG. They get so much out of that top lane. In fact, they have equalized already. A shutdown for this Lapu-Lapu. 5-0-1. And now they want to go for display.
They get the Purify out. Zhao goes in, gets burnt down by the deadly magic, and now it looks like Zed's going to be next. Fatal Link's going to be used. This is not a fight I think they want to take, but there's Loom going in with the Blazing Dew, and a nice stun 2-1. Notco still able to get the moves to survive. 1 HP. As we take a look there, a little bit closer. Now, Fish God's the one to go down. Man, DFYG just whiffed that fight.
You understand why they went for it. You understand the idea. But then again, the execution was not there. Team Vamos also knew that there will be a play that DFYG wanted to do. And they have braced themselves so well in a way that they have now denied the DFYG. Now, Team Vamos is leading again at 3,000 gold. But this time it's totally different because it's now the mid-game, 8 minutes in. You're not going to get any more openings like that up top. And items are now starting to pour in. Gotta be more crafty now if you are DFYG.
Man, that's unfortunate that you put yourself in that situation, fall further behind when you almost equalized here. Now DFYG still in the hunt. Zed's gonna go again. He goes in with the Fatal Links. He's able to lock down Arrow 404, but Arrow 404 gets away. Good usage of the tricks here of that Harley, and now they're gonna lock down once again. Hunt of Bone from Notco, able to get the killing spree, to shut down on Fish God. And now they're trying to disengage, trying to get out of this fight. DFYG just keeps throwing themselves into these fights against Team Vamos, and they're pushed off the tier 1, and goodbye Zhao.
Wow, that is DFYG overheating. You would be very surprised if you see that kind of move from that team, and I totally do not understand why they went in for that play, but they did. And what that meant is that they are now going to be trailing behind even further. They have dug themselves deeper into this game. Team Vamos are now leading by 5,000 gold. It seems like Team Vamos have been prepared for all of the desperate moves we're seeing here from DFYG, because DFYG, you really feel that they wanted to really equalize, and they are overcompensating in the process. And what that meant is that they are losing even more parts of the map, even more of the gold.
Oh, let's set up again. Purify is going to be popped here. They're going to go in with the initiation. It's a big shutdown on Arrow 404. There's the stun on Natko. Natko's got to run away from the team fight, and DFYG has finally made this team fight work for them. They're able to pick up multiple kills. A Lord is for the taking, and they're going to swing down forward. This is all part of the plan. DFYG has tried many times. It almost felt like they were just throwing themselves at Team Vamos. Well, this time it worked. And they're going to capitalize a Lord, and that's going to be a big take for DFYG.
Wow. They really tried to make it work, and guess what? They were successful. Finally able to find an opening in this game. And it's going to take a long time for them to get back into the fight, but they do take the Lord this time, so they are putting themselves in a much better spot.
That's a good take there, man. Again, thinking just how much TFYG has had to crawl back into this game. And it felt like at one point they were just kind of inted, tilted. It just felt like they were just going and putting themselves in these situations. But I guess that might be part of the madness here. Whoa. Lung should be able to survive that. Arrow 4-4 on the hunt. Pops the blazing do it. He's trying to get the last bit of damage out, and I think he does get it. Arrow 404 able to hunt down the gold lane. And now DFYG seeing if they can get some revenge, holding on to Deadly Magic's E1, looking to go. He goes back, he knows the tricks, but it looks like the fancy footwork from Arrow 404 will keep him alive. He goes back to the push. Oh, he's actually able to take out E1. Oh, you can't catch him, but finally Zhao does after some amazing moves. And now can the rest of the team capitalize on this? They're not going to be able to follow through, but they dealt with that push that DFYG needed.
Yeah. Arrow 4 heroics. Not the good trade if you think about it, but now they want to go for more. Go for the Daytona's welcome at this point. Zed is too low. Zed is taken out. In comes the jump, coming up with the Guinevere with the Winter Crown, but now he's getting punished. DFYG are not coordinated this time. They're going one after the other. And because they staggered their spells, now they're getting punished. 3 might fall. Fishgun even committing the flicker. Still to fall. Oh, DFYG. They're crumbling again.
Oh, Wolf. I just said it looks like they're throwing themselves at Team Vamos, and that's exactly what that last fight was. Again, I mean, they even went in, and it just seemed like Lung didn't have the damage. It's so weird because he blazing do it off of the Violet Requiem set up by Zhao, but then no health bars were being worked on. And I wish we could take a look at the items here, just how far behind right now Lung is. But I would assume, 13 minutes in, he's at least got the Trinity. So yeah, he does have the Trinity locked in. He's going for, looks like I'm not sure if he's actually going to finish the Golden Rose. Hold on. They're going to set this up. There's the stuns coming through. Zed's going to be gone. Fish God jumping it again. They're trying to get Siska, but they don't. They're disengaging. And now Z in trouble. Double kill for Natko, making a triple on the hunt, looking for the Maniac if he can find one on Yi1. He's got a couple shots to go. Lung's really trying to help him, and he gets him with the stack. Can he get the Savage? Natko will lock it in, taking out 5 of DFYG. A Savage for Natko.
And the first Savage of Games of the Future. Or maybe not, maybe of the playoffs. But Team Vamos are just styling on DFYG right now, punishing them for their mistakes This time it's Team Vamos that will get the better end of the stick, and we get what we wished for. We get what the panel wished for. It's a 1-1. We're heading into a game 3 after this break. For now, let's head into the post-game analysis.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back after the second round of the second match for this day for Mlbb. And finally, just as I said, Vamos took it. I think Vamos took a revenge from the last game, and now we are 1-1.
Yeah, as you were saying about 1-1, I was definitely surprised on Vamos doing so well, and
yes.
they started well and with the pressure early. And I mean, Yanfeng, Yao Guy, they were also doing it very well and giving a good fight. But constant Vamos pressure was really well. I mean, honestly, I was very surprised. Vamos surprised me, and they just played it well.
Of course. Let's give a big shout out to Freedom for being the general partner for Mlbb, for bringing this right here for all of us, for enjoying this series of games, Mlbb right here for the Digital Games of the Future. So give a big round of shout out for them. And also, as we said, Vamos did it. It's 1-1 now, which means we still got one more game, which is really cool because I really wanted a third game, because that's when we actually are excited. And then that's the decider of the whole best of 3 point, right?
Yeah, definitely is. You were actually so correct on the third game. I mean, honestly, again, Vamos. They were fighting, and they kept fighting, and that's how they got into victory. I personally thought Jiaofeng, Yao Guy have a chances to close the game number 2. Honestly, I had a thinking that they'll just end it after, but they have definitely changed a little bit of draft.
True.
And their style is a little bit different, and
Yeah.
that style actually helped them to manage to get into the top.
That's so true. I mean, it really paid off because Vamos started with a bang. I mean, we are talking about 2 kills for Vamos before even the first minute hit. Like in the first 60 seconds, they had 2 kills, which was commendable. And up until I think 7th or 8th minute, as you can see, it was very tight fight. We were going like 3-3, and then somebody takes 1 point and then 1 kill, and then the other one also matches up to that. And as you see on the screen, I mean, we are about to hit the 7th minute, and we are at 7-6. I mean, that's one kill difference.
Yeah, I mean, look at the aggression from Yao Guy. They're just rushing under the tower. Just the CC going in full immune. It's just
Yeah, I mean,
insane.
It was very tight fight, and we are still looking at there wasn't a point where there was a huge lead. Like as you can see, like it went to 12, and then the other team went. I mean, DFYG went 11, and then there goes the Vamos up with the more kills. And towards the end, I think went really tight, but they took it. I mean, Vamos took it. I mean, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you were mentioning earlier, the game was. The Vamos was pushing early game, but the game felt the game is always even, up to the point where Vamos is now actually starting to get a lead more advantage, and just a godlike from I think it was Natko, and just awesome performance from himself with a double kill and triple kill here, making it on minute 13. Yeah, that's the moment where unfortunately I feel that guy now can't really do much to this Natko, and that's actually 5 heroes dead from the Natko, and it's just phenomenal performance.
Yeah, after 13th minute, I think it was already decided because everybody were wiped out, and then the base was empty. I mean, it was unguarded. Here we have the stats in front of us. That's I mean, towards the end, come on, it's a big lead now. Like 10 kill difference, where 22 for Vamos and 12 for DFYG. I think that was a true payback when you look at the previous game.
For sure, yes, he was. I mean, he had Natko earned 11k, almost 12k. It's just also 5 kills. I think that's first time we saw Savage, right? On this tournament.
Yes.
At least for the playoffs. I mean, Natko, congratulations, and congratulations to the fans of Team Vamos for pulling it through and making a comeback.
Yeah.
What an amazing result, honestly, and excited to see the game number 3, and hopefully the teams could give a good fight for both of the team, and wish them good luck, because this last game, the last map, is very important.
Yeah.
As important as our Phygital Plus, because you can watch all the games of the future on our future games of the future on our OTT program, phygital-plus.com. All the games, all the disciplines, everything is available over there. Feel free to watch it.
Of course, and if you look at the 2 rounds, I mean, the first round we had DFYG sailing through to the win. I mean, they were getting kills back to back, and they were not letting the Vamos get anywhere. But when it comes to the second game, I mean, we had a really good pace going up until 13th. And we are talking about both of the teams playing head-to-head. And after 13th, I think Vamos really went for it. I mean, they really got a good lead in the final 2-3 minutes, let's say. We got the stats of the teams in front of us. How does the differences look for you still?
Great thing, because the damage is 10k damage more did Natko, and I mean, if you see the gold differences, 2.5k difference on gold parts here for Team Vamos. I mean, Natko, man, it just played extremely well. At the same time, for Long, he participates in most of the times.
Yeah.
In 75% of the kills that he participated and took the more damage than the Natko, but that's why Natko was actually wiping his team.
Yes.
I mean, wiping Long's team out.
Yeah.
So now it will be game number 3. Not as of right now. It's just I'm saying the third game is going to be happening quite soon, guys. And don't forget to follow and subscribe everything here online, and just watch great Mobile Legends.
Right, and also the kill that they racked up. I mean, when we saw the Natko and Long, like that was 2 different strategies, right? Long actually went for more assist, or happened to go for more assist, when Natco actually went for the kills. Like he racked up the kills where the Long actually went as a team play more of helping others get those kills. But I mean, the last 3 minutes, I think that was the decider. I mean, that's when Vamos actually went for it. They were like, no, we are not leaving. We're going to get one more game and we're going to decide from that. So, but the next one, we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. So it's going to be interesting to see what the third game has to bring. And if it's going to be a head-to-head kind of fight, or if it's going to be someone taking the lead early on and then moving ahead to the end.
Yeah. Also, I'd like to mention to you guys, this is official website of the Games of the Future, Astana2026.gofuture.games. As again, follow, check the news, everything, all the details are announced over there. Moving forward, yeah.
Yep.
What do you think? Who is going to win now? Is it going to be a clean sweep again from the team of DFYJ, or Vamos can make Vamos?
I really think that this is gonna be a really tough competition, the third one, because both of the teams actually showed their strong sides. I mean, Vamos 100%. Are known for their mid-game skirmishes, but I think the first game they actually didn't get a grip of that. But I think the second game they really got it got it together. So now, since in the first game, DFYG actually proved their strength, and in the second game, Vamos actually proved their strength, and now it's like both of them are strong. So
yeah,
third game is going to be a tough one.
Strong, just like both. That's why both are participating at the Games of the Future 2026 here in beautiful Astana. As you guys see, our futuristic type and everything is just so beautiful. And yeah, so you haven't chose the team that you're going to cheer for?
No, I don't think so. I would love to stay. I really would prefer to stay neutral, because I think that's where the fun is, and because that brings that factor of unpredictability. Like, you don't know who's gonna win. You don't know, because the stats are all the data we have. But based on the stats, we actually cannot really predict on who's gonna be there. But actually, that's also the exciting part, because if we really know who's gonna win, the fun is gone.
Yeah, for me, I honestly thought it's going to be 2-0 for the team Yangfeng Yao Gai.
Yeah,
because the way how they just strongly and confidently won the game number 1.
Yeah,
and after in the game number 2, there was a good fight from Team Vamos. If Vamos is going to play just the way how they played on the game number 2, and the draft were relatively close for their favor and for their taste,
yeah,
I would give it to Team Vamos, honestly.
Right.
So I think actually there is a good chances for it, but we'll definitely take a look what's going to happen, as we guys know. And would you like to mention the viewers about the tickets?
Of course, grab the tickets from Ticketon. I mean, you don't want to miss any of this action, because every single game is different. I mean, every single game is going in a different way. So make sure you don't miss any games. Get the tickets from Ticketon, and big shout out to the sponsors, Freedom, for being our ticketing partner. And again, the next one is going to be an interesting one. I really want to see how, I mean, similar to how it went on the second game up until 13th point, because 13 minutes, they were like head-to-head. Both were competing very hardly. And that's what we want to see for all the games. And that's when we have that excitement, that anticipation to see where the game is actually going. So we're going to see how this runs. I mean, the teams are getting ready for us. They're going to give us a great show, I'm pretty sure, because we are all hyped up. Right.
Yeah, definitely. It's the last game for their series. And this is very important, because one of them are going to go home. I mean, they're going to stay here in beautiful Astana, but they're not going to be participating. But one of them will advance forward, and they'll be playing against Onyx in their next semi-final. No, not semi-final. Excuse me. The 1 and 8.
By the way, talking about Onyx was the champions of last year, Digital. So that's going to be interesting, because we have Onyx, who are the champions of last year. We have Aurora. Actually, we have a game with Aurora today, who are the runners-up for last year's Digital. So this is going to be really interesting to see, because they both fought face-to-face last year for 2025. So, and they're going to come. We're going to yet to see if they're going to compete with each other this year, if they're going to get a chance to compete, because Aurora needs to win today if they really have to go to the next stage. So we are yet to see if they're gonna keep their position or I don't know. We never know, right?
Yeah, I mean, Aurora is going to be our next series between GK Esports,
Yes.
but let's hold that for now
Yeah.
because as you guys see behind me right now, the team of DFYJ are getting ready, meaning a little bit smaller in a short period of time we're gonna start our game number 3.
Yes, they are, I mean, one final chance for them to prove themselves. Both of the teams, like all the 10 players, they might be just making sure like the next game goes well as planned. And also they're ready for the unplanned surprises as well once they jump into the Sanctum Island, because you never know what's coming your way once you get into the game. I mean, you can play all the years, you can learn all the things, you can get all the data, you can have everything. But it's a whole different story once you are in the map. Like, it's a lot of things can go wrong, a lot of things can go right. So you never know what will happen. Yeah,
definitely. And is there any favor towards your taste on the draft and the game style from both of the teams?
No, to be honest. I mean, but for the next game, I think I would love to see the fight. And I would love to see how actually the whole drafting goes, to see which side it. And also, I mean, we had one game where there was a clear drafting polarity when it came to who has the good heroes. I mean, who got the advantage. But at the end of the day, I mean, that didn't actually pay off when it came to the first game when we had Team Spirit. So it's time for a game, right?
And yeah, we would like to give the words to our beloved caster, Naiso and Wolf. Please take it away, guys, and watch game number 3 between the teams of DFOJ and Vamos.
Thank you so much for our hosts. And here we are indeed in game number 3. When I look back at that game, Naiso, I felt like the draft was difficult, to say the least, here for DFYG, and it's because of their priorities. When we said that they needed to pick up their jungler faster, that wasn't the case, and eventually they lost a lot of control of the draft. Now, heading into game number 3, this might be different. Hopefully, DFYG will now have a different approach in the game.
Yeah, this now after 2 games, Wolf, I'm feeling like this is a potential 50-50 for me to see who moves forward off this one. I think in game 2, DFYG, as I mentioned, just continued to throw themselves at Team Vamos, and I think that ended up just giving so many kills, so much gold, continuing Team Vamos to go ahead and just continue to scale up, and there was like 1 or 2 times when that seemed to be actually kind of working for DFYG until it wasn't, and Team Vamos is a team that I feel like, being from Malaysia, being from that kind of region of, a bit more of a scrappy fighting environment, like they are going to be able to adjust to that quickly, on the fly. And we saw that. And sometimes, when it comes down to just scrapping it out, it is a 50. It's a coin toss, up to that point. But you do have to respect the fact that DFYG, in that case, they did kind of equalize in terms of gold and economy, but then until they just continue to slip further and further behind. They do pick up the Marcel to be their first option for the priority over here for DFYG. Over on the other side, Team Vamos is going to take what's worked for them. That's the Barretts, and then they go ahead and grab the Adora. And these were already big components of what really helped them in their previous games, just because, again, potential with the Daytona's Welcome Flicker combo. And, Eudora's Eudora, right? She's just that. She's that good. She's that busted. She's whatever that is right now, where you're able to do so much with one hero.
Yeah. And I guess the caveat here for side of DFYG is how are they gonna play against the 2 top heroes of the meta game, the Eudora as well as the Barretts. Like, how are you actually prepared for this? They will go for something that is similar to what they did in the previous game. I'm not sure if I like this at all as the response from DFYG. Especially because the Farsa as well as the Claude might not be enough, and there's a lot of ramp up. However, they have good synergy within their team. It's Farsa together with this Marcel. There's a lot of setup that you can have with that one. Not talking about the ultimate because the Golden Hour is not effective with the Feathered Airstrike. But overall, with the frame moment, the passive can come out of this Marcel. That is already enough to set up for an additional stun through the Curse of the Crow, through the natural DPS of this Farsa. And Team Vamos surprisingly went in for the Yi Sun Shin. It feels like they are not punishing what the FYG has chosen for themselves. And this, all things considered, this could be this is not a bad first 3 picks eventually for the FYG.
I think the biggest struggle that we saw from their team fighting potential from the last game was just getting the Claude like online, but then making sure that you had, you were able to juggle the stacks, get the stacks, the Art of Thievery that you needed, being able to move in with your BMI without getting blasted, and then actually getting the uptime on the Blazing Duet, because if you fall too far behind, it's like you mentioned, Wolf, you got the Spirits, you got this really tanky front line, and whatever else they decide to put in the roam here for Team Vamos. And eventually that Claude, like, you just need to be able to be on time for your Trinity, which is like around the 9-ish minutes, 9-ish minutes to have that Trinity item set locked in. And then, but if you fall too far behind, and part of that happened because Zhao Shui, he died how many times early on in the previous game. And clearly, as a jungler, you don't want to be putting yourself in that situation. I think Arrow 404 is one of those junglers that, if you're going to invade his jungle, you're going to go ahead and try to make, put pressure on him, then he'll actually just fight you back. And, sometimes Arrow 404 dies, but, often, like we saw in game 2, he was actually able to win a lot of those fights. So I think if you're going to do that, if you're Zhao, you really need to have a game plan with the rest of your team, or at least Zed, to make that, the most profitable decision, because then you can't even compete against objectives, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, see what you mean out there, because the problem that I'm looking at the DFYG is that all of their heroes needs a lot of ramp, and thinking about like Marcel, this is a roam hero that is not the strongest in the actual early stages of the game. Will actually rise when it's like the 3rd turtle, where you have a lot of stacks already with your Thunder Belt, maybe about 10 stacks, and then you're going to be very tanky afterwards. At the same time, though, Team Vamos have given them a little bit of an opening with the Yi Sun Shin, and I'm not saying that the Yi Sun Shin is a mistake when it comes to like overall decision here for Team Vamos. I'm just saying that this is a slower hero for sure, that Team DFYG can actually blow wide open. Right, they can find that opening, and however, this is such a good 4th pick for Team Vamos. It's the Atlas. Yep. It is always a problem for teams. They can close this out with the decision of putting the Yi Sun Shin on the gold, or maybe just getting a fighter gold lane actually to match up against this Claude.
Yeah, this was kind of what I expected, though. Atlas being open. They went and already had the Barretts, so it's like you want to also give room to your YSS. I'm wondering if they're going to put if they'll put a fighter then in that gold lane for Natgo, just because you're running the YSS composition, and usually we see that. Now they could still go with the traditional marksman to go against this Claude, but what's open here? I mean, Kito's banned out, so
I think a Ruby might be an option.
Ruby is probably the only thing I'm thinking. Yeah.
No, but Quito, they might just go for the Ruby. Or Esmeralda. Actually, if you think about it,
Esmeralda gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they go
Harith. Okay, so very greedy here for grabbing up from Team Vamos, but I feel like they can not be easily punished here, especially because it's Akai and the Yu Zhang. In many ways, you can just evade the team fights and just farm. Obviously, with Harith, you have a lot of ways to get about get by the heavy spin. You have the Purify and then the natural resilience that you have as the Harith. You take less crowd control actually, so that an angle here that Team Vamos will be looking for?
I think the angle Team Vamos can just look for is playing how they did in Game 2. You know, they play on their highlights. It's their strength as a team to go ahead and just duke it out against a team like DFYG. We did mention that, you know, after watching Game 1, DFYG has really developed over the years that we've seen them compete on the international stage. And Game 2, I felt like, was one of those cases where they were kind of leaning in towards that old DFYG. So we'll see what ends up happening here. We're going to be jumping into Game 3. This is a decider match. Once again, who's going to be going out of Games of the Future right now? A whole lot of early action, and Z will go down first blood, going over to Fish God.
Yeah. That is the Yisenshi. Wait, Fish God is
the Yuzhong.
Yeah, the Yuzhong. Yeah, the Yuzhong. And eventually, with the first skill, that means that with the Petrify, you will have that again in the next turtle. It's like, it's always worth it to fight if you're already level 2 as the Yuzhong, because your Petrify will be available. You have 2 skills to boot. You can, your Sha Essence procs are just so strong. And then your Petrify will now be available in the first turtle fight. So I always like it when Yuzhong players are aggressive in the first 2 levels.
Yeah, this is one of the things where if you're aggressive, you get an early kill, you essentially have control of the lane. Fish God is en route to do that. Right now, though, not too much else happening across the map. We're still 30 seconds away from this turtle to come up here, and that's, you know, one of the things you're going to have to watch out for if you've got this Yuzhong beefed up. You know, then you've got to deal with that threat of the dragon form. Already some poking on U1. Gonna back off. Oh, they jump in forward. Arrow 404 able to pick up a kill. So now evening out the odds here. He's gonna get a little bit of extra gold too off this mid gold plating turret. Natsuko going 1v1 with Lung. We'll just go back to lane. Turtles up though.
Yeah. Oh, the initiation onto Zed, but Zed survives. Unfortunate for Team Vamos out there. Did they commit the ult? So I can see it. They did commit the ult, if I am looking at it properly, because it's like inverted. And Zhao Shui will get this turtle.
Turtle's going to be secured. Daytona's welcome use. DFYG, though. Are they going to go put pressure on this purple? Looks like they will. Arrow 404 going down. Fish God picking up another kill. And now we're going to take down this buff. Again, Fish God in that dragon form. But Yi1 goes down. Clarkoon able to pick up one himself. And just split across the map. There's a whole lot here going on. Yeah, just everywhere. I mean, they wanted to take the purple. I think, did they get the purple buff? It looked like DFYG did. But yeah, again, these are flipped right now. I know it's throwing some people off.
Just like me. Well, yeah, we'll try to use our brain power to extrapolate the proper data when you're looking at this one. But one thing is for sure, this Yuzhong is having a great time. And the EXP lane, never see the Yuzhong be successful in the early stages. It means that your control of the neutral objectives will be way higher. And DFYG likes that. DFYG, because of the Sakai that they built on, and eventually they will collect their dues with this claw that they have in the latter portions of the game. It's going to be important for them to take care of the three turtles in the early stages. Of course, you have a lot of tools to do with that. And if you're the Yuzhong, you're very happy to start this good.
Yeah, you could be any XP laner, but more so if you're a Yuzhong, again, early start, gain control pretty well in there. And now for DFYG, they're going to set up for this next turtle. They already got the last one. See what they end up doing. Again, you don't see too many junglers right now picking up these utility picks, but at least for Zhao, it's serving a purpose. And that purpose right now is locking down objectives, staying alive long enough to make it happen too, and not worry too much about, you know, just getting blasted here. A little more room to work with. So now he's going to go ahead and start the turtle. Look at this top side, though. They want to put pressure on Lung. It looks like Lung... Actually, they're still up there. They might just trade this turtle for a fight up on the top lane as they're trying to keep things together. Turtle secured by Zhao. Zed's going to be okay, too. And in time, it It looks like they'll make it back.
Yeah. Put a tussle up top. They will try to go for Zeki, but Zeki, yeah, it's out. I think this is more of a movement for DFYG for them to be able to push up top, and especially because they have fended off Team Vamos with those pokes. It means that they can actually get the push. I think that's mission accomplished here for DFYG.
Yeah, turret going down. A little bit of a pressure here on this side of the jungle, but still, the teams are relatively even. That's definitely something that's been different so far in Game 3 in comparison to the last 2 games, where it was more so one-sided to favor each team. But now you're up to this point. Mid lane, some bursts coming down. Summon Force going to be used too. Golden Hour are ready to follow through. Zed trying to get away. He might get caught into a fight, but a good response from Zhao will keep them from following through. It looks like Team Vamos wanted to go ahead and capitalize a kill, but they weren't able to. So it results back to a reset.
Yeah. Be fine with this if you are Team Vamos. It's going to be slowly working their way into making sure that their greedy composition is going to be fight ready, because they went in for the Eastern Chain as well as the Harif. There's a lot of farm that they needed to accomplish before they are actually able to fight, but I've seen this work before, and I think it's even Team Spirit were able to make this kind of composition successful. It's the Eastern Chain with the fighter and a strong gold laner in the laning stage, which means that the Eastern Chain will have a good time when it comes to the mid game. But we'll see, because now the third turtle is upon us, and I think this is a must-win for Team Vamos.
Yeah, at this point, last turtle coming up. Again, expanding rivers for this map too. We'll bring them down to rotate quickly. Zed's going to have to burn the flicker. They've got control around this turtle too, and it looks like Arrow 404 is going to get here in time, using that Mountain Shocker. There's the Fatal Links into the Feathered Airstrike. They go through. He's going to go for Zed. Zed, sliver of health. He's still going to be able to survive. Yi1 secures the turtle for the team. 3 for 3. A huge knockup from Fish God. And now under the Tier 1 and Tier 2. Zhao was looking for more, but he's just going to force them back so we can get this turret alongside the team here for DFYG. Right now, they're winning the objectives.
Yeah. What a fight coming out from DFYG, and Fish God has been playing a perfect game. In fact, the entire series, you can say that Fish God has played so well from the EXP lane. This time, DFYG have put all of their investments into action already. Activating that Claw, they were able to push a turret after winning the team fight, and because of that, they have inflated their lead to 4,000. Might even go higher as they are pushing the bottom lane. And they are looking to invade as well.
All right, let's see if they can pull this off once again. At this point, you know, it's been a lower kill game as you look at the items here too. You've got the lead right now, especially in that XP lane. That's why we were talking about those early kills that built up for Fish God are just proven to be a really difficult point for Team Vamos to get through. Now, that doesn't mean they just more so, again, dealing with that pressure of the Black Dragon form. Once it's popped, once it comes through, it provides so much space. Not only that, but if you're clumped up around the Fatal Links that is the setup from Z, you put yourself in a very tough position to get petrified and, you know, thrown into the air and then into a Blazing Duet Feathered Airstrike. And those combinations and even that Golden Hour are working so well right now for DFYG. This is exactly what I was talking about. They already pop it. There's good burst on Arrow 404. And now Z is going to be in trouble. Chased down once again. Shaw Essence is going to be stacked up, and here comes Zhao. He can heavy spin if he wants to, but they're just going to go ahead and cap the kill out. Didn't need to burn the ultimate. So they pick up 2 kills. Again, Team Vamos getting punished on the positioning here.
Ooh. And costly punish is what I was looking for. It's mainly because of the Lord now being available for DFYG. At this stage in the game, 9 minutes in, you would want your Eastern Chain to be in action. You would want your Harith to be contributing to the team fights, but at its stance, it was not the case. DFYG are now winning by so much they even dodge this Barrett's ultimate. The Lord is gonna march into the top lane for DFYG. And that means that they can actually collect another turret here in the bottom lane.
Okay. The Lord's going to be up here to deal with up on that top side for Team Vamos. These tier 2s are going to fall here. They're facing a deficit of nearly 5,000 or 6,000 gold. Holy Defense Shield still up, but these are most likely going to pop. A Feathered Airstrike going to be used. I'll clear that wave out. Right now, DFYG looking to knock on the base turrets here of Team Vamos. I just don't think they're ready to fight yet. It doesn't seem like Notco is able to go ahead and be that much of a threat in these fights on the Harith. So the waves will be cleared slowly but surely as that Lord makes its way up top. We're going to see some shields being popped here.
Win forward. Be looking at Zakif actually having to back out of there. With the Lord being pushed. Look at this. The Feathered Airstrike preemptively used for the finish, but a good so-called teamwork. Oh, nice with the jump.
And the jump in. Oh, E1 could be in trouble. Notco able to go ahead and convert a kill, but the rest of the team is forcing a fight that they don't want to take here without Notco. Mountain Shock are going to be used. And without E1, DFYG could be in a bad position here. They're going to have to get away. Zekif, popping the conceal, given the call. He doesn't have the fatal links though, so he's just trying to slow them down and keep them away from the base. So DFYG off the first Lord will just get that one base turret.
And all things considered, I know that this will sound crazy, but I think that's DFYG happy with that trade. They just sacrificed their mid laner. They have a lot of battle spells going to be ready in the future, and they've pushed the top lane turret. That means that they are going to be holding on to their 5,000 gold. Obviously, we don't want to lose anyone on the siege, but DFYG just losing one of their heroes, I think that's overall good for a Chinese squad right now in order for them to eventually take over this game. And this squad is now very happy about what's happening.
Okay. I'm not sure if he was going to follow through with that or not. Little defensive items being picked up here though too. Z picking up the Athena shield to help with some of that burst coming down from U1. So one of the main problems is surviving that Feathered Airstrike once it's dropped down, not being too low. A Holy Crystal now locked in for Notco too. You could say he has been online, but even more so now with the Holy Crystal. It's like they just want to go for this fight. See if they can bait something out. The Lord is coming up though, so they want to maintain their ultimates and battle spells while they can. Still 20 seconds on some of these flickers for Team Vamos. That's going to be crucial for them. So if they can delay this Lord take by DFYG, that might be able to go ahead and even out the grounds to secure it. Already starting up. Feathered Airstrike going to be dropped down again. Burning things through. Arrow 404 there. Zed dropping down. He already used the golden hour and now Fish God might be in a bad position. Jumps back in. Is able to take out Cloncoon, but the rest of the team fight's going to fight off into the jungle, and they take another route, and that's Notco. 3 fall for Team Vamos, and DFYG will go ahead and take this Lord.
And that was such a good way to approach a team fight for DFYG. Typically, when you see a Yu Zhong as well as the Akai, you're tempted to put all of your eggs in one basket and combine the crowd control of the Yu Zhong as well as the Akai to set up for one another. But this time, they staggered it. They put the Yu Zhong into the backlines to force out the eventual kill onto Notco. And of course, to zone out where Era 404 was. And then the front lines now being worked on by Zhao Shui as well as Long. This coordination coming out from DFYG is so good that actually started with the dual mid. It's the U1 Farsa with the Zed Marcel that actually allowed for DFYG to just win the front to back against Team Vamos. And now they are going to be collecting the benefits of what they did. The Lord is marching up top. They're quickly pushing the bottom lane as well, so that this might be a 3-pronged attack in terms of the minion waves for DFYG. And how about this? Zakif, aggressive on his positioning, but is too far away from the fight and will now be found out by DFYG.
Feathered Airstrike already dropped down. Bloom trying to find his own opening. It looks like they want to take this turret down. I'm surprised they weren't able to go ahead and convert it. Meanwhile, Lord's being worked on. So DFYG, if they can't get another turret down, it's not going to result into much off this Lord take. Off of a team fight that they constructed and won. 1 HP on that turret. There's the conceal. You're going to look for this play right here. They're all fighting for it. Black Dragon form going to be used already. Heavy spin as well in the defense. Notco bobbing and weaving through that Zaman. Forsky's dropped so low. He was trapped into the golden hour. The rest of the team, though, tanky as hell. Can they defend without Notco? Right now, holding on to the one base turret in the mid lane. They're still okay. Leading up in that front side. The stuns come through. They're trying to delay him into the way to lock him down. There's a Thundering Wrath. Z is gone, though. And still Zhao is able to survive. A feathered airstrike comes through. And now they might want to push here. They're quite low, but Lung still has full health. The rest of the team, Team Vamos, with their lives on the line of the tournament. There's the flicker forward. They go in with Snapshot. They force them to the fountain. They're just trying to clear out the minions. The base is going to be locked on, and DFYG will send out Team Vamos of Games of the Future in Game 3.
What a siege coming out from DFYG, forcing some ultimates, so forcing errors essentially against their opponents, and eventually were able to make it. U1 was phenomenal, so was the golden hour that we saw coming out from Zed. Eventually, the coordination from all of the members of Team DFYG was so good. Unfortunately for DFYG, their greed got the best of them, and that's gonna be the end of the line for them. Still GG's, they still went 2-1, but now it's DFYG to celebrate. We're gonna be heading back into the studio, into the panel to talk about more of that game as we congratulate the victory of DFYG today.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
Connected, that is Basis Steedy. Got a smartphone absolutely free, that is Basis Steedy. Cooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.